Day 2 of the round of 16 matches here in EU Series 3. We continue with the playoffs and, like I said, conclude the rest of the round of 16 matches. My name's Hayes and I'm joined by one of my favorite duos, Fred and Charlie. Fellas, the entertainment is guaranteed and I'm certainly looking forward to it. Now, I'm not sure, did you guys get to cover any of the playoff games yesterday, Fred?
No, not
Okay.
yet. Look,
so first little intro here.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. And honestly, the fact that we've seen 2 quarterfinals kind of already panned out leaves for a lot more that we can talk about, I guess. Obviously, there's been plenty of 2-0s. Every single game's been a 2-0 so far. It hasn't gone all the way, always the team of kind of invited, but that has been the general trend. Whether we're going to see 2-0s today, I'm not too sure, but I'm excited for how the playoffs is already panning out.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Look, we didn't get to directly cast any of the playoffs. Definitely keeping up with it. This Marius roster, I've been keeping my eye for a little while. Because for me, they sort of came out of nowhere a little while ago. And I've been interested just to see how this team's doing. Honestly, some decent results considering this is a team that, for me, literally has just sprung out of nowhere. Look, a difficult one yesterday against Navi Junior. I think we knew it was always going to be a difficult game for them. They ended up getting 13-0'd on their map selection. All things close on dust, though. And I do love these sort of storylines. So these teams that do come out of nowhere, make their way to playoff, try to put themselves in the spotlight a little bit. Look, I think there's positive takeaways for them to take away from this event.
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be a lot of series like this, to be fair, throughout this playoffs, where there's a lot of teams who are looking to prove a point as, look, we're not far off the player break. A lot of these guys, it's going to be new rosters, new changes, and I think this is the perfect proving ground for it.
You know what is crazy about Marius is they always seem to just get completely stomped out on the first map and then somehow just find some sort of form because they lost 13-2 to Ruby on map 1 the other day. They then won the series 2-1. They lost 13-3 to Nexus 2 days ago, won the series 2-1. Lost 13-0 against Navi Junior on the first map yesterday, lost the next map 13-11. So I don't know. Clearly they just have to lose a map to really get going. Anyway, we can continue here. We can focus up on our first matchup of the day. It's going to be BetClick taking on Dynamo Eklot. That will be our opening matchup. Passion UA against Guns. And then, of course, it's going to be a couple new faces to cover the last matches of the day. 500 Amcal, and then Big against Zero Tenacity will round it out. Charlie, pick of the games for the day, mate?
Ooh, I'm going to say... honestly, this is close. I'm going to say Big versus Zero Tenacity. I'm going to say the final game. I'm curious. I've still got question marks about this new Zero Tenacity roster with Madden in. I think it's a perfect sign for them. And I think I'm really interested to see what this ZT side can do in playoffs now. Maybe they can regain some of that previous form. As Big, for me, is still a beatable team, despite being on pretty hot form themselves.
Okay, well, let's shift our focus. Let's zero in. Let's magnify this opening game. BetClick Apogee against Dynamo Eklot. Now, but let's bring up the Polish team first here, if you don't mind, production, the Apogee squad. Now, these guys, they came into the year looking really good. Like, first of all, they had a couple pretty unknown players in Hypex and HFA in particular, 2 names that people just hadn't really seen much of. And they've kind of just took the tier 2 scene by storm. I mean, Hypex on the AWP has been really impressive. HFA on the rifle has been explosive and he's contributed a huge amount. Jacob, for me, is the star of this team, though. This guy just continues to put up ridiculous numbers and he's so clean with the rifle as well. Incredible multi-kill potential. He's just got that, like, explosivity where he can just blow a round wide open. The problem with this team, and it's a glaring issue, and it's an issue that we don't really see much in Counter-Strike, is they're just not playing many games at all. They're barely playing any Counter-Strike. They played 4 best of 3s in nearly like the past 3 months, and this was after we saw them have that fantastic run at PGL Bucharest where they qualified for the event, and they went there and they managed to do some damage and push some of the really good teams the distance and kind of perk people up. They beat Mongols, they beat Astralis, and it's like, damn, okay, I can't wait to watch more of this team. And Fred, we just haven't seen much of them.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really want to read into that too much. I think they were grinding out a lot of officials before that Bucharest event. They did really well. Obviously, when you come up against teams like FaZe and Aurora, you kind of are expected to lose, coming in as the heavy underdog. I actually don't mind the fact that they've taken a bit of a step back, a bit of a kind of a, I guess, a bit of a kind of reconstruction phase for them to realize, okay, well, if we are going to get invited to these big events, or if we are going to qualify for these bigger events, we need to know how to deal against these top tier teams, because it seems like they know how to kind of steady against tier 2. It feels like they've got good protocols in place and they have a great understanding of what they're going to be facing off against. Yet in this kind of heavier weight class, when they are facing against teams like FaZe, like Aurora, it seemed like they did struggle a little bit. And I think maybe they just took some time away. Maybe they just realized, okay, we've been grinding out officials for the last year. Why don't we just have like a month off? I know the player break is coming up, and that is what a lot of teams opt to do, but they could have just looked to kind of go back to the drawing board, get the blueprints up, and kind of see what they can do in the, well, I guess in the prac server, which I actually don't mind. We got to see BetClick yesterday. I was really impressed with how they played. I think they're still a really strong looking team. And if they've just decided to alleviate some of that kind of grindy official nature for the last month or so, I really don't mind it. I think they're a good looking team. They're performing really well in certain events. As you said, Jacob's such a talent. On Ancient, we got to watch him on the T side the other day, and the amount of double kills he was getting when he had no right in finding, the opening success that he's got is ridiculous. I'm actually not worried that they've had some time off.
I'm maybe on the fence a little bit more. I do think BetClick are a really solid team. I've been a big fan of BetClick, but I'm kind of with you there, Matt. I think it is so strange that they just took so long off, because it's not like they just took a couple of weeks off. They took a decent amount of time, sort of over a month after Bucharest there. Like you said, yeah, that was a super good run there from them. Really impressive stuff. And that felt like, okay, this is the platform now for this team to really push for a sort of top 30, push for even further maybe. And then we just didn't see them. And then when we did see them, it felt like that rust was pretty evident, and they didn't really get out of the gate swinging as much as we wanted. Saw them at Series 2 of CCT there, losing to Partisan. Look, it was a close game, but I do think maybe if BetClick were just sort of playing a few more officials, we probably would have actually seen them just take that. I do think they looked a little bit rusty. Like Fred said, we got to watch them recently. I still think there's a bit of rust there, but it felt like we were slowly getting back to their form and to their level that we're normally used to. But I think this is a really well-oiled machine. I think Prism's the experience he's had in sort of previous Polish lineups like Honorous, sort of being under the leadership of like people like Taz and Neo, is really shining on this roster, and I think he's doing a great work. I'm being impressed by his calling. I think we saw a couple of moments on the CT side the other day where I wasn't. Some of the rotations are a little bit gambly, but I feel like a lot of the T-side call is really solid from Prism, and I think BetClick's really solid right now.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't really know. It's a bit of a Pandora's box. So we're going to just move things along now. Let's have a look at their opponents, Dynamo Eklot, who are playing a lot more Counter-Strike, and they're also chopping and changing their roster a whole lot at the moment. They've been bringing in Mangus. They've been bringing in, I think his name was like Realzen, not the Brazilian one. They tried him for a game or two as an IGL. They've now settled on Nuke. Of course, it was the E-Live before they started all their shuffling around. They've brought Kriaz into the mix, who was an IGL at one point, but I'm like almost certain it's still Nuke who's calling. That was at least the public statement released by the organization. They've got a very young and pretty unknown prospect in Spardus, who's joined this team as well. And I'm quite high on this guy. I've got to cast one of his games before, and he's actually pretty sick on the rifle. I actually really like what he brings to the team. I actually really enjoyed watching Kriaz operate the other day. He's been like this lurking extremity role player on the T side, but he seems to always connect the dots with his teammates on really good timings. Like, you never see him just not getting anything done on the other side of the map while his team is execing. He's always finding some sort of a way to keep himself in the round and remain active and continue to contribute. Theator is also a really solid anchor, probably doesn't really get the credit or the plaudits that he deserves. One of the big cogs in the engine of this team. Forsey on the AWP is also a great player. Now, we probably hung around on BetClick for a bit long, but Fred, have you seen much of this Dynamo Eklot team? I mean, I know that they're chopping and changing. Where are you at the moment on them?
Yeah, look, I think they were kind of, close to the top 40. They were making waves, a bit of a dip of form, and they realized, well, if we want to compete, we've got to kind of chop and change. I think if they stick with this roster, they can maybe get back to the top 40, kind of that kind of area. Current form hasn't been perfect for them. Obviously, that is going to be contingent on the fact they've made these changes. I think for Eclot, when it comes to kind of the Swiss stages, they kind of only just made it through 3 and 2. And I think we're going to be seeing similar signs from this over the next couple months. Yes, they can still make playoffs runs. I think BetClick is a tough team to kind of face off against, and I think Eclot have got their work cut out for them. But look, I think you've got to give it time, right? You've really got to give this time to this team to kind of nurture these new young individuals and see what this roster can do.
Okay, let's have a look at the veto here. We can see which maps are going to get played up between these two teams in the series, because I believe the players are basically ready. So we can kind of speed run through this one here and get some thoughts out. Charlie, Anubis, Mirage into Ancient. Now, the pick for Anubis coming through from BetClick is quite interesting because they haven't picked the map once in the past 3 months. They almost always go to Ancients, if not Mirage. And then Nuke is the one they'll sprinkle into the mix occasionally. Of course, they probably thought, well, Dynamo Eclot are either going to pick Ancients or Mirage. So let's just float those maps and maybe they pick one of them for us. I think maybe Eclot have missed a bit of a trick not picking Dust 2 here, considering that Apogee just don't really enjoy playing the map and Eclot do play it. Picking Mirage is kind of okay for the Polish team. They pick Anubis, which actually is a decent map on paper for Eclot, even though they lost 13-0 the other day. We'll kind of just gloss over that. And then Ancient will be a high-level decider, because it's actually the best map for both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I think this is a really difficult veto to try to play out if you are Eclot, because, look, we can talk about the maps, the sort of stats, what we've seen from Better Click Apogee, but that's the issue. They could have changed anything. We've barely seen it. We've seen them play sort of a few series in a few months. And who knows where that could be going. Maybe they've done a ton of work on their Dust 2. Maybe they've done a ton of work on their Anubis.
It's always different in the official server, though, right?
Yeah, 100%, of course. Yeah, but that is just the difficulty with what Apogee are going to show now. It has this break been used wisely? Have they put in a lot of sort of practice, a lot of time working on their map pool? And that's things that we're still sort of waiting to see over these next few months. But I think both teams have plenty of opportunities to take this veto.
Well, you know what? We're not going to have to wait any longer, excuse me, to see what this game has in store for us. Anubis picked by Apogee. It's where we're going to start this series off here. Round of 16 playoff game. Winner progresses to the quarters. That's what's on the line. I'll see you boys after the map.
Yeah, look, Anubis underway selection here from Apogee. Yeah, I think these vetoes are interesting. I think a lot of the time when you look at this Apogee side, you're going to look at the stats and say, well, maybe Anubis isn't the best pick. It's a strong map for Eclot, but we've got to say the sample size is very limited. The opponent's very difficult for Apogee. So I think we're going to look at all those stats on the side of Apogee with a pinch of salt and kind of say, well, we don't know whether this is the real deal or how things should look against a side like Dynamo Eclot. But Demo, just jiggling here. It's got the Julies, a smoke, and Kevlar. Smoke towards camera here. Demo might not be quick enough to drop this, but the T is surely to go through this. Demo repositioning now towards Pillar. Flash off the angle. Fully blinded and dealt with by MBQ. And we're going to see the horde of CTs rotating through heaven. Bomb still needs to go down. It's going to be a tough retake, but Prism does still have a smoke and a defuse kit. So if Dynamo Eclot evacuate the bomb site, which they look as though they have, things could get a bit costly for them. The CTs.
Yeah, it's a basic call, but look, it's worked out. They've got all this space on the bomb site, and like you said, the CT side not quite there, and a quick flurry of kills from Dynamo Eclot to continue this. It's Jacob in the 1 versus 5. Nice taps to get the first 3, but can retrieve this kit. Still a brief chance. I know there's a player towards Pillar, and he should realize pretty quickly they're going to be one towards main as well, but still just hasn't had that peek yet. Finally gets given it. But Deto's the one to take him down, and Eclot, look, take a couple of casualties at the end there, but the pistol round, the call was really solid. The CTs were out of position, the rotations took a little while, and the kills did go their way initially, and that's all they needed to be able to close the round out in the end. Pistol round victory for them, and I think it's an important way to start. Look, this is a team that I don't really get to give my 2 cents on. I do think this is kind of the perfect time in the CS calendar to make these changes, to make things work out. If you are still sort of, like he said, chopping and changing with your roster, this is the perfect time for me to be able to sort of get some of that practice in these officials underway. I do think we've seen a couple of issues for this roster in Series 3 already. I think it's already a pretty big success story that they've made it to playoffs. But I definitely do think the fact that sort of that Monty game that we got to watch, if you remember, Fred, both teams with sort of a lot of stand-ins for this event.
Oh, it was crazy.
And Monty's absolutely obliterated them. And I've still got my own sort of reservations about Monty as its current roster now. But I definitely think there's still a bit of that with Eclot. I think there's still sort of games and days where things don't quite click the same way that a team that would have been playing together for a few months does. I think that's only natural, though. Very curious to see what they're going to show us here. And hopefully it is going to be positive signs. But like, it's a positive start, that 2-0, thanks to the pistol conversion. And just that second round eco from Apogee. But round number 3 and the guns are out.
Yeah, look, this is going to be a proving point for Apogee. I like the call from Dynamo Eclot. It looks as though they're going to just maneuver their way towards A. There is this double A setup currently. The big issue I have with this investment from Apogee is the lack of a defuse kit. But they've taken space towards B. This should be fairly obvious now. We should just see a rotation in from Hypex towards camera. We could see one of the B players look to rotate into middle, but Still quite systematic, still thinking it is going to be a play maybe towards B, but Demo's double should confirm real positive things here as two-man disadvantage for Eclock. Yes, there were slight limitations, there was a Mach 10 in play, but nothing major, and Demo deals very nicely here.
Just this double pillar setup now. Do have Demo, who struggled quite a bit the other day on Anubis when Apogee played, but he's still a lot of impact. Remember that 1 versus 3 he won not too long ago. Will get the trade on his teammate. The Molotov's going to force him forward, but Demo, this is what we wanted to see. A slow start out the gate for him. Last time we got towards his Apogee, this time around, great spray down for the triple.
I guess the ace. Ace from Demo. To put into frame of reference, in the last game that we watched from Demo on Anubis, it took him 24 rounds to get 5 kills. He's done it in 3. So not bad going from Demo. I think certainly that game was a bit of a blip on the resume, a bit of an asterisk next to his name.
Ooh, there's aggression here through B main. Veto is just playing tucked close by. Prism's got to be aware of this, similar with Jacob. It's got teammate holding from the back, and they will be able to find Jacob. Prism does escape with his life, but losing that man advantage. Our Apogee, the B main aggression, not quite working out. Flashbang to get Prism in again. Veto's just playing this perfectly in terms of sort of how to counter this aggression towards B main.
Obviously, that B main aggression helped Apogee quite nicely in the last round. It gave them a bit of information, allowed them to bunker down on that A-bomb site. But nice find from DNE. Obviously, Dieter securing that kill. Dieter's having a strong start, currently 5-1. Bit of a vacate here from the V-bomb site from Apogee, as they do just leave Prism as that lone defender. He's got no util to work with, and it is going to be this split through B. 3 through Con, 2 to maneuver from main. Apogee up for this gamble. Look, I don't mind a gamble in a round like this. Obviously, the call's gone a bit wrong, but I think when you've got limited utility, you can't really hold off for a kind of a 2-1-1 split, a 2-2 split on bomb sites. I think it's quite difficult. We will see these rotations come through from CT. Smoke's not great. Allows Prism to maneuver around. It's all going to be about timing here. Could find MBQ, but out in the open. Fighting off against 5. Oh, the Molotov there. Going to force MBQ off the plant. Gives a little bit of time here for Apogee, but I think they needed to be fortunate. They needed to find MBQ as he's jumping across. Now the bomb's down. The remaining 3 just to save.
Yeah, good response there from Eclock. Losing the last round in pretty dominant fashion from the CT side, and instantly can just bring themselves back into it. I think the initial aggression that we saw from Apogee got countered perfectly. Felt like the T side was so ready for it, and look, it took them a little while to find that first blood, but as soon as they did, it's always going to be a difficult spot for Apogee to find themselves in, as Prism's been softened up alone towards that B-bomb site. And we'll just get taken out of the back of the site, and Apogee no choice but to save. But with that save, and with how convincing that last round was, no issues for them in terms of bringing out weapons. Wouldn't mind seeing Demo drop over and off the Hypex and sort of having weapons juggled across. And I got my desired outcome.
What do you think's the desired outcome for Dynamo Eclaw? Obviously, they're starting here on the favoured side. Are we thinking just winning the half? Are we thinking 7's enough? Or 8-4? We know that, obviously, yes, sample size is low here for BetClick, but they love the T side. Nearly a 70% win rate when it comes to proportion of rounds and 65 overall.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to sort of put a number on something like this, but I think the eye test often speaks for itself. But as long as Eclock can do sort of the standard of just at least a win in the half, I think it's a good basis to be able to build off of. Because, look, I think Matt was right. Regardless of if Apogee have done a lot of work on this map sort of in their time off, the practice server is very different to officials, and we've seen plenty of teams sort of highlight how good their practice is, and that's always a bit of a damning statement when they come onto a map and just look pretty poor.
Oh, great double here from MBQ, but Demo will find 2 beforehand, so still this leveled up round. Kriaz finding Prism, though, gives them that advantage. The bomb has been dropped, and they feel like a smoke is needed to recover that. Look at the space taken here from Kriaz. A great lurk in middle. He could give his life up, though, and in doing so, if Jacob can find this kill, it's back to a 2-on-2, and gives a bit of time for rotation. Not the easiest find, though, and that's why Kriaz is favored in the fight, and Hypex now just needing to save. Eclot, good start here. They go, what, 4-1? Finances aren't perfect for Apogee, so I doubt we'll see an investment. They could obviously opt for one, as Hypex could drop over both an M4 and a FAMAS. Actually, the loss bonus might allow for 2 M4s. I'm unsure as to what it is. Is it, what, the 2900 yet, or is it still 24?
I think it should be that 29, yeah.
Yeah, so it could drop over 2 M4s. Obviously, HVAR could invest. I don't think it's worth it. I think it would be a bit unnecessary. But let's see what Apogee decide to do. They're facing 4-1. If they look to just half-buy in this one, obviously they won't be able to... well, they won't be able to deny unless if Hypex can provide a wonderful round here. But yeah, surely just going to be seeing the half-buy / eco hit.
Yeah, actually, it's just that 2400 there from what Apogee can invest. I mean, when we did get to watch them the other day on this Anubis, CT side wasn't great.
No, it's very poor.
Yeah, it was a pretty poor CT side from them. Hypex always felt quite out of the action. It felt like wherever he was with the AWP, it always somehow ended up being the T's went to the other bomb site. And this is sort of where I felt like the CT calling was a little gambly at times and often just off of no information. I mean, hence the gamble, I suppose. But yeah, it always felt like they ended up just sort of stacking towards the wrong bomb site, leaving someone in a really tough spot, and then you've either got a really challenger retake in your hands or just another save attempt for Apogee. But yeah, for their sake, they're going to be hoping they can certainly have a much more promising CT side than they had last time. Nuke pushing through here towards A. Demo posted up and will find with this MP9, in fact, and Kriaz just alone with the bomb. He doesn't actually have Forzy by his side, but with the AWP to try to trade, they don't really want to go for this directly. They want to wait for the mid players to take the initiative.
Obviously, Hypex certainly not away from the action in this one, as all 4 players will be making their way towards him. Playing from heaven, it's a bit of a tough one, but let's see what he can find. Gonna be smoked off here, so we can just hold comfortably. Maybe the smoke could work out nicely. Spots out one, gets the tag onto Spardaus. But it's such a nice kill there for Hypex. Brought it down to that 3-on-3. Wanting to post here, but surely just to back away. The chance of this round very minimal. No need to throw this AWP away, but Dieter, the late lurk in middle to find Jacob. See, Prism does have Kevlar to save. 5-1 start here from Dynamo Eclot. This is a really positive performance, especially with it being Apogee's map pick. Obviously, we've spoken about how the vetoes are kind of strong maps for both teams and I guess a level playing field, but individual ability certainly favouring Dynamo Eclot currently. You're looking at Dieter 6-1, Spardaus 7-3.
I mean, exactly. Look, these videos definitely do feel like it gives opportunities for both teams to be able to take sort of one another's map selection. It does feel like any map could go any way, given what version of these teams show up on the server this time around. I would be very surprised if we see Apogee fall flat here on Anubis and won't be able to bounce back and won't be able to have that sort of a resurgence on the second map at least. But look, I still think there is a good chance they can take this. I think we have seen a pretty poor CT side from them beforehand. If they can at least just give themselves enough rounds to play with, moving over to that T side, I think there's still obviously a world. I like this, a bit of aggression here from HVAR. Spots nothing out though, so it's going to be a decent bit of information that it could be a bit more of a B in mid lane from the T side.
And that is exactly what it is. 2 outside B main, 3 creeping their way through middle, so Prism will rotate in, but it's all going to be about timing here. Sends the flashbang in the attempt to take some space, but doesn't work out well. Smoke now to Temple, and this is where Demo's going to feel very isolated. Important Molotov there from Prism just to delay. This is where Demo needs to be disciplined. Obviously, he's going to be worried about the promise and prospect of an A main lurk, but no one is there currently. With Hypex rotating in, he can just post up towards A main, and Demo can keep his sights set on middle. Smoke now faded onto Prism's angle. Timing a bit. Oh, Prism. Looks as though he wanted to swing with Demo. Prism can't get the one, but Jacob swinging. Nice find here. Forzy's low HP. This could be a tough one for Forzy if he goes down, but great shot from Forzy. He finds advantage. Extended his die to takes down HFAR. Honestly, I think this game would look so much closer and so much better if we had players like HFAR kind of providing what we're used to seeing. In that game where Demo was a little bit quiet on Anubis the other day, HFAR was absolutely incredible. I think he had like 25 kills going into overtime. Maybe even more. He was just absolutely lighting up the server. Yet we're not seeing that HFAR today. And that's why Dynamo Eclot are quite easy to exploit this B-bomb site.
I mean, look, in another day, in another world, that's a round that goes the way of Apogee. Just a couple of shots going the other way, and like, you see a very different round. Like you said, if Forzy goes down, that's the bomb drop towards mid. The final two Ts quite out of the action, so need to put a lot of time into retrieving that weapon. And Hypex, he's had a difficult time, where again, really where he wants to be in this round. Finally gets his first kill of Anubis, ready for the second player, and gets his second. So we'll take down the two players close towards him who are looking to remove the AWP. But it is this 6-round goal line right now for Airclaw. That's a little bit worrying for their opponents. Like I said, I think if Airclaw at least win the half, I think that will give us a decent display on Anubis. But look, right now they're setting themselves up to find so much more than that. And the first tactical balls now for Apogee, as the CT side on Anubis continues to become a bit of an issue.
Look, Charlie, the one round that Apogee have won, it came from an ace from Demo. Talk about rounds that are going to be difficult to replicate. Individual performance that in that round from Demo was sublime. Yeah, we've not really seen all too much from the rest, and that's why we have seen a real struggle here. But look, there's still 5 more rounds to be seen in this half. As we said, though, I think Apogee, they're going to need to find at least 3, maybe even 4, to be confident.
Yeah, I think 3 rounds is still enough to make a response happen.
Yeah.
But you are sort of starting to get to the point where you're relying on things like pistol rounds going your way. Definitely can't see a comeback happening from that. Anything less, yeah, I think very worrying signs for Apogee here. But plenty of time still left in this first half for things to turn around. Still weapons in play for CT sides. And they're starting things off with this 3-man B setup.
Look, if Apogee can only find 2 rounds, if double digits are seen from Eclot, a pistol round will dictate the whole game. So I think they definitely need to deny that. Right now, a very disciplined round from Dynamo Eclot. We've had 40 seconds of play, and it seems as though they've barely emerged anywhere. But Hypex needed the smoke. Forzy will get the trade, though. Excellent from Forzy to find that. It seems like finally Apogee, they've got a good idea of what they want to achieve. They find the opening kill, but ready and waiting is the AWP of Forzy.
50 seconds mid, starting to be
Look at
pushed through. Kriaz just taking this time, and like you said, we'll fire off a pot shot. Molotov at his feet as he backs away and just keeps the CTs here while mid was getting tested.
Yeah, we do have this AA main setup. All going to be about timing here. If they find Forzy first, they could double swing onto Kriaz, but it's not seen. Demo now tucked away. Gets a freebie onto Kriaz, but needs to find Forzy. Now Demo going to get swarmed in on, but Forzy just patiently waiting. The swing will come through eventually, and Forzy really taking his time here. Eventually takes the shot. The Glock in hand, though, and the lack of ammunition. Demo taken down there. Prism and Jacob rotating in, and it's Forzy in a 1 versus 2 with a smoke down. Tap of the bomb needs to be seen at some point soon. Give him a reason to swing. Molly on the bomb site. Jacob, though, 67 points of health. Even if the molly landed, it would have been a defuse anyway. It's a tough round for Forzy. Even after that shot gets baited out, I don't know how he's found that kill.
Yeah, look, he finds his kill, but it's the players on the bomb site. They fall to the rotating CTs, and that really does turn the tides of that one. But finally, a second round posted now from the Polish roster. They need to look to try to string these rounds together, try to give us a bit more of a solid CT side for them to work with. Money's not in an unbelievable spot for Airclock.
Yeah, the issue is Forzy can still get an AWP if they lose this one. Kriaz could drop over a Galil and still invest. So a player like Spardaus is not going to be the biggest of issues. We know the loss bonus is low, but Hypex, nice find. No trade from Forzy's AWP as it is Forzy to fall. And with that kill coming through, it seems pretty one-dimensional as to where Dynamo Eclot are going to be coming from. And the aggression towards B main here. Great trades, great positioning. Hypex can just hold for Kriaz and MBQ all that remains. This is a much better looking round for Apogee. And of course it's Hypex getting involved. 1v4 for MBQ. Bomb is dropped though, needs to find Jacob. Of course, Jacob not going to falter with a fight like that. Apogee will get their third. But as expected, we should see an investment here from Dynamo Eclot. Weaponry can be dropped. Up for Forzi, Galil dropped from Kriaz, AK invested. But this is a chance for Apogee. They win this one, Eclot are reset financially. We could see a 5-7 scoreline after being down 6-1.
Yeah, and that would be a huge turnaround, I think, from the CT side. Hypex very much get himself in the action early here, looking for these early kills. Got one towards Canals in the last, got one towards E-Box just then. And now again, looking for something here towards E-Box, searching into Canals, but it is the opening kill going the way of Sparthouse as HFAR's rough time here on Anubis continues, 0 and 8.
Yeah, look, this is probably the toughest game I've ever seen from HFAR. Really, really struggling. For a player that has been so kind of resilient and relied upon here for this Apogee side, in fact, he is struggling. It's just quite tough to watch. He's a player that a lot of the time in the pre-shows that I get to watch from Apogee, most people would point out Jacob, most people would point out Hypex, but I always love to watch H5. I feel like he's such an impressive player. Certainly not the game to double down on that.
This is really well played from middle from Prism here. He's going to take an aggressive stance, so not going to be ready for Dita. And will get found though. But 2 kills from Prism, really excellently done. Done plenty of damage onto Forzi as well. A big turnaround from that disadvantage initially. All teams are a little split right now. Forzi is going to be joining Detour towards middle. So Demo here alone A could be the point of contention that we see as we've got less than 30 seconds on the clock remaining. Time is ticking for the teams to make their move.
Yeah, for Demo, it's all going to be contingent on what time the MBQ strikes, but he will swing on out, and the fact he finds that kill, this round should be over once again. The issue I have with this round is Hypex is kind of sitting behind the smoke. He doesn't have an HE grenade to blow it open. I don't know why he doesn't make the decision to rotate towards CT earlier.
He did actually have an nade. He did nade it open, but there was just no contact towards mid. The T's went completely silent, so he just assumed, okay, no one's there. It's just a fake smoke here in middle. Forzi's AWP has made his position known, but it's a deeper setup here from the T's. There are diffuse kits in play to try to take this round.
Oh.
Jacob finds a double, and now we're going to see Hypex's AWP swing on out, and this is where his rifle resides, but behind the pillar, the molly has to come through the peak. Can't let him cross towards main. There is enough time for the diffuse, and what a retake. Great couple of kills, though, from Jacob there.
Yeah, excellent from Jacob. Look, he's such a talent for this Apogee roster. But again, it seems like a round that Apogee don't really have a right in winning. I don't know why Forzi's playing so advanced. I don't know how there's not a trade onto his angle. Bit of a mistake there from Dynamo Eclot. And look, we said 3 or 4 is kind of the lower limit. The fact that Apogee are here and now it's pistols in play. Yes, Spardas does have a hero Galil, which I always like to see, but Apogee could find 5. This is crazy how it's gone from 6-1 to a possible 6-6. Hypex sending the utility. Plenty of flashbangs here. The util is so effective, but the bullet's just not connecting here. Spardas with a double. He's down to 7 HP. And now the game plan could be to try and retrieve these weapons and back away, but just goes a bit wrong there. Honestly, I think if it's 2A4 swinging opposed to 2A1Ss, I think it goes a bit better just based on the extra 10 bullets.
Veto's getting flashed in here. Not spotting anything you assume at least, but he's still dropping the Molotov, so seems to have a decent idea. Maybe he did just catch a glimpse of a gun barrel or something of the sorts, but it's going to be enough to force the T's back and search elsewhere. That searching is going to take them up towards middle. It is being held by Demo right now. Just jiggling the angle, but it's going to be some good information, especially if Spardouse is the one to take this first contact. Low HP, 1 bullet from death. Will be enough to take him down.
Oh, Demo. He's worried about the possibility of a player creeping out from A main and pushing through to CT. So I actually quite like this from Demo. I know he's lost the information he would have gained from middle, but it's just quite strategic, just making sure that he doesn't get caught out unnecessarily. HFAR now holding towards middle from Temple, just on the basis that it could be a crunch still from B. There's been silence across the map from Dynamo Eclot, but with that molly deep towards heaven, that should be the indicator. Slow played retake here. Spardouse just jiggling towards canals, and we'll realize that it's going to be a retake from Camera and CT now. There's still a full belt of utility dotted across the Apogee players. HFAR has to find this pick, though. He overlooks this angle. Well, first kill of the map for HFAR. Remaining 2 players playing from A main. There's a molly and a smoke to work, but the bomb's 2/3 ticked already. They're going to have to rush this final part of the retake, but Demo could just drop a smoke on the bomb. It's got to be this smoke and this stick from Hypex. There's no other player that can do it, but Demo's double. Is there enough time for the defuse?
He was a little late to get on it, and no is the answer to that.
Yeah, look, we've seen Dynamo Eclot make mistakes in the post plant, but what is that retake? It takes far too long there. Such an unnecessary round from Apogee. After HFAR gets that kill, I don't know why we're not seeing a bit more speed to it. You've got a Molotov, you've got a smoke, send the molly towards pillar. Once you do that, you know the bomb site's clear. Smoke, stick the bomb. It seems very amateur from Apogee on that retake.
But that's the thing, the kill on the HFAR in middle on the title there, that was the difference maker. That was the kill that it felt like Eclot needed to win that round, because it's really difficult for the CTs to be able to clear out Camera. Dito doesn't even need to actually take a fight. He can just sort of tuck, just be a nuisance, and something that's always in the back of the minds for Apogee, and they might just go to save if that kill came through. But HFAR find it, and still it's not a successful one. Oh, MBQ, the information's misread. He hears someone backing away and he assumes that's the only aggression through main. Doesn't realise stuff was still being elevated up. The molly is splitting these T's right now.
Spardouse, though, second found of the round. Demo still here towards A main. Is Kriya spotted? Certainly not. Realisation that he is close by. And Spardouse could take him down so easily. Reload's been heard. Demo has been found. But Hayes pointed out Spardouse as being one of these kind of key players. Yes, certainly having type of game so far. Great find from Forzy. Hypex aware of his position now, though. The question, where does he swing from? But the pre-fire from Hypex. Look, it's a 7-5 finish. Maybe not the way we expected. Great round from Hypex.
Yeah, what a retake on the rifle, even not having the open hand, finds the early 2 kills on the bomb site. And this has honestly been the biggest issue with the post plants from Eclot there, is they always have a big man advantage, it feels like, but very quickly just a couple of kills come through and it becomes an even one. Forzy, it felt like he did enough work, but Hypex, after finding the player on the stairs, just like you said, the pre-fire onto Forzy, who looked like he wasn't even holding that angle and was ready to flick across. A great fight from Hypex and a big recovery from Apogee. 6-1 down. They do stabilize with 5 rounds on their CT side. And yeah, this is more than enough. This is now looking like a pretty good first half from them.
Yeah, and I think obviously there's been a lot of mistakes made from both teams. I think we have to say that plenty of advantage post plants that have gone away from Dynamo Eclot, and that retake from Apogee, the slow start as well. But honestly, I think Dynamo Eclot, certainly the team that have made a few too many errors. I think if we do see Apogee come back and win this map, we're going to be saying, well, Eclot, you were 6-1 up. Your finances were looking pretty stable. And I don't know about you, Charlie. Dynamo Eclot had a lot of kind of threat and a lot of kind of speed to the majority of their attacks. It seems like they slowed down their T side quite a bit, and maybe that's what cost them.
Well, second half and a bit more of a blank slate for either of these teams. Eclot, they did win the half. I said that's at least what I wanted them to do here on Anubis. They've gone on to successfully have that, and now it's going to be them showing off what they can do on their CT side. Look, I think there's certainly chances for both sides here. Apogee's going to probably be very thrilled with the fact that they've been able to bring this one back very early, still in the first half.
Steps hard here, though, from Forzy. Great information, but setup quite passive here on the B-bomb site.
Ooh.
Dieter, that should have been a kill, that. Hypex will find MBQ.
was really solid in this round here. Daito was the solo B defender, and sure, those steps were hurt, so rotations could come through, but they're still very far back, and the bomb able to get planted. Hypex gets 2 players towards Canals and middle there. Now, the remaining CT is probably just thinking, let's save this armor. Oh, Sparthouse has a flashbang, and that kill actually did just make the CTs have a bit more of a look into this round, but with no defuse, get no time, this round is going to go the way of Apogee in the second round. Pistol under their control.
We're thinking a force is going to come through. Obviously, Daito, I'm guessing he got dinked, so Kevlar should be intact. He could get an MP9 and full head armor. Could go a scout, maybe drop a scout to 4Z. We are going to be seeing this investment. Honestly, this is the type of buy that I feel like Dynamo Eclot, because of how many players saved and because Daito can kind of have easy upgrade to head armor, I don't mind, but we talk about these buys having so much impact. If they win it, obviously they can go on a huge streak of their own and it's so positive for the CTs. But honestly, I feel like the risk really outweighs the reward. You're giving Apogee another chance to kind of maneuver their way back into the game, and obviously they'll take the lead off the back of this. So I think real high risk, high reward strategy, and the fact they're not looking to take control towards Canals, that's where I'm really questioning what the plan was. Because, yes, you can try and take space towards the extremities, but it's not worked out well. Daito's been taken down, obviously, close towards B main. It's going to be this play through A, and obviously it's going to be a 4 versus 2 on the bomb site. Demo, easy to find there. 40 doubles up. Finds a third. Why are we having 2 players throwing utility? This is a half buy. This is a force buy from Dynamo Eclot. All Apogee need to do is have all 5 players, weaponry in hand. You could stand in a line, for God's sake, and you'd win the round. And they make it difficult for themselves.
I mean, it feels like you should still be able to get a trade on 1 player when there's 3 players pushing towards you. Still the chance the T's can win this. Kriaz being chipped away at the flashbang is great just to force them back for now. But with both of the CTs being softened up, it's got to be quick kills for them. And 4Z's rotating.
Yeah, good call from 4Z. I think it's gonna be a fake though. So obvious. We've still got Jacob sitting around here. I love it. Great call. My issue is Jacob hasn't actually taken any space with this. Staring towards heaven. Could get
now. Kriaz has spotted, but Jacob finds the health advantage. 100 HP with the AK against about 35 with just that MP9. It's all on 4Z now with this Galil. And with 14 points of health with no real diffuse kit utility, it is better just to save. Great attempt though from 4Z. 3 players pushing through the smoke plunge, all 3 of them with that 5-7. And I mean, honestly, that gun is terrifying. Every time I watch it in play, I'm convinced it is going to turn around. And I mean, on this one, it did, but not turn it enough.
Honestly, with the amount of kind of 5-7 rounds where you see such a pivotal moment like that, I honestly, whenever there's these force buys, I never know why people invest in MP9s. Just get the 5-7 out. You can get yourself extra utility. Honestly, the 5-7 is disgusting at the moment.
And this is what you were worried about here. If this round does go the way of Apogee, it should be them being the ones to take the lead. And that does look like that is going to be the case here, as unless we're seeing some extra madness where we see another force buy. Apogee should be able to find A without too many issues. Look, the loss bonus is pretty solid. You can get a couple of upgraded pistols. Detour has bought himself out at 5-7 and armor, maybe inspired by 4Z, but other than that, there's not a huge amount invested. And it is just that 1 rifle that Apogee need to really worry about.
Yeah, obviously for 4Z it means he can get north in the next. Obviously going to be very impactful. Nice flashbang there. Demo sent in. Gamble call here from Eclot. What are our expectations on Mirage? Obviously, we're unsure as to who's going to take this one, but Mirage is an interesting pick from Eclot. Just, oh, what is going on here? It's a 2 versus 3. I thought this would have been a simple round for Apogee. I was about to spew some kind of randomness about expectations on Mirage, and somehow Eclot have found such a hefty advantage. Hypex, yes, you've got the bomb. Can we just call this first map mistake? I feel like there's been issues throughout the whole of this game for both teams.
Ring rust.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? It's look, we haven't seen a huge amount from Apogee, but we knew previously from watching them just the other day that this is a rusty team at times, particularly on Anubis, which is a bit of a surprise that they did opt to select it. But with Eklot as well, look, they're playing with 2 stand-ins as things stand, unless these are going to be permanent pickups in the future. There are just issues internally with both these teams, it feels like right now, and it's evident on the server. But Hyperfix has had a good game so far. This will be a monster clutch. There is no defuse kit. If he can get his angles correct, I always feel like this is a risk, and he does have his angles correct. Dodge it initially, but the spam comes through, and I think there's just enough time.
Yeah, honestly, after he gets the kill on the first player through the smoke, I don't know why he continues to spam. Yeah, the defuse will come through. I think sometimes you get that first kill, you're in a 1 versus 3. You just have to gamble that first kill is the diffuser. That's the only way you can play it, because they're going to eventually connect to where your traces are coming from. It's a nice idea on the clutch. The second Eclot smoke B main, I'm thinking, okay, well, Hypex's chances have skyrocketed in this round, but again, far too many rounds are being given to Eclot when they really shouldn't. It's just the 50-50 gunfights that they're losing.
Well, now it's time for Apogee to bring out this sort of. Well, it's difficult to know if it's a half buy or a fourth buy. Players have full invested. 1-for-1 trade initially, but Krias can double up here towards E-Box. He is on his lonesome, and spacing's a little off between the remaining players as they're all quite split from one another. So the bomb is just going to remain there for now. Spartow's rotated in, gets found, and everyone from the CT side is now here.
Another 1v3 attempt for Hypex. Yeah, it was an interesting buy. 2 players looked to full invest. Jacob kind of half bought, which means he can't buy in this one. I don't know. I really don't know.
Basically, they're 2 pretty much identical buys. I mean, slightly better, I suppose, with a couple of AKs in play now. But yeah, I like the idea. Very fast towards B, where Apogee, they went 1-for-1 initially, but Krias able to get the second. I think if there's a third body there, Krias probably does get traded. You go 2-for-2 on that bomb site.
Honestly, he was from CT. No one even checked it. I didn't even know where he got those kills from. We thought he was E-Box. He wasn't. He was from CT. Most people would have assumed he was towards jail, but just completely unaccounted for because of that lack of utility. Hypex. Molly lands. It is this triple B setup. Eclot with a great call. Utility raining down, though, for Apogee. Smokes all across the bomb site. Molly to land outside E-Box. Bombs still drop deep here from B main, so HFR needing to recover that.
Yeah, and that feels like it must have been a bit of a mistake here, because that's most of the util going to be ready to start to be faded now as this bomb has been retrieved. So a lot of presence towards B, and no one's even shown.
Yeah, if they go silent for another 10-15 seconds, they might be able to catch off Eclot. But we are going to be seeing a bit of a refight in middle here. Flashbangs come through. Forzy spotting, sees nothing. Obviously, MBQ's holding a deeper angle towards A main, so Eclot surely need to realize that B is going to be the goal. But HFR finding that kill, that will be the catalyst to the aggression from Apogee. Great trades there from Jacob. 4-on-2 now. And honestly, this is where Dynamo Eclot kind of need to save. Dieter and Spardaus will struggle to invest in the next. Apogee, they can find that 8th now.
Yeah, even with some sort of issues with their buy, with their investment, still able to come out on top with that one. Starts off by, like you said, HFR's initial kill, and look, they throw the utility. They don't really have a choice but to wait out the counter util from Eclot.
Oh, this could be problematic if MBQ goes down. I said that both these players kind of need to save to drop weapons over to their teammates, but Spardaus and Dieter will struggle to invest now. There'll be limitations on the CT side.
I mean, luckily they do have a bit of money to play with, so even with the 1.9k loss bonus, they can just eco.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they've got different ideas. Tactical pulse from Apogee, and I mean, look, Eclot are going to be able to use it as well, and it feels like you might need to just discuss a few things. I suppose maybe no need to eco if your buy's looking like this. It's still a pretty competitive buy. There is a diffuse in play. There's an okay amount of utility. It's not brilliant. Weaponry's good enough to be able to win around like this. And when you know the finances of the T's still isn't stable, this could be a good chance for Eklot to bounce back. But back and forth start here to the second half, as neither team's really able to extend their lead in this game.
But again, think of what this buy could have been. It would have been Sparthouse and an M4, same with Dieter, full utility on both of them. This would be a very strong investment from Dynamo Eklot if those two players saved. It's a 2 versus 4. Why are you playing for exits? Early utility here towards B. Playing in front of it is Kriaz. In fact, Spardouse. Bit of a swap of positions here. Kriaz does have 2 flashes. Might be used to send in MBQ if he decides to take some space here towards A main.
We are going to have... need to have a bit of a look towards B main here. It's been held by Jacob, and time, and as soon as Jacob backs away, will dodge the flashbang, but the MP9 making a lot of noise, as is Dito here. He's able to back away reasonably unscathed. Sparthouse does take a bullet or 2 worth of damage, but other than that, it's information, at least from the CT side, that there's one player out towards B.
Nice nade there. Chipping even further away at Sparthouse and Dito. Sparthouse will find Prism, though. Gonna be aggression in A main. This is gonna be disgusting. MBQ. H4 doubles, though. Although disadvantage, they feel like they've opened things up towards A, but Forzy is waiting. Just jumping across the angle there for reasons unknown, and now it's a 1 versus 3 for Jacob.
I mean, like I say, main aggression, you're not expecting there to be a player out towards the A-bomb site as well, and Jacob being heard in middle, timing goes against him as soon as he looks towards camera. The swing comes through from the 2 CTs.
Team ace there from Eklot, everyone chiming in, everyone having impact. My real issue with that round is it seems like Apogee are kind of poised to head towards A. They've got 3 players outside A main. But the big issue is we've got Jacob on a bit of alert outside B main. We've got Prism searching in E-box. And both these players are completely out of any kind of control. It's not as though they can get involved after that kind of chaos comes through. It seemed like Apogee wanted an extra 30 seconds in the round to try and slow things down, but they just didn't have that time. And with that aggression towards A main, timing works out nicely. Prism trying to find. H-Bar's Tech 9 can secure. Demo, P250 at range. Would have quite liked Jacob to attempt to get the bomb down there.
The scout now of Hypex will find Forzy. Knows that there's a second player here. Final 2 players up against the P250. Now retrieve scout. Does get a tag. Gets a second tag. Both players so low here. But as is Jacob. Plenty of time to play with. Doesn't need to rush this.
Yeah, minute on the clock.
Surely
honestly,
this can't be the round.
Yeah, honestly, he could sit outside B main. We know that MBQ is going to have to split away, or someone's going to have to take a bit of a risk. Because the problem with the buddy system is 2 P250 shots could connect. MBQ is going to be flanking, though. Demo. Surely not to realize this. Kriaz does just need to stay alive. MBQ holding. Just in case anyone decided to push towards Canal. So smoke is now faded. Kriaz has to find this pick. So many angles here for Demo to clear, but he's baited out the shots. He's gained that information. Tech 9 now in hand. Hasn't retrieved the bomb, though. Plant coming through, and it won't be uninterrupted. Demo deciding where these final 2 are. Not ready for A main, or not ready for B main, though. MBQ will find. Not a bad half buy at all.
I mean, really great attempt from Demo there. I'm not sure how he's even able to get those 2 scout shots off without getting taken down. But after he does, you see Eagle just kind of has to respect it. Okay, well, everyone's sort of 1 bullet from death here. And the bomb plant is definitely going to make that a much nicer round. You can see everyone's sort of got full utility now, where a couple of players would have been missing a piece or 2. But regardless of how good that half buy was, Apogee is starting to get to the point where Eclot are 1 round away from map point, 2 rounds away from taking your map selection. If this full buy doesn't work out, that's where things become very sketchy.
The crazy thing as well is we saw Apogee, they were 6-1 down, and we said maybe 3's the bare minimum, because we were so confident that their T-side was going to provide the goods. T-side's been non-existent here. Apogee, they've really struggled.
Well, it's been sort of back and forth rounds, and it's always going to favour Eclot. They're the ones in the lead.
Yeah.
But it's a decent entry towards the bomb site to find the early kill, and the bomb is down, and the retake started. Still
There's
utility
so
on Apogee and Eclot. So that's going to be the difference maker here.
Great find from Prism, though. Takes down Spardaus. With that kill coming through, I like the respect that Eclot are showing. They don't need to throw these weapons away.
Well, that's the thing, with a hit that quick out towards A for Apogee, there is going to be a lot of util just to be able to hold off certain positions that Eclot are playing. And sure, there's plenty of util on themselves, but when there's still smokes at your face, at your feet, being mollied off, you do need to respect that at times. And the E-Box push, as soon as that comes through and Prism finds the kill, like you said, the save being called. First tactical timeout here, though, from Eclot, as they do just want to ensure they can do something with this buy. Maybe, in fact, questioning whether they want to go for this buy. We've seen them go for a couple of investments beforehand with similar sort of money. They can drop over an M4 from MBQ, can drop over for Mass to Spardaus as well if they want.
Yeah, I actually think the buy's not the worst of ideas. It's just a 1.9 loss bonus. Spardaus will struggle to invest in the next. We won't see an AWP on Forzy if they lose. I think this has got to be the buy here from Eclot. They've got such strengths all across the board. They're opting for the eco here. I think maybe for Eclot, they might play a bit reserve with these rifles. And look, if the kills come their way, brilliant. But if not, they're going to have to save again. I don't know. I think obviously it's a tough decision to make. And look, I've never been in a position where you've got to be an in-game leader and make such a difficult position when the stakes are this high. But I think the investment surely should have been seen. But no one holding A main. Prism's going to feel hard done by that. Demo, your only responsibility is to hold for that. We'll get the eventual trade, and that is one of the rifles falling. But Jacob finding Spardaus. Still got Kriaz and Forzy to compete with.
And Forzy just getting forced back from the smoke grenade. There is this double setup towards A. It doesn't look like it's going to be tested, or at least not by anyone apart from Demo, as it is this full gamble now from the CT side. They need to take a risk, and this is the risk that they've taken to try to win a round like this. But Apogee, they're all lining up outside towards B, with no contact being made. Surely someone's going to go probing, someone's going to go searching and get this information, but util's just being dropped around.
Yeah, obviously, Dieter could go and retrieve one of those AKs. 30 seconds on the clock, but it is going to be this B play. Demo just holding. Miss-smoked there. Fortunately for Apogee, this isn't the round where there's going to be any defenders on this B-bomb site. Soon to realise it will be this open plant. Nothing to worry about whatsoever. 12 seconds. Someone's planted the bomb. It is in the centre of the bomb site.
There we go.
I was worried for half a second that... I want to say, what? It was Hypex. He just dropped the bomb on the centre of the site and just said, oh, one of you go plant. I'm holding B main. That would have been a devastating way to lose the round. Kriaz falling, though. Dieter eventually to get that trade. Like, we will still see a buy here from Eclot if they can save 2, but they have to save both of these. Kriaz and Spardaus won't get perfect weaponry or utility in the next.
Jacob is going to have a bit of a look, but I don't think there's going to be enough time to actually be able to take anyone down. So it does look like Eclot are going to be able to retrieve both these weapons. But look, we're in the final few rounds here of Anubis. Last time we lost, Apogee went to overtime. Needed some extra rounds to decide this one, and it could be sort of setting up for the exact same storyline here.
Obviously, we could have had a very strong buy from Eclot in the last. The only difficulty would have been a FAMAS opposed to an M4. In going for that half buy, in my opinion, they just give up a round to their opponents. They could have had many more full buys. If they lose this, Apogee will be able to go 12 to 11. They'll be able to secure that spot in overtime. Obviously, it's all contingent on saves and stuff like that, but...
Neither team wanted to be the one to make the mistakes here, so CT's being a bit reserved about any sort of progression that we see. Ozzy just posted up towards middle. Yeah, have a bit of an initial clear just to see if Prism snuck his way in. He's been a little bit cheeky towards his position in the past, so Eclot are just being a bit wary of anything of the sort. But round number 22, and we're approaching the 1 minute mark with little contact made on either side. Just a bit of util damage, chipping away at players on the T side.
Yeah, molly here into E-Box to claim some space. It is actually a missed molly from Prism, but it won't matter. Smoke now landing. 50 seconds remaining. Prism. Gonna be sending the utility in a moment. Nade slightly chipping away. And it's going to be this play now. Flash not good. Sparthouse can get the double. That's a poor flashbang that might cost Apogee huge chances here. Jacob looking to push on through. Neither smoke not helpful though. And now Hypex needs to go huge here from COD. Keeping the AWP in play. HFAR finding Kriaz. 2v5 gone 2v3. Forzy chipped down to 36 points of health. Obviously Hypex is low himself. MBQ is going to be getting into the back lines. Dieter, he's got a great angle here. Forzy finding HFAR, and it's a Hypex 1 versus 3. Molly should force Forzy back, but Dieter can find him. 12 now secured for Eclot. But again, the utility is quite poor. For Apogee not to blind Sparthouse there, for him to get that double. The trading's been difficult for Apogee as well, and Eclot. Honestly, I think Eclot have been the team that kind of deserved to take Anubis. And they've got a good chance of it now. They just need one out of the remaining two to take it in regulation. Already booked their spot in overtime.
Yeah, and this is the surprising thing that I think Matt was trying to highlight on the desk there, that we haven't really seen Anubis be picked by Apogee in the past. And I think probably even more surprising for us getting to cast these guys was yesterday, the day before, and their Anubis, not being great. Not being the greatest map for them, but surprisingly it's their T side that's not exactly done the job, done the heavy lifting here, as Eclot have 2 chances to close this one out. Apogee still, obviously, with an investment in this one, able to juggle around some of the finances to make sure everyone's on their premium weapon, but there's no excuses now. Round number 23, you've got 2 chances to bring things to overtime.
Yeah, obviously, Eclot, if they lose some opening kills, if it goes down to kind of a 5v4, maybe a 5v3, that's where the idea of a save could be seen, because we know the loss bonus is limited. AAA setup. We are going to be seeing a bit of a probe here in middle. It's interesting, because in that game we saw the other day from Apogee, they did like to kind of probe and push and poke in middle, yet we haven't seen all too much of that so far on this T side, and guess this could be a perfect round to do it. Molly landing onto MBQ's position. Nade of the smoke. Advancing his demo in the Molotov here. This could go so wrong. Great find from Prison, though. Important trade from Forzy. Now there's acceleration from the players in middle. Forzy gets a second. Jacob trading, though. Spots another in the open. Jacob doubles, but Dieter ready. Hypex towards middle to hold. And now, a 1 versus 2 for Sparthouse. With knowledge of both these players' positions, Sparthouse is the unknown entity. It's going to be peeking out of heaven if he finds Demo. Oh, timing. I think he's just spotted him, though. Certainly has now. And now it's all on Hypex. Missed shot here. Questioning as to where the bomb is planted. Hypex, he's picked up an AK now. Crouching under the angle. Gets a bit of a timing, but can't find the kill. Molly towards Bricks. There is a kill on Sparthouse. He can peek at any moment. And he's staying hidden. Hypex is so difficult for him. And we will see the round go the way of Eclot. Apogee denied on their map selection. 13-10 scoreline. 5 rounds seen on each half from Apogee when they far favour the T side. It's been a disappointing performance from them. And Eclot now advance with that first map victory. They've got 2 chances now to close out the series.
Yeah, I mean, great game there from Eclot, but we've had Hayes waiting on the wings, ready to break this one down. And why Apogee fell short on their map selection. So Matt, bring that one into a full circle.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Make sure I got the mic unmuted. I do indeed. Ah, man. I mean, that's just a pretty grim showing from Dynamo Eklot there. There were a number of rounds throughout that map that they just had advantages they squandered and ended up losing rounds against like half investments, numerical advantages on retakes, numerical advantages in post plants where they dropped the ball as well. So just a lot left to be desired there from Betclic Apogee, I'm afraid. And especially with this being their map pick as well, you got to ask some more questions. How has this result come about? I mean, I wonder if they were all kind of baited into making this decision because Eklot lost on this map 13-0 the other day to Ruby, and they're like, well, we play Anubis, so that should be enough to just beat this Eklot team, right? But Eklot just proved that was an anomaly. That was a once-off kind of thing. Anyway, let's focus on some of the details here of this particular matchup. So Apogee, they try and sort of come into the map on their CT side and try and take initiative. They're fighting A main in one round and they find a great multi-kill from Demo to get themselves on the board. Next round immediately afterwards, we can see it here as well. They're trying to go through B main and take the fight to the T side. But I feel like Forsey was doing such a good job on the AWP, actually just containing this Betclic Apogee team. Always kind of in the right place to kind of nullify the impact that they're able to have with their initiative plays that they were taking on that CT side, either get kills or just repel them altogether and force them back into the bomb site. I thought Eklot's default was absolutely on point, and I have to also just give credit to Nuke as the IGL here, because I thought he called a pretty solid T side. Yes, it ended 7-5, but they could have had more. I mean, some of the decisions that they made, and that's how they were winning rounds, they had disadvantages, were down to Nuke's decision-making with the way that they were moving across the map, and sometimes they'd show the presence A and then just walk back to B after forcing those rotations, and often would kind of get into the weaker defended bomb site, even though they were a man down in some of the rounds. So I think Nuke had a really good read on that game, and I think he called a fantastic T side. Like I said, yes, 7-5 maybe doesn't necessarily create a great example of that in terms of the scoreline, but you got to remember, like I said, how many rounds they had a disadvantage or lost the first pick and were still able to win it. Then we flip halves, and it's obviously then Betclic Apogee going into their T side down 7-5, but you're thinking, okay, it's their map pick, it's T side Anubis, they're still, you know, if not 50-50, should have feel like they have their noses in front despite the fact being behind on the scoreline. And it gets off to a good start when the pistol convert, but man, they just tend to start struggling to actually defend the bomb sites, because then we see Eklot, we see they're not struggling to defend the bomb sites. They're struggling to actually get into the bomb sites, because Eklot, not really having to play against many defaults, they're more playing against executes on their CT side were Eklot, because a lot of the time Apogee would just be grouping up and trying to get themselves into a bomb site. We didn't see them nearly as much just dispersing across the map, trying to work picks, draw rotations, and then get into the round from there. There was a lot of group up contact plays, mostly into the B bomb site, and Eklot were up to the challenge. Again, they win another round in that second half where they just don't have much of an investment, which is a disaster for Betclic Apogee. And, well, they were invited into the stage of the competition, fellas, and they're now just one map away from being eliminated, which is a disaster. When are these guys going to get to play some consistent Counter-Strike if they're not winning these sorts of matches, you know? But, yeah, I did feel like the ring rust was a factor there for Betclic Apogee. I felt like there were rounds, again, I'll highlight, where they had advantages, where they couldn't convert it. You know, a couple missed shots, even just slow to start in the series, like Prism. HFA as well goes like 0-6, 0-7 before he starts to contribute. And they start kind of getting a bit better as the map's going on. But I do think that was just down to lack of playtime in an official compared to Eklot, who have been playing heaps of Counter-Strike lately. And you could just see that they were sharper in the server across the board, not only in terms of their mechanics, but even their decision-making as well. So, with that, we are going to be throwing it into a bit of a break now, guys. Next map is going to be the pick of Dynamo Eklot, so that bodes really well for them with them being up 1-0 in the series. Excuse me. It is going to be Mirage, though, which is not like Betclic or any slouches on that map. So, with that in mind, we're going to have a short break. When we return, we will get into Mirage. We're back, and we're going to be getting into the second map of the series soon enough. It's Mirage, it's the pick of Dynamo Eklot, and that's the team who's currently leading the series 1-0 here, Fred, after they came out on top of Anubis pretty convincingly at that, I would say. I mean, I know it's 13-10, but they still kind of always felt like they were going to win the map throughout the entirety of Anubis.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, it was that 6-1 start that really impressed me. It seemed like Dynamo Eklot, they were dealing with whatever Apogee had to throw at them. Yes, okay, HFAR finally started getting some kills, and that's why Apogee were able to put more rounds on the board. Honestly, I thought 5 would have been completely fine for Apogee. Their T-side looked lifeless, even after winning the pistol, only winning 3 more rounds afterwards, obviously excluding the eco. Yeah, Apogee really stumbled. They really fumbled on Anubis. I thought that was going to go their way after they were able to kind of recover on their CT side. And now they move to Mirage. Yes, it's a map they're pretty decent on, but I don't know where any confidence or any kind of, I guess, team cohesion when it comes to, oh, yeah, come on, guys, we can win this. We can take this. They're going to be down in the dumps. It was a disappointing performance, not only just based on individuals, but also the calling and the retakes were really kind of odd. There was that retake where it was a 3 versus 2 at one point. They had about 30 seconds or 20 seconds. And somehow with 2 players with diffuse kits, they still mess up with the timings of it. I think Apogee, it wasn't the best performance. Can they do it with Mirage? Certainly, but lacking in confidence might be a problem.
Yeah, look, I think the biggest issue was that T-side for me. The CT side first half was fine, but they recovered it at the end. There's no issues there. It's a reasonably standard Anubis first half. But it's the fact that no team could really string more than 2 rounds together on that second half. It was just way too competitive. And for the CT side on a T-sided map, for them to keep things that competitive, when you're already in the lead, you're always going to be able to take things to there. And sure, scoreline looks close, but yeah, I agree with both of you. It did feel like, not necessarily inflated, but it did feel reasonably comfortable for Eklot to be able to take things on Anubis. And look, man, you were sort of highlighting the Anubis pick of Apogee. And I mean, look, I thought we surely had to see some work from them, but the fact we saw it literally just yesterday and it wasn't a great display there. Yeah, I'm super surprised that they felt confident enough to pick this map in this series, considering there are potentially other avenues that they could have looked to select. Look, Ancient's been a decent map for them when we have seen it. We might not even get to see Ancient.
Yeah, and they were kind of banking on, at least at the bare minimum, getting to a decider. And that's why they thought, okay, listen, it's not like Eklot are going to ban Ancient either. Let's let that go through to the third. But, like, we might not even get there, as you say. Talking about peculiar picks, though, guys, Dynamo Eklot are so persistent with Mirage right now. Yeah. Like, they're picking this map still fairly frequently, and they just haven't had incredible results. And while I still respect it, because obviously they clearly back themselves if they're still constantly picking the map, despite the fact that the results haven't looked fantastic, I mean, it's still, we still need to see them figure it out. Like, they're clearly figuring out Mirage, but I wouldn't say they have figured it out. I mean, they've lost, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the past 8 times they played the map, with a couple one-sided losses against teams like M1. Okay, say what you want about M1. Obviously, NIP have been very vocal about that particular team and playing games against them. Sangel, another one that they lost 13-4. However, their more recent matches have been close. 3 losses in overtime in their 3 most recent losses. Let's see if they can finally get over that hurdle, get the win here, Mirage, and lock in the series 2-0.
Yeah, honestly, I think there was kind of a whole month period from, like, April where we were seeing a lot of Mirage being picked and it wasn't going great for them whatsoever. Obviously, of similar kind of level of teams to Apogee. In the whole month of April, I think they played it, I want to say, maybe 11 times. They won it twice, and those wins were 13-11 against one win and 13-5 against Kono. Look, I don't mind the idea here from Eklot. It's clear that they're comfortable on the map, but could be a risk. Nice fight from Spardaus, though, and honestly, Spardaus lit the world on fire on Anubis, and I think if he brings that same level of ability here to Mirage, I think we will see it go their way, because Spardaus really impressed.
I mean, that's the thing. I think just even the confidence of Anubis could just be a bit of momentum with Eklot. Could just put some wind in their sails and allow them to take things here. But this round's still not set in stone, actually, as a couple of kills have been brought back from Apogee, but with Krias finding that one, so many players in so many different positions, it feels like the trade's going to be inevitable. At least then Hybex will fall. So Pistol going the way of Eklot and starting things off strong here on Mirage again. We saw both teams win a pistol round of their own on map number 1. Not going to have any funny business where every team's winning every single pistol round, which is weirdly felt like I've seen a lot of that recently. Not going to be the case here. But yeah, I think if Eclot are able to sort of have those individuals stepping up, like Sparthouse, yeah, he had a great map #1. I think a lot of other players had a lot of impact there as well, a lot of big moments. I think there's all the chance that we can see Eclot take this. But in the middle, there's a lot of fighting, and the CT's coming out on top here, just pushing towards top mid. 1 kill found from the T's. The pistol success is going to account for nothing, it seems.
Yeah, it's always tough when you see moments like this. I think for Eclot, just because they want to make kind of a real positive start here on the unfavored side of Mirage. But great round from HFAR. Really struggled, actually, from the start of Anubis, but important for him to have some big moments. Obviously, we've said that this Apogee side lean upon him quite heavily in these moments, and certainly has provided here. I think MBQ surely is just going to have to look to save. Honestly, it's going to be an investment in the next. There's no need to just throw away $3,700 worth of equipment, especially as they won't be able to get one out in the next if he is taken down. So, Apogee, they will get the first round on the board. Not bad at all.
Yeah, they do. It was just a lot of battling out towards mid. HFAR's triple really turns how that one was played, but it just looked like a lot of players were caught out in middle. Just weren't necessarily ready by how many bodies there really were, and after they find sort of that kill, they assume, okay, maybe not going to be as much presence, we just got HFAR, and then always someone else is peeking, someone else is surprising, but it's a great decision from Apogee to fight that heavily towards mid, and it pays off perfectly on this round, and with one of the AKs just being out of the action, I want to say maybe the only AK in that round out of the action playing as this lurk. But either way, there's 4 players towards middle from the T side. I feel like you need to see more than 1 kill. You're up against pistols, you're up against MP9s, you're up against the Scout of Hypex. You've got to do better there.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think if it was kind of like an A stack and Eclot went into it and it was just unfortunate because the MP9's at close range angles, it can work well. But yeah, there's no real excuses from Eclot. But let's see what this saved AK from MBQ can do. Look, we didn't have much time to talk about Mirage beforehand. We didn't really have time to put predictions, but where are you thinking this one's going? Are we thinking Eclot 2-0?
I mean, like I said it in the first map, I think even if Apogee do fall flat on the first or fall a bit short, I do think this is a team that will bounce back on map #2 at least. And I feel like it'd be a bit harsh to change that decision, even after I said exactly that. So yeah, I think I'm gonna say Apogee can bring themselves back here. I definitely think Eagle have a chance. I'm curious to see what they can do on Mirage because, like I said on the desk there, look, this has been a map that Apogee have played, not Apogee, sorry, Eagle have played a ton. They're really trying to make this map work. They look to pick it a decent amount of the time, and yet results haven't quite worked out. So, I mean, maybe this could be the start of that.
Yeah, look, for a team to have 30 maps played, it'd be their second most played map and their worst win rate is kind of crazy. Let's see what this force buy can work, see what it can do. Demo trying to drop the utility, but caught off guard. It's the pistols in play this weaker weapon. Just get your gun out. Jacob will get one, but traded by Forzy. Now Sparthouse close to the action with the P250. Struggling is Sparthouse, but eventually connects. And now it's a 1 versus 4 for Prism. It's unfortunate for Demo just juggling utility there, but I think if he has his gun out, he gets that kill, maybe survives for longer, gives more time for Jacob. Look, I kind of claimed that map 1 should be renamed from Anubis to Mistakes, and already we're seeing continual errors seen from both teams. Obviously, it was Eclot fumbling towards top middle in the last, and Apogee with a very mismanaged site hold.
Yeah, look, we saw a lot of mistakes there. I think both teams are probably in that period right now where we are going to continue to see a lot of mistakes on these final 2 remaining maps if we do get to Ancient as well. But the fourth by wall that we're going to have on our hands, I mean, this is my favourite part of CS. And Eclot really want to do their best to bring us to that spot with a good second round by themselves. And again, only one player falling on the force buy. But Apogee, or at least Prism, is at least able to save 1 rifle over. So their buys are going to look pretty solid on this CT side here. And that's thanks to them keeping 4 alive obviously, in that second round. So we do have a couple of rifles in play. Got the Scout, the FAMAS, and then that MP9 as well. But lots of bodies here towards Ramp and Prism here in Sandwich. Nice and early. Not a spotted crossing here. Could be overlooked.
It's all about what Prism can do and what these rotations can do as well. In the Molotov. Prism and HFAR combining. HFAR swinging, confined, and Jacob by his side. Forty will get that kill to bring it down to a 1 versus 2.
Instantly rotating around to middle. I mean, this is the thing about Eclot that we saw the first time they won that force buy. A lot of bodies there just to back up, to strengthen this hold towards middle. And here we're seeing the same thing towards A. Players are not afraid to push through these smokes. This is a really big duel, though. If Demo goes down, he is the healthier player. HFAR low HP, and the steps are being heard, but Forzy missing his slight chance there. Smoke landing at his feet.
It's a great setup here, though. HFAR can take contact. HFAR. Well, he leaves it all up to Demo, but Demo will find. So, bit of a force buy war coming through, bit of a back and forth, similar to kind of what we saw in Anubis in that second half, where it was kind of continual competition. I love these types of games, though, don't we? Always so much excitement, so much intrigue, and very little to go off when it comes to thoughts of where it's going.
It keeps things suspenseful nice and early on. Not just necessarily a photo finish. Going to be a hotly contested first portion of this map, but with the buy just continuing to get better for the CTs. More utilities being bought out, more premium rifles. It feels like maybe they could be able to bring things over the line.
Yeah, obviously the reason they had such a strong buy is the fact they were able to save so many weapons from Eclot's first investment. That's why we did still have some FAMASs, some rifles in play. Not only just Prism saved Galil. That was a real difference maker. Great HE grenade onto Daitor.
Finds the first. No trade from Kriaz yet. Will eventually come through. HFAR's just playing from CT. And he's going to be holding for a stairs peak. MBQ has to be aware of this as the bomb site is starting to get pressed towards now. MBQ will find his skill, so a man advantage for the T's, but only in their favor very shortly.
MBQ still finds Prism. Jungle smoke's faded. Hypex does have an HE grenade. Spamming through his Hypex, but found by Kriaz. And again, we've got this back and forth. Neither team can string 2 rounds together. Demo could deny it all, but MBQ's in a great position. Ooh, Demo fully clearing, not finding either. Great round from MBQ. Obviously, this will favor the T's with this map being a CT-sided map. It's got to be the force here, surely, from Apogee. HFAR, Jacob, Demo will struggle to invest. I can't remember the last force buy war that we saw, but this one's shaping up to be exciting. I'm sure Eclot, though, are going to want to put it to rest, and that's why they've called for this tactical pause.
I mean, both of these teams that we have seen in the last few months obviously take Apogees with a bit of a grain of salt. We've only seen them play it 5 times. But yeah, both of these teams have struggled quite a bit on their T side. There's quite a big disparity between the T and CT side for Apogee. But like I said, only 5 maps played, and some of those against teams like Astralis, Aurora, Furia. So not exactly easy games that they've been playing. Whereas on the flip side for Eclot, I mean, look, their stats aren't great on either side, but I think that's natural when you play 30 games and only got a 20% win rate on the map. But yeah, their T side's often been a push on the map that they have struggled quite heavily on. So this could really give them such a strong start in this. They hope to win this Force by War. Should be able to go on to find 5 rounds, and a 5-2 scoreline is a really good basis to build something off here on this T side. But much easier said than done. You've seen buzz like this work out for the CTs, but with the opening kill going the way, it feels like this is finally the round where the Force by War comes to an end.
Yeah, look, and the fact that this is all a bit of a ruse, the fact that B bomb site is the intended goal now for Eclot, it's a great call. And now they realize. Eclot, though, they poised themselves very nicely to take not only a heftier lead, but also position themselves for the map. We know that both these teams obviously prefer the CT side. Yeah, the fact that Eclot could find themselves with 5 rounds here, and with still 5 more to play, I would be very worried now if I was Apogee.
Nice find from MBQ there. Difficult find, actually. 30 HP against that 5-7. Does get tagged down, but it's the instant headshot to deny. And it is just going to be this eco here. And even in the next round, this is the difficulty. With neither team's lost bonus even being built up. Sure, Apogee, you're going to go for the full eco here. They don't have money to even bring out upgraded pistols. When they do get the buy, there's going to be limitations. They're not going to have the open Hypex, missing piece of utility, and that can sort of determine how heavily you can fight towards certain positions. Probably can't actually fully battle Eclot towards middle. Or at least if they do, probably not going to have a lot of util remaining after they do that.
Yeah, look, I know that we said that there's the option for both teams here to take this one, but I was heavily favouring Apogee. I said in kind of the green room with me, you, and Hayes in the break that I feel like it's going to be a 3-mapper. I feel like it's going to go the distance, and that I'm very confident in Apogee Mirage. But the way in which they've been playing so far, and the advantage that Eclot can gain from all of this kind of force buy shenanigans, I'm very worried for Apogee's chances now. Obviously, the invited team here, we've seen plenty of 2-0s throughout this playoff stage already, every game being a 2-0. And the fact we could see a similar trend is pretty ridiculous, I've got to say.
I mean, it would be quite a shocking stat if that does continue. Great find from Jacob, 10 HP, finally does get shut down. This is a full eco, a lot of damage has been dealt here. So, I mean, the economy is going to remain reasonably humble, but it is still in a pretty good spot. Yeah, I don't know if I'd necessarily go too far where I'm sort of counting out Apogee. I know you're not doing that either. I know you're sort of just leaning over towards Eclot. But the fact that we haven't actually seen a full buy versus full buy yet still gives me hope that Apogee can bring things to a third and final and make me believe that there definitely is still these chances. But finally, look, weapons are back in play now for Apogee. No issues on the weapon front, but HFAR tested his Kriaz, just bodies his way through that smoke grenade and instantly rips the head off of HFAR.
Great information, great damage. The HE grenade will find Jacob. 2-man advantage. And Eclot, the confidence they're showing with these kind of ramp takes, the aggression, just the potency of every peak.
There were just 2 players pushing out towards ramp with some serious speed. And look, the first player snuck out, but Korea is just instantly lightning fast out. And HFAR, I mean, look, you can't blame him for getting caught out there. I was caught out and we were watching it with X-Ray.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the fact that Dieter pushes through the left-hand side of the smoke. I just assumed it'd be Dieter getting that kill, but obviously it was Kriaz. And Spartac's finding Hypex, kind of putting that final nail in the coffin, and a perfect example of how that round went. No casualties on the side of Eclot. Look at the money. We've got 2 players on 10k. It's going to be a half buy here for Apogee. 7 can be secured for Eclot. It does not seem like they're slowing down. And look, we did say, okay, Apogee, it's not been a we've not seen a full buy versus full buy. Let's see what they have to offer. Absolutely nothing.
I mean, we've seen these sort of half buys, these force buys work out in this game, so still a chance for the Polish team with this investment. We know what their pistols can do. Hypex saving money for the AWP. Wants to bring out his specialist weapon. Could be the difference maker that the CT side need. MBQ with some serious discipline here towards Palace, and HFAR is clearing out the initial portion. Does he dare going further?
All on timing here. MBQ will send out the Molotov. HFAR's got great information here, but
got baited by the bottle whizzing past his head there. These pistols are being given a little bit of time here, so we will see Jacob's Deagle connect, but it is still this man disadvantage, and with Hypex literally having next to nothing.
Demo's in the back lines. Demo's got great positioning here. Oh, he stepped!
Oh, no!
What has just happened? Demo could have shifted behind, got a free double kill, opts to make the steps, and the 180 no-scope from Forzy.
Wow. I've honestly seen a crazy amount of situations like that recently, and I can't believe it. I mean, look, you understand why he goes for something like that. He's paranoid he's being held. So he just tries to take a far swing, tries to peek out wide. Obviously, as we know, hindsight could have easily snuck and looked for a double potentially, but Forzy, what a find and what a moment. Players, I mean, it's feeling like a real team performance right now. Everyone's similar frags, and when everyone's frags are looking pretty good, this is a worrying thing for Apogee to come up against. Already 7 rounds found for Eclot. With these 3 remaining, Apogee, they need to make things work. I mean, look, you've got to dig deep and find some success here on this CT side.
Yeah, the fact 7's already secured from Eclot, and we've still got 3 more rounds to be seen. Apogee really struggling. Already, it's a great half from Dynamo Eclot. It's their map selection. We know they favour the CT side. Obviously, both teams do. They've put themselves in pole position now to take this map. If they can get one more round here out of the remaining 3, an 8-4 half is seen on Mirage, but most of the time it's the CTs netting that score. So, Eclot, they can't fall short, though. I think we both know Apogee have got that comeback potential. They have got the individuals to do it. Individuals are somewhat lacking so far, though.
Yeah, well, look, we've seen them make comebacks beforehand. This is going to be a game where Eclot keep their foot on the gas there, don't ease up whatsoever, and really look to just press this issue and not give Apogee any breathing room in this game. Because this is I think this already is a bit of an outcome that we might not have been expecting. I think a lot of people at home would be expecting Betclic Apogee to be able to sort of take that leap ahead in this series, and they definitely are coming into this one as favourites. I think that goes without saying. This is an Eclot that roster is still a bit up in the air in terms of what we're going to see. They played with a number of different players very recently, but whatever's working for them now, I mean, look, keep it going, because this is absolutely brilliant Counter-Strike that's coming out from them. And a lot of mistakes that were being made in the first map aren't really being made to the same extent from Eclot. Look, they still lost the second round Force Buy, but the Force Buy war actually probably helped them a lot more than just winning that conversion would have done so.
Speedy idea from Dieter in middle. Does have some support here. But it is going to be a play through B. Nice HE damage here from Demo. Seemed like MBQ wanted to jump his way out, but the missed movement kind of cost the speed of this round. Prism. Caution here to be seen. Demo's still behind this smoke. Sparthouse is creeping out, though. Prism. Oh, look at the space that Sparthouse can take. Prism will get taken down. The AWP rotating in. Little shy, though, Jacob. Nice find. 2 versus 4 now. And this could be the round that Apogee certainly need. Dieter 1 versus 4. Surely no situation here. He will find the first with 21 points of health. Having to find 2 on the same angle. Never going to happen. Apogee, they will get their 3rd hit.
Yeah, not really too sure what that round was from Eclot, if I'm being honest. Like, it's a few players out towards B. It did look like MBQ got blocked there on Forzy as well. Maybe wanted to make his way out a lot sooner, but it was very slow. And you're basically saying we're going to make all this presence towards B, make everyone rotate in, and not really have any space with a substantial amount of our team. So it's sort of just this one player pushing out towards B. It looked a little bit off.
It's going to be a play through Palace, though. Jacob, the question is, how ready is he going to be for this? The flashbangs won't be seen, though. No one to blind him. And Jacob, so easy, so simple. Eventually traded now. Prism holding Palace. Information gathered. Forzy just holding apartments currently. I don't really understand the idea of that, going for a triple Palace. Forzy still looking to take this space. The problem is so much contact's been made towards A, and it's not as though he's posted up towards market yet. I say that. Demo timing couldn't be worse. He's found that kill, and Forzy can look to accelerate. Hypex now rotating in from short. He can hold for the bomb carrier. And the bomb carrier of MBQ will be found. Forzy did have a smoke and a Molotov that he could have sent towards short to help his team here, but hasn't done so. Eventually dropping the molly in market to keep HFAR silent. Prism's on a flank, though. surely unaccounted for. Apogee, they've got a perfect chance in this round now. They just need to make sure that Hypex and HFAR live for as long as possible.
Yeah, Bomb isn't planted for Forzy as well, where he's playing for currently. If he goes deeper into short, it's going to be even more difficult, and it's all on Forzy and his AWP. Knows Prism's coming from apartments. Does find the first. He's at a good position here towards the pillar. Noise has been made. He's being held by Hypex, but like I said, this bomb isn't really planted for him, and too much damage dealt from HFAR. The wall bang's good enough from Hypex to find the round. And it all comes down to the final round of the half. Still going to see a buy out from the T's, of course. Money's actually not going to be an issue. Can just juggle over a couple of weapons. But this end of the first half recovery from Apogee, similar to what they did on Anubis, could be the difference between them bringing it to a third or getting eliminated here.
Look, 7-5. If it does come through for Apogee, at least they brought themselves back into the game. And obviously, we know a pistol round. If it goes their way, we could see a leveled up score line. Molly into under to restrict Dieter's aggression. Oh, he drops a smoke in the Molly. A lot of aggression out in middle. HFAR can get one. Jacob finding as well. And Dynamo Eclot, they're opting for this similar level of speed, but it's not gone very well for them whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely not to the same outcome. And MBQ now searching for something out towards A. Unless he goes nuclear. This is going to be around that Apogee win as well. And MBQ falling. It's all on Krios towards top mid. 5 players to find. And he's not really got a lot of space.
Nice round from HFAR once again. He gets a triple hit.
And that's the final 3 going the way of Apogee.
Yeah, very important.
Exact same scoreline that we saw on Anubis, but it has to be said, look, both these teams, like you've highlighted before, have struggled on their T side. In particular, Eclot, I mean, they've struggled on both sides, really, but 20% win rate, that's kind of how it goes. But yeah, their T side in general has, at times, looked a little uninspired.
Yes.
Looked sort of just lacked a bit of creativity at times, but regardless, they found 7. This is the chance for them. This pistol round would give them a nice lead once again in this series. But equally, if Apogee can win this, we could see a leveled up scoreline and still a lot more competition to be had on Mirage. I think regardless of where this pistol goes, it's still going to be a close finish. I think this is going to be a real brawl like Anubis, where it's sort of back and forth potentially. With Eclot in the lead on their map selection, this is their chance to surprise everyone and 2-0 Apogee and knock them out here at the round of 16.
Yeah, obviously it felt Anubis was kind of Apogee consistently playing chase. The victory in the pistol will level things up quite nicely for them.
Nothing being shown yet from the T's. As slowly as a unit looking to take this space in middle. MBQ here in ladder has missed this time to catch someone. But interconnector now are these T's.
Yeah, very fast there. MBQ holding for any kind of late boost. Forzy tucked away towards Sandwich. He's going to be overlooked with the missed shots from Forzy and the T's. How have all of those picks gone the way of Apogee?
Yeah, the individuals are seemingly flipping a little bit here. And Eclot really being able to sort of win every gunfight, every 50-50 that they took. Now it feels like Apogee took them a little while on Mirage, but seemingly a bit more warmed up here and ready to take these heads-up fights. Even that one there, nice find from Prism. 4 survivors in the pistol and a dominant and a clean one from the Polish side.
Yeah, big round. Apogee winning 4 out of the last 4. Obviously, the opportunity to level up the game, and with it just being the eco from Eclot, we will see that 7-7. Mag 10 here should work wonders. Prism already found himself two. Ammunition being his biggest issue, but the P250 in hand, I think we know that can still wield this well. The rest of his team have contained control on the A-bomb site.
I might just have this MAC-10 search and see if he can find one. Each far is peeking. Has spotted. And most of the potency of the MAC-10 feels like it's going to come from surprise. No armor behind this, but it is going to be a leveled up scoreline. It was just the second round eco from the CT side. They want to get guns out as quickly as possible. They want to show off what they can do on the CT side. Show that they deserve this map victory. They deserve this 2-0.
Obviously, we know what Ancient has in store if we do get that. It's a map that's been pretty positive for both sides. We know that Apogee will feel very favoured there, but obviously they've got to get over the hurdle of Mirage first. Obviously, with it being 7-7, it's leveled up, but as we mentioned countless times, both teams prefer that CT side. Apogee have shown weakness on this T side in some of their recent matches. Obviously, we've said the opponents that they've had to face and the lack of sample size could skew those stats, but you just have to look how they played in that game against Nexus the other day. They only got 5 rounds on their T side. It was their CT side that was so helpful for them in that victory.
Tactical pause being called from the T side. They know they're up against the weapons in play now. And Dieter's actually kept this MAC-10. I'm curious where he's going to be playing this from. Around like this, I wouldn't mind some sort of ramp aggression, something like this. Maybe getting flashed in, taking some space. Might have some fighting towards top mid. There's not a huge amount of utility for Eklot to be able to fight too heavily if that is going to be the case. But
honestly, could just play it towards close apartments, and I think that is going to be the game plan. Early molly to keep the T's at bay. MBQ does have a smoke and a Molotov himself, and they've heard the ticks of this utility. Apogee, they've given up the game plan early on, and Dieter can find plenty here. He will get one, swinging wide to secure the second. No third, it is in fact MBQ to steal that kill away, but MBQ, great rotation. Got his second of the round. Onto the bomb site is Hypex, bringing out utility, leaving Prism alone, and Spardaus confined. Spardaus, a player who lit the world on fire on Anubis, had a great start here to Mirage. Has gone a little silent, but an important rotation kill there. But MBQ, great defenses. Excellent stuff here. But it's all that tick in the Molotov. It gives that early information, and that's why we can see such fast rotations.
I mean, that's the thing. Apogee, look, they got a tactical timeout for that. They actually kind of had a good idea in terms of, let's hit towards B. The MAC-10's in play. You've got this weaker weapon on paper. You think, sure, MBQ's a little out of the round initially, but it's the first molly thrown. Like you said, MBQ throwing the second molly and the T's trying to smoke off the first. It just allows sort of a bit of a difficult chokehold for the T's to actually push out of. And the MAC-10 at range, in amongst the chaos, it's where it thrives.
It's also a little bit chaotic when there's 2 mollies down and you're trying to set up your own utility and realize you've got to deal with the kind of resisting util and a question of where MBQ's even residing. There's just so many moving parts there for Apogee in that round. But it's that early information that changes it all. Seemingly to be a bit of an A play from Apogee as the bomb's making its way through T-spawn. A great setup here towards top con. They drop the smoke in middle as well. It seems like Kriaz wants to take a bit of a fight, but Demo denying. MBQ still here towards ladder. This sole responsibility is ensuring that Prism doesn't take too much space here, and timing could be everything. Flashbang comes through. Steps have been heard now. H4 finding Forzy, but MBQ will deal to Prism. Still disadvantaged though, our E-Clock. Systematically clearing out the bomb site here. Spotted Spardaus though. 2 versus 4 now, and this is where Dieter and MBQ honestly should just look to save.
Cool's good enough. Individuals stepping up, finding those kills, and like you said, yeah, just gonna have to be this A. Not enough damage dealt, not enough kills found, and Eklot find their first round on CT side and instantly held to just 1, with obviously lots of bodies surviving though. I think we can still scramble together a buy from the CTs. Obviously, Forzy probably. Actually, I think
begging MBQ.
Yeah, MBQ can drop over that AWP. I mean, it depends on the rest of the finances. Maybe might be able to drop over 2 M4s instead. That might be the better call. But Look, Eklot regardless should be able to get an investment out, but Apogee keeping this game tied up and close here, as it's going to be this 8-8 all square again.
Yeah, look, you can drop over 2 M4s, make sure that Kriaz and Forzy both have a full buy. Honestly, I think it would be better if Dieter drops a FAMAS to Kriaz, Spardaus invests, and MBQ does drop an orb. I think we know how good Forzy can be. He has been kind of the lifeblood of this team in the past. He has been the difference maker. Now on the CT side, now on his preferred side, he's going to want the orb out as much as possible. And I think it is the right decision. But look, we have got M4s in play on everyone. Forzy goes, well, look, if I'm going to get the AWP, I'm happy to kind of lose out in the util, maybe not get a kit, maybe not get a sidearm. He drops one over himself.
And he's fighting towards middle. Prism's been softened up with an HE grenade. Could be seeing a boost here. I think that's just been discussed here by the CTs. Boost does come up. And Prism peeking out actually gets the 1-up over MBQ. Softens him up even more so. And no casualties yet on either side. Just a bit of damage traded back and forth.
Forzy in middle. It's going to be such a crunch in mid from the CT. Spardaus, nice trades, but Hypex's double gives them the advantage. Spardaus is low HP as well. Forzy now, there's a lot of work to do from short, but with HFAR spotting Spardaus, that's the opener towards A that Apogee need.
Yeah, Forzy makes the decision to go towards B, thinking that the T's are going to push up short, it looks like, rather than just sort of hanging around CT and helping out his teammate. Rotation slightly off, misreads the situation, and despite 2 kills initially going the way of the CTs there, the trades look pretty good initially, but Apogee just having the extra man there, having the extra body, that made the difference.
Well, the big issue in that round is Forzy's AWP was playing towards window. He was smoked off at the time. I don't really know why he's looked to go towards window, because he looks to nade the smoke. If he misses the AWP shot, he's not going to get another chance at it. I think if he played towards Ticket, maybe holding ramp initially, and when that contact comes through, he can stare down towards Con. I think it would have worked out a lot nicer, but bit of a missed decision.
We'll be able to bring this AWP into the next round at least. Somehow slips the net out of all these T's, making it into window. I mean, that's the thing. You rarely see the AWP play towards window anymore. The map's changed many times throughout the years, and you tend to just see the AWP posted up from CD, and it feels like we might have Forzy. Maybe he's just trying something a little bit different. Maybe thinking he could have caught a time in, caught a frag in mid, but I think going back to basics might be better here for Eklot, as Apogee have very much brought themselves back into this game, taking the lead here. Bit of a tech issue, waiting for Jacob to rejoin the server, but just going to have to be this eco out for Eklot before they can get another buy. So still a chance at a round like this, but you're relying on everything on Forzy.
It's where I'd like to see a bit of a gamble from Eklot. Maybe play 3 players. Maybe 3 towards the B bomb site, 1 in jungle, and have Forzy towards A. Obviously, you can kind of scan between CT, or from CT towards Ramp Palace and Con. Yes, it's a risk, and he might lose the AWP because of it, but I think going for the kind of the recycled approach, we've seen Apogee look to push kind of extremities. They usually have a bit of a systematic default in play. So I think there's got to be a lot of cover here for Dynamo Eklot. Obviously, the chance of winning this round is quite slim, but we do have Forzy's AWP in play. And obviously, the second Forzy gets a kill, Apogee are going to go elsewhere.
Did actually see a reasonably similar round like this actually be won by Eklot on Anubis. But the Pistols just somehow came out on top. Detail found a lot of success, as did Forzy, but well, the chance of replicating that is slim. And with the money growing on the T side, they're going to be difficult to try to reset now. Similar to how Eklot had a ton of bank on their T side themselves, but just towards the end of that first half, couldn't quite win another round. That final 3-round streak going the way of Apogee. And look, that really gave them just an extra sort of helping hand moving into the second half. And with them winning the pistol, with them winning out 4 out of 5 rounds on this second half, it's been a big change up that's very necessary. I think from this Polish lineup.
Well, that's 7 out of the last 8 going the way of Apogee. Remember, it was that 7-2 scoreline.
And we said this team has that comeback potential. They do have that resilience needed to make games like this work out in their favor. And right now, they are showing that. They are proving that. But
it was that pistol round that just looked so tough, where Forzy was kind of towards Sandwich. We had a player in ramp. It seemed like Eclot were kind of well adjusted and well positioned from there, and it was just some missed shots. And I think we've seen a fair few times like that, where maybe kind of, I don't want to say the pressure's getting to Eclot, but obviously they had that kind of 7-2 scoreline. Then there was a pause that came through, and I think maybe it might have been a bit overwhelming for Eclot, because I think they did come into this as the slight underdogs. I think obviously we've seen Eclot make plenty of roster changes, and in doing so, I feel like there isn't going to be that kind of perfect synergy. It's not as though that this 5 has played in kind of playoffs before as a unit. And I think maybe it became a bit real for them. Maybe they realized, well, we've got 7 rounds on the T side of Mirage. We've got 3 more to play in this half. We can very comfortably take this game. And maybe it's that idea of thinking, oh, well, we've already got the game in the bag. It's slowly getting to them. The pressure is slowly mounting, and that's where it gives Apogee a chance to come back.
yeah, I mean, the proof's really in the pudding to see if Apogee can complete it, if they can continue. Because I think if you look at how things went on Anubis, they did keep things competitive till the end, at least scoreline-wise. But Eclot were always the team in the lead, and we did all sort of agree universally that it did always feel like Eclot were going to take things on Anubis. And now, though, I think maybe the tides are shifting. Maybe things are leaning back towards Apogee here, despite being on that T side, despite not having the greatest of times when they have been here. It does feel like 10 feel like a guarantee, and then you're just 3 rounds away, and unless Eclot really quickly pick up the slack on their CT side, because you get only to win 1 round. It was a very convincing round.
Yeah, perfect. It was that kind of, MBQ triple kill on the back of the bomb site. We saw the Mac 10 of Dieter look pretty decent, but obviously that came with there was kind of a slight helping hand with the tick of the molly and that early information, allowing for those early rotations. But have just got word for the reason for this pause. A router needing restart. So I'm guessing, Jacob, slight internet issues.
I mean, look, that's the nature of online CS, isn't it? Always going to have tech issues like this, tech pauses that do come occasionally. And seemingly, it's coming towards the latter end of Mirage. Hopefully, this isn't going to sort of change the momentum shift for Apogee at all. Jacob is back in the server, so it looks like we are almost ready to go.
Yeah.
As things that look like router has been fully reset. Hopefully, any sort of internet issues are going to be resolved, and no more sort of prolonged breaks between these two sides. As still, we've got potentially a 3rd and final map on the horizon.
Honestly, I'll be so sad if we don't see Ancient, because Jacob's entries towards middle were just quite a joy to watch. It has disconnected again though, so hopefully he will be back soon. There's a lot
maybe
of
that good fortune. Yeah, maybe that good fortune not quite being there for all too long at least. It looks like we are just got a couple of final issues. But yeah, look, Ancient would be a great map to watch between these teams. Yeah, I think it's a really solid battleground if we do end up getting there. It has been a map that Eclot themselves probably should have picked a bit more often than Mirage. As look, it has been a map that they have found some decent success on. They have played a huge amount of times. I believe it's their most played map as well. So that's going to be a really interesting one between both teams. And Beckley themselves, more than comfortable playing it.
Yeah, obviously we have no indication of when Jacob's going to be back, as there are prolonged internet issues. I think what we will do is jump to a short break. Hopefully we'll be back in the action in round number 18 on Mirage very, very shortly. Emphasis on short break. Timer has already ticked. 1 minute 55 seconds remaining in the round, obviously. Big round though for Forzy. Look, finally had the AWP in hand on this CT side. Wanted to kind of impart some success. Made a bit of a missed decision going into window while smoked and didn't have that. But let's see what they can offer. Forzy currently playing towards top con. Look, I don't mind this type of play, trying to get in the action. My big issue with it is, why isn't one of the pistols alongside him? Well, it's because they're playing a double bulk setup and die to the lone defender in B. The bomb is dropped towards TV, so we can expect Apogee are going to look to make their way towards this B bomb site.
And maybe even just...
Oh! Fully
That's quite blinded. Yeah,
finding.
great flashbang as well. Set up for the angle. Still... These B players, or the B player taken down as the bulk setup not going to come through. Forzy just going to be on another mission to save the AWP. Not going to have one in the next round. Unless I believe he glass cannons it.
But this is exactly what I said. The second Forzy's seen on the map, the go call's going to be made. Obviously, Dieter does aggress towards B, so maybe if Dieter got taken down anyway, they might have looked to accelerate, but Apogee, the only way that they could play is they know that there's a save weapon in play for Forzy. They know that all they can do is the second Forzy is known, we go elsewhere. So it would have been a perfect round, honestly. Look, a very rare smart call from me. They stack towards B, Forzy placed somewhere on the A bomb site. He finds a kill, they go into the stack. Obviously, it doesn't happen. It doesn't come through.
Terrorists win. Whereas with the MP9, it's just going to save this armor and this SMG. The buys being bought out now, weapons in play, and Eklot feels like we've got to start to see what their CT side's all about. We've got to start to see a round on the board. We've only seen one since the halftime switch. That 7-5 lead on their weaker side of this map isn't seemingly giving them as much success as we would have thought.
Yeah, still this weaker weapon for Kriaz. He feels confident with the MP9. Many players would have taken the upgrade to an M4 with the importance of this round. Nice flashbang from Kriaz. Needing to deal with Demo will find. MBQ takes down Hypex as well, so two-man advantage now for Eklot. In the final moments, we mentioned they need to step up. They've only found the one round here on this CT side, but such a strong opportunity now. Molly towards under balcony gives the indication that A might be the goal. Great find from Jacob. Needing to find plenty more, though. Out of Palace here is HBot. Still alive for now. A nice flashbang, but utility, plenty of it's been used. Far enough to trade it upon. Jacob, of course, is Jacob. If there were any player to have a huge moment, it would be him. Forzy does have an HE grenade, but he'll do it with the AWP. And now ace needed from Jacob. Sends the HE. But Forzy finding, doubling that round. Eklot secure 9.
Yeah, it was an HE grenade on 40. They could have found Jacob. He wants to do it with the bullets alone. And will connect his second, like you said. So one round separates these teams. And look, Apogee were in a really good financial spot not too long ago. Pretty quickly, their money has depleted. So winning this one for the Czech core could be the difference maker in terms of allowing Eklot to reclaim the lead that they once had. Round number 20 is underway. We're having some aggression towards top mid from Kriaz, just as we see Prism back away, but the flashbang might force him back. He's out towards A for the main front of the T side.
Yeah, Spardas has had a tough time here. It's got to be said. Vast majority of these rounds, seems as though he's been in that kind of opening equation, but even if he gets one, there's an instant trade. The bomb site thoroughly taken, and there is that instant find here onto Spardas. With Hypex taking down Dieter. What do you do if you're Eklot? Surely you just save.
Yes, the A bomb site hold, it just isn't quite there. Apogee able just to brute force their way into that bomb site. You got players playing deep towards connector, towards CT. The actual nade and breaking of the smoke from the CT side kind of feels like he catches off Spardas. He's ready for a player to be close towards connector or spot a player walking towards the bomb site, just not ready for someone peeking towards stairs and not able to readjust his aim in time. Gets him taken down, and then as soon as Dieter falls towards CT, yeah, you just got to save this. This is a round that Apogee want to keep all 5 alive. Like I said, they could have been reset if they lost this round. Don't allow that to be a possibility in the future. Keep your money high so you can keep on getting these buys out, but
I just have to question why, if Forzy's just playing towards CT in a couple of these rounds, I feel like Apogee are going to really struggle. But Forzy playing from elsewhere, not having as much impact as you'd hope, especially as he has had the AWP in quite a lot of these CT side rounds. I think a lot of the time when you see an AWP kind of in his spot, 12 and 10, maybe not having as much impact as we know he can, we chalk it up to the fact that the big green can't be invested. Kriaz, though, needs to find Prism here. Kiln seen, but Sparnow's falling once again. He's been the opening death so many times here.
Jacob towards Connector finds first. MBQ will get a trade back to make it this 3 versus 3. Swinging through from MBQ, but blocks his own vision in the smoke and allows Demo to find peek from CT. Jacob gets the kill, and it's just players trying to take gunfights and falling short of them. Forzy 1v3 turn 1v2.
Yeah, spotted by Demo though. Again, Forzy playing from this jungle position. There's always going to be smokes down. It's such a tough angle to fight from. If he's in CT, I honestly think Forzy will have 5 times the amount of impact he's having. He's constantly behind smokes. They're getting blown open, which he only has half a second to kind of spot through. MBQ feeling as though a second AWP is required. 3 rounds in a row now needed for Eclot if they want to push to overtime.
And look, it's a similar thing from Apogee. Let's hit towards A. We feel like there's a weakness there. Let's look to exploit this portion of the map, and they've done the same thing there. It started off with a really great HE grenade from Eklot, softening up both Hypex and Jacob, but that's before anything was shown, and then just a brute force their way out. The individuals have really started to show up. Jacob in particular, 21 and 13.
Yeah, and this is going to be very costly if and when we move to Ancient, because obviously Jacob's such a pivotal player for them on that map, and the fact he has really warmed into the server now. Worrying signs for Eclot. Not to say that Jacob didn't have impact, obviously, on map number 1. 18 and 17 was joint top performer when it comes to kills. Not in rating, that went to Hypex, but...
Opening kill, AWP of Forzy found towards middle.
A smoking window, but if anything, it's going to give Hypex another 5 on 3. Apogee, surely not to lose this one.
Yeah, it's been a really good CT side from them. A lot of pack mentality, a lot of good trading, but with Jacob just sort of looking for these opening kills, he's been finding so many multi-kills in plenty of different positions. And Eklot, yeah, like you said, I'm not particularly sure about how the upper Forzy is playing. It does feel like the standard setup of having your rifler towards window and connector, holding that position, having the AWP just as this stable piece of your CT defense. But it is going to go 13-9. Apogee haven't taken a point of damage.
They were 7-2 up, Charlie. Eclot was 7-2 up. There were 5 rounds ahead, 3 to play on the unfavored side. Even winning the half on the T side, a rarity. To only find 2 out of the remaining, forever. There were so many rounds they could have found. Look, I'm lost for words at how that game has gone the way of Apogee. A great comeback, a great performance. Hayes, why don't you unpack that? Because I don't really know what just happened.
Yeah, fair enough, mate. I mean, one of the main things that happened is Jacob. Jacob just happened on the server. He was incredible, in particular in that second half. He got so many important kills. But let's dial this one all the way back to the beginning of the map. Of course, Apogee came into Mirage down 0-1 in the series. So they were at risk of actually just straight up being eliminated at the first hurdle, invited into the stage of the competition against Dynamo Eklot, who came through the Swiss stage, and they almost straight up lost 2-0. But they have kept themselves in the contest. So let's look at how they managed to win the map here. Now, Dynamo Eklot, I was actually a big fan of their T side, especially in the opening 9 rounds. We had the force wars back and forth between the two teams, and normally the team who emerges successful from the force wars, the team who comes out on top, which is the team who's able to win consecutive rounds ultimately, generally goes on to run away with the half, because now you basically just... You've prolonged and delayed that first gun round, and you've been able to build a healthy lead before that gun round comes to fruition. It's exactly what Dynamo Eklot do. They go up 7-2, and they're actually in a position to put this map and with that the series away in the first half. At this point, yeah, 7-2, this is where they could have actually just transcended and run away with the game entirely. But Betlic Apogee, well, they start to click on the CT side, start to find some ways to win the rounds. Dynamo Eklot's style on the T side was just heavy pack-based mentality. We see it in this round as well with the triple palace push. We saw rounds where they were just pushing out of ramp with numbers, into mid with numbers, big B bursts with numbers. I don't even know if we saw a single default from Dynamo Eklot on their T side, and that's fine. It's not a problem. You know, going for that heavy exec-based style, that heavy numbers-based style worked well for them. Then we flip the script and we get Apogee on the T side, get up to a good start, win the pistol and convert. And then we get a contrasting style out of Apogee. They play a more default style. They're putting more emphasis on the extremities of the map. They're playing more 1-3-1s. They're working the map more before they start to commit to a bomb site. And they get into this comfortable position where they're, you know, sitting pretty at 10-7. Dynamo Eklot come back and win a couple rounds, and Apogee think, okay, we need to change something up here. Let's adjust the style. Let's change up the approach. Let us now go for a bit more of a numbers-based approach. Let us go for this grouped-up mentality where there's just 4 players in middle, 4 players out of ramp, 2 rounds in a row there. And Jacob really comes alive in a big way. I mean, we were getting contributions from everybody in the team for Apogee, but Jacob did deliver in some really key rounds, which is something we highlighted for this Apogee team coming into the series. We said Jacob is the man. He is him. Excuse me. I'd go so far as to say Jacob is probably the best individual player on the server here in this particular matchup. And that's why Apogee absolutely needed him to pitch up. And he did. He delivered the goods, and they level up the scoreline, the series at 1 apiece. Fred was saying he really hopes we're going to get to see Ancient between these two teams, and I completely echo that sentiment because it should be the highest level map. It's actually the best map for both these teams, and it's what we have as the decider to see who will progress through to the quarters, who will fall short in the round of 16 playoffs. We're going to have a short break, and when we come back, we'll get into that decider. Map 3 is upon us. Ancient required to split the difference here and see which of these two teams will get themselves into the quarterfinals and who will be eliminated here in the first round of the playoffs. Now, both teams have been able to win each other's map picks. Ancient, Fred, on paper, should actually be like the most hotly contested map of the series, with it being arguably the best map for both these teams.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Obviously, it's Eclot's most played. Same can be said for Apogee. We've seen some of the opponents that Apogee have bested and also kind of lost to. You know, they lost, what, 13-8 to FaZe Clan on Ancient. It's clearly a map that they gravitate so heavily towards. It's been a very impressive map for them. Obviously, me and Charlie got to watch them on Ancient the other day. They looked really threatening. And I think we have to say that Eclot have massively missed the trick here. They were 7-2 up on Mirage, and they probably should have taken it. And look, a lot of people at home would be saying, oh, why are we harping on about this so much? It's because of how good BetClick's Ancient is. This is the risk that Eclot have now run. And if they are to lose the series now, I think we are saying their playoffs contingent on the fact that they lost that second half of Mirage.
I mean, it does have to be said, this sort of most of the time does actually tend to be a lot of teams, or both of these teams do actually look to pick Ancient on a lot of occasions. Yeah. So, I mean, it would have been a bit of a concern if either of these teams didn't actually get to play. It would have felt like if we ended up seeing Apogee win map number 1, you're concerned for Eclot maybe if they don't get to go on their Ancient. Similar thing, we said the same thing when Apogee lost map number 1. Well, maybe they've missed their chance to play one of their better maps, but we are going to make it hit onto Ancient. Yeah, I don't actually think this is guaranteed for Apogee just because they're on one of their stronger map picks. I still think Eclot's got a very good Ancient themselves. When we have got to see it, it's their most played maps. They've got so many reps on it, and even just their recent form's been very solid. I mean, apart from that sort of I'm going to say a one-off game versus Monty, where they kind of got absolutely butchered on that map that we got to watch, Fred. I feel like apart from that, this is a really stable Ancient team themselves. And I think if they can kind of get their individuals to the level that they had on that first half of Mirage, they definitely can take this map. But it's Jacob that's the biggest fear for me.
Oh, yeah, that certainly is going to be a huge name coming into this one here for Apogee, indeed. He has great output on Ancients in general. And, you know, you have a look at the veto, and it was Dynamo Eclot who had the choice between Train and Ancients as the decider, and they've remained faithful to their most played map, but like you say, also play into Apogee's strengths, where if they're gone for Train, Apogee have only played Train once in their history with this team, and that was back in March. So, you know, we'll have to wait and see. If Dynamo Eclot lose Ancient, then I'll say, well, why the hell didn't they decide to go for Train? Not going to make that point now. I'll only save it for when I know that it's appropriate, because that's what we do as casters. But jokes aside, I do like that show of confidence from Eclot that they have said, well, we know Apogee are great on Ancient, but we're going to back ourselves. And they're, on paper, the underdogs coming into the series, and normally it's the underdogs who try finagle like some sort of an edge or an angle in the veto where they can get like maybe try and like close the gap between them and the favorites a little bit. So I am still a little bit skeptical of the decision that they've let this go to Ancient to the third, but I guess skepticism no longer required, because we're going to find out exactly what that third and final map has in store. Fellas, get into it, and I'll see you after the series.
Yeah, look, I think it's a good point. I think Train could have been picked. It is a bit of a risk, because we know Eclot don't have the best of win rates on it, but
that's
same said from Mirage. Look, honestly, I think we can kind of forego that outcome, and we can kind of say, look, okay, yes, they might have looked to pick Train, and if they lose here on Ancient, they could have done that. They should have won on Mirage. It should have already been over. We should have been praising Eclot for the 2-0, but here we have it, Apogee. 2 kills early on. Sparthouse will find. Sparthouse went a little bit missing on Mirage, and potentially the cost for the loss, but doubles down here. Advantage seen. Eclot in a good position to take this pistol now. Prism down to 61 points of health. We've got 2 sets of Jewelies here, and let's see if double the weapon will result in double the kills, because they need to go catching up in this round as they still face a deficit. Prism switching to that USP, but Demo's Jewelies connecting. Still Dieter and Kriaz in the clutch, both towards ramp. I believe there is a kit to be retrieved somewhere, but with Dieter finding, this round gets really tough. Jiggle C knows he's not on the bomb. Prism, an impossible clutch. Such a difficult round. There's nothing he can do, and Kriaz will confirm it. Eclot start things off nicely here on their T side. Honestly, you spoke about that Monty game for Eclot. When we looked at the opening kills, it was level 8-8. We looked at the clutches, they went the way of Monty. We looked at kind of the mid-round. Eclot just fumbled massively. I think that was just a really bad day at the office. Opening kills here for them was excellent, and that's what gave them their real chance on that T-side pistol.
Yeah, and that was actually off of losing the initial kill, though, but it's just the response that they had very quickly able to shift the tides of that one. bring things into a more favorable spot. And like you said, even though with the double dualies in play, the time became a bigger issue. Prism aggressive here towards ramp. There are more CTs here, but the trades favoring the Ts for a short amount of time. And now it's Hypex in a very early on 1v2. It's just 25, 30 seconds have passed. Finds the first instantly.
Yeah, great from Hypex here. Now needs to secure the second onto Kriaz. Great information gathered. Again, Apogee on these like half buys have been really good. We saw it on Mirage. They've just dominated in middle, even against the stronger rifles. I love the decision from Hypex. Let Kriaz be the one to go guessing. Just holding towards cave. Now realize ramp could be a problem. Honestly, if Hypex could get himself into A main, this could be a disgusting position. Obviously, it's all contingent on Kriaz going towards A, and it's a huge risk that you run, because if he goes onto the B bomb site and plants, you couldn't be further from that site. But I think you're half HP, you've got an MP9, you've got no defuse kit, you've got to take a bit of a risk in this one, and he is clearing towards A main. And it does look as though Kriaz is going to make his way back. Maybe just for a slight spot, just in case there's a flank coming through. Obviously, Hypex could have gone towards middle and pushed through elbow. With 25 seconds on the clock, we all know the bomb will go down onto this B bomb site. And that's where Hypex is going to feel a little bit hard done by, because I love these types of causing clutches, but it's gone against him.
Bomb still not to be planted. Finally is going to be, and Hypex, he's realised, yeah, it's going to be towards B. He's already made this rotation through. No defuse getting health favouring Kriaz. Weaponry as well. There's one Molotov on Hypex, but he makes the full wrap around to ramp as the bomb is a third ticked already.
Yeah, there is a molly on Hypex, but because of the positioning of Kriaz, you can get this early information. Oh, well, doesn't spot him, but will find him. Obviously on that first jiggle. E-Clock continue. I love the idea of the force. Comes down to the 1v2. Obviously 1-1, and it's unfortunate, but Apogee unable to attain victory in that force. So it will just be an eco. E-Clock can go on a 3-round streak now.
Yeah, going to be a good way to kick things off. I think to bring a bit of momentum back in their way. I don't actually think Spartans was that bad on Mirage. I think the whole team kind of just fell apart after that sort of 7-1 lead. Because that's when we started to... Because everyone was really stepping up individually there on that first portion of the map. But as soon as we started to see Apogee bring themselves back into that map, that's where the individuals slowed for E-Clot as well. And that's where just a lot of players didn't really find many more kills after that initial portion. And it became a bit of just a difficulty in terms of... It felt like E-Clot were able to take every 50-50 gunfight and win it. And then very quickly, that just momentum changed, and they no longer were feeling particularly favoured in these fights. Whether that was, I don't know, confidence, maybe it was just Apogee finally warming up, but it's going to be an interesting one how things reside here. But I think the start, just bringing a bit of that confidence back into E-Clot, getting some of these players warmed up nice and early of Ancient after quite a poor finish on map number 2. But weapons are in play now, and the B lanes have been taken and claimed by the CTs with no early fighting from Apogee just yet.
Sparthouse feels somewhat trapped on the bomb site. Hypex will be able to get the pick back. Gives them the advantage once again. Apogee got a good chance at this round. Great find from Hypex once again. Oh, he finds a third of the round. It's this low HP Sparthouse. Hypex hungry for the frags, but it will be Prism to get that killing blow. And Apogee on their first real investment, clean it up quite comfortably.
Yeah, look, you can see the CTs winning their first full buy, and even if it does come quite close, you might instantly see just a buy come out with weaker weapons in the next, even if they do win it just due to the finances. But keeping a lot of bodies alive are going to be able to see a buy. HFAR, what weapon is he going to be able to be dropped here? I think just questioning that. Prism selling a bit of util, yeah, just to be able to drop the M4. But Hypex on the AWP, nice and early. Ancient's not exactly the easiest map to open. We do touch on this every now and again. It feels like the positions you play, you're either sort of playing towards A, where you're just sort of waiting to see if anything comes your way, or if you're playing towards B, a lot of util can just sort of force you back from your position and remove your sightline. So it's not always easy to find success on this CT side, but Hypex, nice and early with the big green in hand, is able to do so.
Honestly, I know it's a risk, but my favorite kind of place to see the AWP on that CT side is when they go for like an early peeking cave. I feel like it always surprises the Ts. Obviously, based on the spawn that Hypex has, I don't think he'll go for that risk. Not only going to be getting blocked by his teammates running into middle, but I think an A play could be the way to go. Early smoke going to be seen in middle from Hypex. Just the insta elbow to contain. So this might give some ideas that Apogee are going to look to try and make their way into mid, but with Demo preemptively holding for this nade off the smoke, not really much that can be seen. Spard out, he's crept past the cave smoke, searching in middle. Eclot. They can turn this early. Kind of control in mid, but they've lost life here towards lower B, and H-Bar finding Spard out as well. Great aggression from Apogee. When they've lost all this control in middle, they know they've got to go searching elsewhere.
But what entry point is there? What entry path? Prism does feel like the player who can get caught out, but he's at least able to find one before getting taken down. So much damage. Yeah. The Dita there and puts him in a really tricky spot. This early information that Prism gained, not only is he able to get his second kill of the round, does the damage for a third. And it's how do you play this round out if you are Eclot now? Do you have MBQ looking for the trade? Do you have him being the one to try to open up the bomb site? But in doing so, and if he goes down, probably a reasonably easy double kill for whoever finds him. But they are actually splitting here, so interesting decision.
I actually like this approach. I kind of like to call it the split and search, because if you go into a bomb site with a low HP Dita and you look to kind of try and make your way through with no information, no utility, you're really going to struggle for an execute and kind of trying to get kills. But if you go for a split approach, and when I say split, I don't mean kind of 1-3 aim and 1-3 donut. I actually mean kind of fully splitting across the map. Because if you find kills on the B bomb site, okay, yeah, it means that the bomb isn't going to be there, but it also means there'll be a rotation from the rest. I think it's the only way of you really winning this round, apart from if there's some real mistakes made from Apogee, but mistakes not seen. They will win it. Dita just going to save. We could see an investment here, but Dita's got enough money in the bank that he doesn't need to. I think that's quite fortunate. If he was in a scenario where maybe he only had, what, like $100, $200 in the bank, that's where things could get a little bit difficult for Eclot's next investment. But we're not going to have anything there. Apogee should be a pretty comfortable third, as it is just this saved AK to contend with. I doubt we'll see an investment from anyone. Shouldn't even see some Tech 9s or pistols. Krias does have 2 flashes, or a flash and a smoke, sorry. So we could see, in fact, maybe an idea for a bit of an A play, but Demo just jiggling here. Early molly. He'll spot out Dita and give so much time for his team to rotate in. And there it is. He's heard the smoke's dropping, so we'll just drop that molly. Smoke as well. Flashbang to keep them contained. And we will see those rotations now. Hypex. So he wanted to get posted up on the AWP, but realized his teammate had just smoked it off, so there isn't really much point of this. And Eclot will back away.
Yeah, it was a smoke grenade on Spardas as well. They smoked off towards Donut and Main, but with just a good utility from Demo, the T's have been forced back. And I like the idea, look, you purchase a little bit of utility and look if you can try to overwhelm Demo on that bomb site. But his util use is so good. The rotations have come in that Eclot are forced to search elsewhere for this. And now with only 2 flashbangs instead of those smoke grenades, round loses quite a bit of that potency.
Great setup. Demo holding Donut from Big Box. Hypex posted up towards A main. Very little that can be done here. Hypex is going to fire off the shot, back away, send an HE grenade. Surely that is the game plan. Oh, doesn't go for the nade. He kind of leaves Demo alone here, but the rotation in from Donut should look good. Hypex helping him out as best as he can. MBQ and Dita with retrieved weapons. It's a 1 versus 2 now for HFAR. Honestly, I've got to say, like, a lot of the time we don't want to kind of put the rounds loss on one person. What is Hypex doing? They've got this double A mains, or double A setup. He fires off a shot, misses, doesn't send the HE to kind of chip away the players. Backs all the way to CT. Yes, he finds a couple kills. If he just stays in Temple there, he can help out Demo massively. Opts to just back away. I think it's a really poor choice, and it's cost them the round. Eclot, they have found a round out of absolutely nowhere.
With one saved AK, and the fact that they were going for this A hit, they got forced at bay initially. Yeah, that's a big fumble there from Apogee, and they are calling a tactical pause, just probably to discuss what went wrong, what's going on. Let's not make mistakes like that again, because, yeah, that was definitely a big slip-up from them there. And luckily, they've had enough of an economy built up to be able to bring out an investment here, because, I mean, that would have been a brutal way for Eclot to be able to maybe even just find a free 5th round.
Yeah, look. Eclot are given a gift in this, but they've got to make sure they capitalize on that mistake. Obviously, there's a slight favoring for Eclot here regarding their T side. For Apogee, it is a little bit more one-sided. MBQ here sends the nade in the smoke, but a little too far forward, so we can't really gain the full effect of that. Again, we're seeing a setup from Apogee that has been seen a lot of the time from them. Triple mid, double B, but with Dieter finding Prism, a devastating way to fall. Spardas as well. Elevated will get one. Jacob trading is important. Hypex, this is the type of fight I love to see. He misses the shot. I don't know whether that was back on his side or prod. I'm unsure.
Yeah, just shot a little too early there. He's holding for someone to swing a bit quicker, but just the shift walk in somehow kept the T alive there. Out towards A, this bomb will be planted. Just tapped for now. Jacob swings, allows MBQ to find. And these final 2 players on the CT side probably going to look to back away and save, but Kriaz might have a different idea. Actually keeps these CTs interested. Forzy is in a big flank around from B.
Ooh, with HFAR finding though, Dieter needs to stay alive, and Hypex now holding the back lines. Forzy will find that first. HFAR does have a smoke and a defuse kit, but there's obviously an HE grenade on Forzy. Ops against blowing open the smoke, and now will be spamming round. He can find just in time. Forzy, an important clutch. Orc can be saved as well, and finance is now broken for Apogee.
Honestly, I know it came very much down to the wire, but it kind of works out for Eclot in the fact that because they ended up not going for the save, there's going to be no real investment in this round for Apogee. And with the money from winning that sort of full eco around just Dieter's saved AK, money was in a good spot for Eclot, so they're still able to get a near enough perfect buyout now while Apogee is just on the pistol. So it should be 6. I mean, look, things came very close, and thankfully Forzy got the timing on Hypex. Otherwise, that one would have been a real slip-up from a 4 versus 2. But plenty of bodies here towards A. Dieter needs to be careful as the bodies are swinging. We'll get 2 before getting traded out. But all this information from the T's, we should just see the bomb make its way up towards the B-bomb site and have a pretty safe bomb plant.
Yeah, Eclot not messing about. Kriaz will still stay. Obviously gives the opportunity for an AK to be retrieved, but MBQ as well in CT. Demo will be found. Simple stuff there from Eclot. Just a 1 casualty. Not going to be the biggest of issues. No what for Hypex either. Apogee trailing by 4. Eclot looking to ascend and extend the lead. At what point are we saying, okay, Apogee, let's start locking in 8-2, 7-2?
I mean, look, we've already seen Eclot with a 7-1 lead when they close things out on Mirage. I think Apogee have proven that they can battle back, but you never want to be in a position where 2 maps you have to make a huge comeback on. It will be difficult, but I think sort of already I want to start to see Apogee posting a couple more rounds on the ball. But with the man advantage here, this is an opportunity to do so. Still, we have Kriaz towards middle alone. Can take this space in Red Room and is going to. Right now, it's unwatched, undefended.
He's got to take the timing, though. So many times you'll see a player in this position and they won't really look to extend. They won't actually find, you know, the goods of the timing they could take. Prism looking to find here in Cave. Dieter will take him down. A lot of damage taken there, but Kriaz surely to be falling here. Found by Demo. And that's the big issue, that he just doesn't take that timing. He's got two of his teammates towards B. I get it. You're worried about being held, and it's completely understandable. But sometimes you've got to be a little bit more proactive in that moment.
Another buyout for Eklot, but finances have been bought slim. Both teams in difficult spots financially. This is a really pivotal round here. This could change how we look at the first half in context. This could be Apogee bringing this one near enough as close as it gets, where Eklot, if they can go on to take it, they could be able to extend their lead to such a point where Apogee might not be able to make this comeback this time around. No real fighting from middle. I haven't seen Apogee actually look to contest this portion of the map all too much. It feels like they've been given a lot of room up for Eklot to be able to have this space.
Yeah, so many eyes though on MBQ's position. Not only have you got Prism, HFAR slowly looking, and we're going to see a rotation as well. I think it's going to be Hypex holding too. Demo's taking some space deep towards A main. Great find from Prism though. It is still just this singular defender here towards B. We will see a quick rotation out of Prism, and Hypex is close as well. Very limited utility remaining from the T's. They've just got a molly on Dieter and an HE grenade here. Dieter's been found.
Fawzy does get the
kills,
ding, but not the kill, and Fawzy will eventually finish off HFAR. And this is a difficult spot for Apogee to find themselves in, because this is a winnable round, but you have a low HP Jacob who's just wielding the AWP, and it's a disadvantage. And like I've already highlighted, what would happen to the money of Apogee if they don't really save this? They're kind of in a spot where, yeah, you can't attempt a round like this. The kills are good enough. Dieter sort of being the instigator there towards Red Room this time around, that it just takes some pressure away from the other players to be able to make their way out of cave, allow Fawzy to push out to rampant. Like you said, the kills did come through, necessary kills as well. So Eklot finds 6, but with these saves weapons, if both save, I'm pretty sure we can still see the investment out from the CT side.
Yeah, Hypex can fly. Weapons can be dropped. No issues. Maybe a slight lack of utility on players like Demo and Jacob, but obviously flashes can be dropped over.
Only a couple of rounds remaining. Are we going to have our third 7-5 scoreline that favours Eklot? I mean, it would be a bit poetic, I suppose. But this time around, we do see Apogee fight a bit more heavily towards mid. And it's actually forcing these T's towards A. There's 2 players here. How ready are the T side going to be? As ready as you can be. Both kills found with not even that much damage dealt. Eklot don't need to rush this now. They can slow things down. They've split all of these CTs across the map.
Honestly, at Eklot, they just need to group as a 5, play together, but Kriaz taking space will find Hypex. The bomb of MBQ still here towards Elbow. Jacob's going to be progressing through Red Room.
This is all this base. I don't even know why Eklot isn't looking towards A.
I think maybe just to catch them on the late hunt.
I mean, yeah, that might be the case. There was one kill that we didn't actually get to see there. It was Hypex getting taken down by Kriaz on that B bomb site. Well, watching that straight after we see this engagement, HFAR does come out on top, so that should confirm the save at least. Jacob just searched and see if he can find something, might give it a chance at this round, but Kriaz pushing through. Smoke timing's good for him. Steps will have been heard from HFAR.
Yeah, they will go hunting. Eklot. They want to take everything out of the hands of Apogee.
But like I was saying, Fred, we saw this gunfight from Hypex towards B. After those first 2 kills came out from main, we saw the CTs all split, one towards mid, one towards B, and one towards A. And Hypex actually just misses the shot on the angle he's posted up on. I don't know how, whether it was jiggled from Kriaz, whether he baited it out. But if we saw Kriaz get taken down there, that's all that B control gone. We probably wouldn't see Fawzy pushing through the smoke, but it becomes a little more winnable now. And there's actually a good chance, but it's that gunfight that basically confirms the round for Eklot. I'm curious how it went down. I mean, regardless of what happened, it's a round victory for Airclaw, and it's not going to be that 7-5 once again. It at least is going to be 8 on the board for Airclaw, as that Ancient is proven to be a good map for them once again. And we question they could have maybe looked to select Train, but it feels like the smarter decision to pick Ancient is paying off here. Opening kill as well, but so much damage has been dealt by these CTs. Raid onto H4 as he finds Forzy. You got still need to be careful. You've got 3 players that are low HP. It might not matter if the kills still come through. Jacob softened up himself now. The spam through the smoke almost connect. Dieter completes the triple. 15 and 7 from him, top of the whole server. As Eclot have a 9-3 halftime score. Look, Fred, they lost 7-1 up. They cannot lose this one now.
No, surely not. I think Apogee, we know they are stronger on their T side, but Eclot, they had a chance on Mirage. They certainly should have taken it, faltered. If we see a similar thing, I think we know that not only did Eclot take map 1, they should have had 2 and 3. Obviously conditioned on whether Apogee can make this comeback happen, but pistol round dependent. If Apogee lose this pistol, I think we all know this game's probably all over.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, that's where we're sort of at the point where Apogee probably going to need to go for the second round force. Probably not going to have much of a choice. I mean, you do see a couple of teams going for the eco, just wanted to get weapons out, but we're probably not far off Apogee actually going for sort of fourth buys till the end. But we saw them make the comeback. They won the final rounds of the first half, or won the final rounds of the first half on Mirage, and then with the pistol success, it sort of allowed them to spur themselves forward to make things interesting again on Mirage. This is quite the deficit this time around. And on a map that we've seen really good things from Apogee as well, I think it's a bit underwhelming to see their CT side look a little bit outclassed here.
Apogee with a long road back, trailing by 6, needing 10, obviously to secure in regulation.
And into this donut setup they could go. Spartow's taking some early engagements with this USP. He's trying to fight quite heavily, but the bullets aren't quite connecting for him, and MBQ still here towards Donut. Players pushing towards him. Spothouse now connects. Dieter as well.
It's done. It's done in my eyes. Sorry, look. A lot of people love a good old comeback story. A tale of positives, but I'm a realist, Charlie. It's going to be 10-3. No bomb plant. Apogee now with a tough question on their minds. Whether you should opt for the investment to potentially risk the game. What do you do here? Do you go for the force? Do you go Tech 9s and Deagles, or?
I mean, this is the thing. Look, that's always sort of the age-old question, but I think at the end of the day, it's a lose-lose scenario regardless. You're basically choosing between the lesser of two evils, and neither of which feel exactly like a convincing choice. Apogee are going for the eco. They want to get these weapons out, but it does mean giving up 11 to Airclock. Give them an 8-round lead here on Ancient. I mean, unless we see some madness with these Glocks. Up towards B. Dieter is the lone defender. He's had some big holds in the past and wants to make some money with this MP9.
Great finds here, the MP9s. Plenty of kills. Eclot not only securing 11, making a lot of money there. And yes, they've got this triple MP9. We're expecting a lot of aggression. But look at Dieter, 17 and 7. MBQ's had a really good series, in fact. Not to say that we don't expect those level of results from him, but he's not always the first on the team sheet when it comes to kills.
Weapons are in play, but no bomb plant sort of limits most players to 2 pieces of util and nothing more. And it goes without saying, it's now or never for Apogee. This is the start of what would be a long road back for this comeback, and Jacob does kick things off with an opening kill. Information down onto Prism as they do look to swarm onto his location.
A lot of
Even
damage.
trades, but the nade kills HFAR.
Yeah, second kill with utility in this round for Eclot. Demo and Hypex in the clutch. They've got 2 flashbangs to hold off the retake. Weapons can be retrieved in middle. Demo might look to deal with them though. Kriaz and Dieter, both from Donut. Forzy very delayed with his approach in red. Steps are heard, not being quiet about this. It is this double Donut setup here from the T's, and it goes so wrong here. All they needed to do, Eclot could have just shifted their way in through middle and they would have had a better chance, but they were far too loud about it. Obviously, with it being a bonus buy, we know Eclot can get a pretty decent investment in the next, and I love the game plan from Forzy. Look, I can't win the round. I don't have the chance. Let's try and take these weapons away. He gets the first and the second. Excellent there from Forzy. We'll be able to retrieve an AK as well. Can drop that over to a teammate, invest in an AK, and look at the money that Apogee are going to have to work with, even less than they had in their last.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing, because there were plenty of MP9s. That's why they took a couple of risks, and yeah, I don't think it was a great play retake exactly from Airclaw. There was I want to say it was Daito had a flashbang to send in Kriaz there, and I really thought that was going to be the play, sort of just get someone sent into Donut with a bit of util, but they made a lot of noise. You saw Demo calling for backup from his teammate. Let's double fight this. There's 2 here. They made that decision. It's great call, but it's a fast up B here. Daito goes down instantly, finds nothing. Plenty of damage dealt to a couple of players, though. I don't have to confirm anything, and the weaker weapons do come out on top. The spam on the bomb site punishes him as Jacob. Double pot shots himself.
Forzy's had a very quiet series for a player that we know can be so impactful. When you look at Anubis, lowest rating on his team, Mirage just above Spardaus.
Good call from Apogee though. Just a fast hit towards B, and the utility from Daito does soften up a couple of players, but just no one's quite there to be able to convert these kills into anything more.
Still though, trailing by 6. Eclot only needing 2 rounds to close this one out. Obviously booking themselves a spot in the quarterfinals if they find victory here. We won't know their opponent if they are victorious until later today, as the victor in this series will place and face against either 500 or Amcal. Again, Apogee looking to take space in middle. I pointed out Jacob on Ancient and kind of the success he can have when it comes to these opening duels on middle. So I'm expecting a lot from him now. The second half has got to be where he rises up the ranks, because he is currently joined bottom of the whole server.
Well, looking for something here, just up against the pistols, so could be around where we find some of that success. Forzy and Spardaus make their presence known towards 8, and still Apogee want to hit towards this side of the map, but taking down both these premium weapons, it is just the pistols, and MBQ might take a risk and push through the smoke. It could be well timed depending on where he opts to go.
Apogee still find victory, but a fair few casualties there. Will be the investment once again here from Dynamo Eclot. No AWP for Forzy. Honestly, I feel like when Forzy's got the AWP in play, he feels a little bit more restricted. We saw it on Mirage. We saw it on Anubis.
Yeah, I don't think we got to see the best of Forzy today, but I don't think he'll care as long as Eclot are able to bring things over the line. Still this 5-round lead. And look, even a round like that got close. And that was with just those 2 saved weapons that almost were able to get things over the line themselves. 3 kills between both Spardaus and Forzy. But here on round number 18, still 1 mistake will cost Apogee map and series points. 2 mistakes obviously knock them out here in the round of 16, which is, I think, a big surprise for a lot of people at home.
Yeah, scary stuff. we keep seeing these FaZe Clan stickers being, well, not stickers, sprays being planted. Do you think that's Apogee saying like, oh, we lost the FaZe? I really don't know why they keep doing it.
I mean, I remember on sort of in Overpass where players used to sort of use graffitis on sort of like smoke lineup positions.
Yeah,
I don't feel like
so
you get
cheeky.
anything like that anymore, sadly. I did love that though. It's a good call out here from Apogee though as they look to push towards A. All the rotations are starting to make their way in. Obviously that man advantage for the T side. Fighter is spamming away but won't find his kill, and Flypex taking down Kriaz. I was going to say the save's coming through but not allowed to. Apogee are bringing this scoreline closer and closer now.
Was that a death slam there that we saw? I'm not 100% sure. If we could get a replay there of the end of that round, I feel like there was a death slam in the player cams.
I mean, yeah, I'm not too sure about... I'm not exactly sure who it was even from. Who was it from, you saw it?
Oh, it's one of the CTs.
I mean, you'd hope so.
I want to say it was Dieter.
Yeah, I think maybe just getting caught out of CT, he might do something like that. But look, we've seen a hefty lead from Eclot. And right now, things aren't exactly working out for them. It's been this 4-round streak from Apogee, and it looks primed to be set up for a 5-round streak. Fights out towards B do favour the T's once again. And yeah, it feels like we're going to see that 5-round streak with the scoreline looking a lot more respectable.
Yeah, look, we know that Apogee prefer this T side. But again, preference shouldn't come into account here. Eclot was so heavily ahead. It's 11-3. Now 11-7.
The issue is, the closer this game gets, the more pressure is on Eclog, because they found themselves in such a good spot, 11-3 up, that as the scoreline does get closer and things look more competitive, that's where Eclog are going to be thinking to themselves, how have we not closed this game out? How have we not even found 12 yet?
Yeah, obviously for Eclot, if they do lose this map, I guess they'll have one big takeaway from this series is, look, not only do we need to start shaping up and closing out games, but our CT side has actually been really poor today. Just these save weapons, obviously trying to keep the Kevlar in check. No need to throw that extra 650 away.
AWP on 4Z, investment in play.
It was just to convey. It wasn't a death slam. It was a head in hands from Dieter. So my apologies, Dieter.
Yeah, a little less extreme, but still clearly showing some frustration. As you understand for Eclot, might see a bit more aggression in this round from them. Wanted to change the pace of this, and Util towards middle. The T's are going to break this and push through. MBQ has an MP9 in this position, and is just going to back away. It's him alone towards mid.
Again, Apogee, their main goal throughout this D side has been containing mid, kind of keeping Eclot busy elsewhere. And my biggest issue is this, is if we're seeing 4 players from Apogee nearly every round looking to try and take middle, why aren't we seeing Eclot try and find space towards A main, try and push down towards B ramp? Very reactive from Dynamo Eclot opposed to proactive, but Forzy will find Prism on the op. Spardouse gets one, and now this is the bomb carrier. MBQ's dropped a smoke, of which they're going to have to go through. Nade of the smoke now. All they need to do is aggress onto Hypex, and things get really difficult. Not the best of sprays whatsoever. How has this round gone down to a 2 versus 3? There's a real chance still for Apogee. Obviously, the disadvantage in the health department, but this round should have been over already. With Forzy finding that, should confirm things.
It is just 4 HP on Jacob. Does have the bomb, but there's no need even for the CTs to peek until they hear this tap. Kriaz is going to go for the forward fight. And Eclot finally find that map and series point that they've been waiting a long old time for. But obviously, money's in a great spot for Apogee. They're basically going to buy till the end as long as they can keep on winning rounds. And they've got to keep on winning rounds if they want to keep fighting here on map number 3. If they want to keep fighting here in the playoffs of Series 3.
Yeah, obviously it was 5 in a row for Apogee just there, and Eclot got 1. So we've seen them get a 4-round streak before here on this T side. Whether they can do it again, though, is the question. Forzy having a bit of impact there with the orbs, important. Prism going to send this molly here, try and contain them in cave, but Krias finds HFAR. Nice kill, Jacob in middle to get a double. It's disgusting what Jacob can do here. So effective in these plays through mid. It's what I highlighted and hoped for, and we are seeing it.
Overtime might be secured, but the game certainly isn't, as instantly after we see Eclot win that round, brought straight back to reality. With an absolute domination towards middle there, and B lanes, in fact.
But again, I've got to say, why are Eclot still trying to compete with middle? Look, if you want to try and take mid, you either have got to put your eggs in one basket, either send 3, maybe even 4 players. Have an AWPer posted up from kind of donut to hold shelf, maybe 3 nades sending in mid, and then you can take that space in. Okay, yes, you might lose space across the map, but it's not as though you're doing stuff elsewhere. Very static from Dynamo Eclot, and it is costing them. They attempted to take mid with just 2. They got absolutely rolled.
Bit of a tech issue here, as we are seeing just a partial buy come through. Obviously, the loss bonus is in a great spot for Eclot. Not that that's necessarily a great thing for them, considering.
Yeah, all I'm saying, Sparthouse gets the ace with the XM, and that's the game.
That would be quite a way to close it out. I still think there's a great chance for overtime now. I think Apogee have really showed off that, look, this is their side of favorite side of the map. Most teams now, it does feel like they favor this T side of Ancient, being able to be the ones to set the tempo, taking that space.
Finally, though, Eclot looking to push extremities. We're seeing A main B kind of taken. We're seeing a quad B setup. This is far better. They can't take any space in middle. They've tried and failed countless times.
Was he just jiggling here towards B? Prism made some presence in cave. Veto being lined up. Well, lined up, but not lined up correctly, it seems.
Yeah, the big issue with this round is the XM on a flank is going to be really tough. They are slowly pushing through now. Forzy playing close here towards top ramp. Playing anti-flash, but Demo just peeking beforehand. Grias can only get the 1. And as mentioned, this XM on a flank. So much damage dealt hit from MBQ. Oh, has Hypex heard this? Certainly not, but he seems aware. A slight lurk. All going to be on timing for Hypex. And there is, he's been spotted. XM needing to find, baits out the orb shot. And Smarthouse can find. Can't get the ace, as I so happily hoped for.
Back on the XM, trying to retrieve a different weapon. Still this low HP Jacob. It's all on Jacob. There is no defuse. It has to be a kill now. The blade is out. The kill from MBQ. Information maybe not traded perfectly there. As Jacob wins the 1 versus 2, 1 bullet from death. Plays around the pillar perfectly. And that could be one of the best chances that Eclot get.
Yeah, all coming from a bit of a gimmick round. An XM in play, a half bite. It's not unsettled the finances for Apogee enough to reset them at any point in these remaining 2. But a 1 versus 2 for Jacob, that is huge. Jacob was like 6 and 11 a couple rounds ago. He's now 17 and 13.
But look, you have to have players to step up to be able to make a response like this on a map. Can't just be done with good calling. You need individuals behind it, and Jacob so often is that player on Ancient and has come into his own since switching sides. 2 rounds remaining, and if no weapons are saved, Eclot are only going to have really 1 proper full buy remaining, and this is going to be it. Apogee, can they make this full comeback happen from 11 to 3 down? Has not gone well as Jacob finds MBQ as he needs the smoke, trying to get some information, trying to get the kill for himself. It goes against him.
Again, there was Jacob in middle. Just been given these fights and so easily finding. Elevated angle for Spardaus. He's going to drop the smoke. Hypex will find Forzy. Demo, I doubt he even clears this. Spotted and found. Spardaus, an important kill. The bomb is in A main. All three of the T's are split currently. Prism could get timinged on. Kriaz will clear. Hypex finds with the orb though. Prism taken down as expected. Still, we have this elevated angle from Spardaus. They need to be aware of it. Hypex clearing. Spotting, finding, but Spardaus just feels trapped there. Surely to assume that Kriaz is in middle. Steps are going to be heard though from Hypex. Nice find, and Kriaz information on the last. Molly to be thrown from H4 and CT. Bomb to go down now. If Kriaz takes his time progressing through CT here, H4 might not realize, but he's going to go for the peak, and the kill is found. Kriaz, he will win the game, the series for Dynamo Eclot. We expected on Mirage, but Apogee were able to come back. Not here on Ancient, though. Our 5th quarter finalist has been seen. And for the first time, it took 3 maps here in the round of 16. An excellent performance from Dynamo Eclot.
I mean, yeah, it definitely took a lot of time from 11 to 3 up, and the fact Apogee are able to make a response like that, it does make you really wish, though, for Apogee, if only you found a couple more rounds at least in the first half, if only you gave yourself a bit more of a fighting chance, rather than that 9 to 3 scoreline. Maybe it wouldn't have been so risky when you just drop a single round and that's already overtime secured. It would have already. It's a great comeback from Apogee. Look, you can always give some positives from that, but it's still a bit of a disappointing series from them in general, it has to be said.
Yeah, listen, you talk about how they need more rounds out of the first half. Let's think about 2 of the rounds they lost in the earlier stages of the first half. The one was, I think, I actually need to check the exact numbers, but I remember there was the 2v1, that 4C1, that clutch for Dynamo Eclot, and there was another egregious round that was lost by Apogee as well. Sure, I've lost it here, but there was like a 3v5 or a 4v2 or something like that. It was still pretty early on in the half. There was even like that half investment round that Eclot were able to win, where they just had like some pistols and SMGs in the mix as well, and they still get the job done. I think something that Eclot did really well in that first half was shut down the initiative that Apogee were looking to take, because Apogee do play the CT side of Ancients on the front foot, always looking to fight Jag, down ramp, crunch into Speedway, collapse on middle, contest A main, which is certainly an apt way to go about the CT side of Ancient, but Eclot were up to the challenge of those early fights. They didn't get bullied out of the rounds. They didn't go into their shell and start to play conservatively and give up all that control at the start of the round. They actually were able to say, all right, let's stand and bang, let's go blow for blow, and managed to come out more often than not. It did certainly get quite scary towards the end. Some squeaky bum time there for Eclot. Looked like they were almost going to let that massive lead of 11-3 slip through their fingers, but they were able to get it back under control in time and save the day and book themselves a spot in the quarters, where now they'll play one of Amcal or 500, guys. Like, that is a very winnable quarterfinal for this team now going into the quarters. So, Fred, we could actually see a bit of a run here from Eclot in this playoff bracket.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think Eclot are one of the teams where you look at it on paper and say, oh, maybe they're not the most favoured. When you look at some of the teams, obviously you've got teams like NIP, TNL, but obviously they're on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah.
Navi Junior and Iberian Soul, they're both really strong sides. But yeah, honestly, I actually think we were talking about what games were going to be the closest right at the start of today. I think 500 and Amcal, that game at 3 o'clock today is probably going to be the most hotly contested, because I think both these teams are in really poor form. I think obviously Amcal progressing 3-1 through the Swiss stage, 500 getting the invite, but I think we know that both these teams are a little bit shaky. So yeah, I think Eclot, they could book themselves a spot in the semi-finals. Whether they're going to make it further, who knows?
Yeah.
But, I'm excited to see how the rest.
I mean, I don't think they need to necessarily make it further, though, do they? Already, it felt like playoffs is a great achievement for them. Thinking down Apogee now, I mean, this is a bit of a statement that they've made. And like the fact that we're saying that they could make it to the semi-finals realistically, I mean, already is a success story for me, what they've done here at this event. The fact that semi-finals could be on the cards for a roster that's been very sort of interchangeable, it's felt like at times, maybe this could be the start of something a bit more permanent for this Tide.
That's a good point. I mean, we know we highlighted it coming into the series. It's been like musical chairs in terms of the changing of players and roles in that Dynamo Eclot roster lately. So the fact that they have found some success here is great for them at the tail end of the season. You know, they came through the Swiss stage 3-2. And like you highlight there, Charlie, if they just make it to the semis, that in itself would already be regarded as a massive success. It already would be regarded as a success that they've won a playoff series here. Anyway, guys, we are quite far behind schedule at this point. So I think it's best we just throw this one into a break. We'll be jumping into that next game of the day in a few moments time. It is going to be Passion UA against Guns as that following matchup. Passion UA certainly favorites, but I'm looking forward to seeing Guns with Texi, so don't go too far and we'll get into that next game of the day. We creep closer and closer to our quarterfinals. There are 3 matches left remaining before we conclude and populate our remaining quarterfinals. And that next matchup is going to be Guns against Passion UA. Now, I think we have quite a significant favorite in Passion UA coming into this series, especially we know that Guns are going through some changes at the moment. Let's just bring the schedule up production and we can show everybody what we have lined up for the rest of the day here, what everybody can expect as we clear out our Counter-Strike, clear out our schedule for the Counter-Strike. Now, Passion UA, like I said, big favorites coming into this one here, Fred. Guns have done well to get to this point, but surely this is as far as it goes.
Yeah, honestly, I think Passion UA, they should take it. They're a much better team on paper. I think they've obviously spent a lot more time together as a full 5. So, and then they've certainly got synergy on their side. I always think of Gun 5, though, and I always think that they're just the team that can somehow get a map and a game out of nowhere when they are kind of quite heavily the underdogs. Obviously, this was a while ago, and it is plenty of not only seasons ago, but also roster iterations. I saw Gun 5 beat Furia in the final.
Yeah, we did that together with Casello and Tania, Yeah,
and I still feel like if they can beat Furia, who were on hot form at the time, who looked as though they were going to storm the event, anything can happen with this roster. Look, it's a game of Counter-Strike. It's one best
Hang on. Let's do a reality check here, Charlie. We need to get Fred's meds out. First of all, Furia were not in a hot streak at that point. Okay, Furia were hot trash at that point, with all due respect. Okay, that might be a bit extreme. Secondly, Guns had Tania and Casello then, Fred. Like, they're a completely different team from what we saw then, mate. Those like the 2 biggest parts of the roster.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in the exact same boat as you. There's only 2 players who still stand from that team. This is essentially a completely different lineup in general. Look, I think Gun 5 have done super well to get here. They're playing with someone who we know is not going to be on their roster. They've recently made the addition of Texi. Sadly, haven't really got to see him play here just yet. Haven't got to see him play a huge amount of maps. I think this is sort of a slam dunk move. I think Texi's a really good player. But we're still going to have to wait a little bit longer before he gets fully integrated into this Gun 5 team. I think the team, like I said, I kind of feel like they're past their sell-by date now. Not in terms of this actual core, in terms of at this event. I feel like they've done a great run. They've had a really good showing in the Swiss stage. I just think Passion UA will outlast them. I just don't really see a world where Gun 5, even if they do win a map like Fred thinks they can do, I just don't see how they can get anything more than that.
Yeah,
maybe discredit them too much.
I mean, listen, they have got a group of solid players. They went 3-0 in the Swiss stage, to be fair. Stame actually has some pop-off games as well. I know Zola's a really big fan of Stame, so at least he's going to have the box office seat to watch him operating today. Quality player. Fine Shine on the Yorp has some big moments. Celta, I actually think, probably doesn't get enough credence as an IGL. I think he does quite a lot. Think about how he was the one who gave Tania, who set him up for that opportunity to go to Heroic. He's the one who kind of molded Casello, who's now playing for Paravision. Like, we need to put some respect on Celta's name. Not that you guys in particular haven't been, but I just think that he probably flies under the radar in terms of the recognition that he gets compared to what he deserves. But yeah, lacking firepower is generally what I kind of feel about this Guns roster now, and that's why once they do have Texi playing for them again, then they probably do become a force to be reckoned with. Not to say, like I said, they aren't already. But let's have a look at their opponents, Passion UA. Now, these guys are just an impeccable team, man. Like, they've had such incredible and remarkable success from the moment this team came together, really. I mean, Jacasmo, the long-standing member of this roster, we saw them qualify for the Shanghai Major. They were able to do some damage, but then the team got picked apart. You know, Fia and Jambo both going across to Fnatic. Of course, players like S-Chilla and Zerofix were always going to be the ones who kind of did slip away into obsolescency when they try to like upgrade the roster kind of thing. Those guys did well to get to that point, but they were limiting factors in the long run. So they bring Topper in as the IGL, Waro as the Yorper. I mean, we've just seen how good he's been playing lately. He really is in some phenomenal form.
Yes,
Demka, Mr. Reliable. Kvem has got so much potential as well. I think he could have the potential to be like the best player on this roster alongside Jacasmo, maybe even Waro. So it's like, you're just spoiled for choice when it comes to firepower on Passion UA. But Fred, really, this team, they never really took time to get going. They've just really clearly got a great group of players here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the time we talk about how rosters, when they make these changes, when you bring in players like Demka, when you bring in Waro, there's a lot of ideas of, yes, okay, individually they're very talented, and obviously now it's kind of a full Ukrainian roster, so it's not as though they're on international rosters, they're able to speak kind of the same language. I think was it you that pointed out that they actually communicate in English because of TC?
I think occasionally. I think that
Yeah.
there's like sometimes they'll come in English is what Topper said in an interview. Yeah.
But yeah, obviously it seems as though it's these kind of two newer additions have fit like a glove. It's worked out perfectly for them. Not only are they bringing in great firepower, but it seems systems are in place for Passion UA. So I feel like they are a very strong-looking side. Obviously, recent form as well has been pretty good for them. 2/3 of the games they play, they win. So obviously, it looks as though they should be able to take this. I think we do have to say as well, when it comes to this Passion UA roster, you touched upon kind of potential. Obviously, Kvem's still quite young. He's still, 22 years old, 23 years old? At what point are we going to be saying Kvem is no longer kind of a young talent with potential? He is there, right? He is no longer...
Yeah.
I think
I guess the reason
now,
I
right?
say it... yeah, I agree. It has to be now. But the reason I say like prospect and use the word like potential is because this is his first proper high-level team.
Yeah.
So now we get to see that potential start to be realized, right, Charlie?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. It's not something like football where it's like, oh, you're 18 years old, you've got to start to get ready to deliver. It feels like there's a number of players in CS who start their career a little bit later, and it always feels like when you start to make your way into these bigger events, when you start to actually get some LAN experience, things like that always view for me as in terms of inexperience. These guys are still reasonably inexperienced, some of these names in CCT, just because they haven't played a huge amount of these LAN events, these tier 1 events that I think Passion UA is starting to knock on the door of. But yeah, I think the org has done absolutely unbelievable work to keep on losing some really key players and always somehow not only rebuilding their roster, but it feels like it gets better every time. I mean, I'm waiting for the next roster change because I think Simple's coming in next. I mean, I don't know what's happening. This is unbelievable that they keep on like recovering this, and I'm loving Passion UA. Yeah, I'm fully on the hype train of it. I think this team, they're on some really hot form as well. But they can occasionally lose to a weaker team, but it feels occasional. It feels like a rarity now. Inconsistencies always happen in this level. You always get a bit of an upset match, but this team feels as consistent as you can get for this level.
Well, in the past month, let's look at the teams they've lost to: TNL, ENCE, Astrum, Na'Vi Junior, Fnatic. Those are the 5 series they've lost out of like the 20 that they've played, and those are very recognizable names. Like those are respectful names to
household
end up
names.
Respectable names. Yeah, household names at the top of tier 2, kind of trying to break into that tier 1.5 kind of thing, right? They even won the Glitched Masters LAN recently, did Passion UA, just to add to their trophy cabinet. Already they've won 2 titles with this roster. So what is the ceiling, I guess, is what the conversation has to be about, because clearly they're still showing us that there's even more to kind of grow, because I mean they've only been together for like 2 months now, so with time and experience they're only going to get better. Anyway, let's move the conversation forward. We can have a look at the veto here now. Passion UA have got ultimately a 7-map map pool. They don't really like playing Nuke, and some map guns do play, but they also have Inferno as a bit of a deficiency. Once they iron out one of those 2 maps, then they become almost unbeatable as far as the veto is concerned. But Train's also had some patchy results. So have guns kind of given themselves the best chance with the veto here, fellas?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously going into this game, Passion UA, they've got 11 maps played on Inferno, 27% win rate. Guns, it's one of their maybe less played maps, but a very strong win rate. So it seems like Gun 5...
Why have they banned Ancient, Fred? That's what I'm trying to figure out here, instead of Train.
Honestly, I think the reason they've done it is because they've gone, well, Gun 5, they have got so many reps on it. Let's just batter them on Train. I know we've had some tough losses, but you look at that game, you pointed out, they lost 2-0 to Astrum. That game on Train went so many overtimes. Astrum are a really good Train team, like as in to the point where you could say they are one of the better tier 2 Train teams, kind of alongside maybe your Ecstatics. So actually, I think the fact that they've left it to Train, they've kind of said to Guns, well, you're going to pick into our weakness. We're going to show you what true weakness is, if it even gets to the 3rd and final. Because look, Passion UA, they could really take this a 2-0.
Yeah.
Inferno's a bit up in the air though.
Charlie, for me, it doesn't really read like the decision-making of a favorite, you know, like, well, let's go to Train because that's Guns' weaker map between Ancient and Train. Like, surely as the favorite, you just back yourself on what's normally a great map for you.
Yeah, I mean, look, you see a lot of teams that I think even in the last series that we got to watch, where it was Eklot sort of leaving things to Ancient, where that feels like something more that a favorite would do. We're better on Ancient than we are on our Train. It feels like, playing your own game always feels like something the favorite should do. Yeah, it's interesting that we get that. Honestly, I don't actually think we're even going to get the Train, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
Inferno has been poor for Passion UA. look at their results. It's actually madness. In every single game that they've lost on Inferno, which there's a lot, only one of them wasn't a 13-11 loss, apart from the recent game against Nine. They lose insanely close against this, and it feels like maybe
That's crazy.
It is pretty mad to look at, and maybe this is just some of that sort of lack of time, the teething periods, I suppose, with it being a bit more of a newer roster. Maybe these are things that they have recovered now. I don't think it's exactly something to look at and be hugely sort of shaken up at. I still think they're a good Inferno team. I think it will probably be a close map number one. I still think they've got enough to take it over the line, though.
It's why you have to dig a little bit deeper, and you can't just look at the stats on paper and say, "Ooh, number low, map bad," right? Like there's not such a strong correlation in that regard. Yeah, like you say, overtime against 9 and then a heap of 13-11. So it feels like they are kind of on the brink of figuring out Inferno and just completely integrating it into their map pool, making it one of their reliable maps kind of thing. But we will have a head-to-head Fairman Feinstein. I'm actually looking forward to seeing Warrow against Feinstein, and we're not even going to have to wait that much longer because we're going to be getting into the first map of the second game of the day. It's going to be Guns' pick of Inferno first. Let's see what they have in store.
Yeah, big game here. Obviously, qualification to the quarterfinals. Gun 5, it is their selection. They got the CT side to start off with, so Passion wanting to start as the aggressors.
And I was about to say victors of this play against Big Zero Tenacity, but already a lot of fighting in this round. Kabem takes the early kill. All the shots are missing as well as the fighting, but just too many players. Surely Lackey gets taken down, manages to keep himself alive, and Stein now in a tough position himself will get found. This is a strange old round.
Yeah, it's so chaotic, so hectic. It seems like Gun 5. How have they not got a kill? But Passion UA, a great start here. Feinstein 1v5. Can even find the first. MK denied. Just holding off for any swings. Feinstein going for the headshot. Understandably, doesn't realise Kvem is 8 HP. Nice triple in this one from Kvem.
And pistol going their way. It is going to allow Passion UA to instantly get out some of these better weapons. It's Gun 5 still probably discussing a little bit what their buy is going to be. Lackey's not investing in anything, buying quite late, but it is just these pistols, this SMG, Scout of Feinstein. But aggression into Banana. Honestly, Blue White's had some really big games for me. I always quite liked Blue White on some certain previous rosters that he's been on. I felt like he'd always been quite an impactful player. And in this round, trying to do the same thing. Somehow, Jacasmo comes out on top there. Celta and Blue White both swinging. And not able to find a second kill into this one. So, just the 1-1 trade with HP looking reasonably even across the board. Still, though, we got those superior weapons for Passion UA.
Such an awkward fight, but somehow the MP9's finding a couple. Lackey falling and kind of flying to fight. Oh, Celta, don't scare me like that.
Look at the HP now. This is so difficult. It feels like you've just got to smoke up towards long. I mean, the 5-7 will be fine. I was going to say, and just try to take these fights onto Feinstein because he's got the Scout. Topper has been able to creep close, but the Scout of Feinstein gets the no-scope, and a messy round there for Passion UA, and they do sort of deservedly fall short there.
How many forced by losses have we seen today? Or forced by victories, I guess you could say. They've been so consistent, and look, it's just the idea that you pointed it out the other day. It seems like forced buys are now so more kind of heavily more seen because of the less rounds and trying to get the AWP out as soon as possible on that CT side. Honestly, it feels like the 5-7s and the MP9s just seeming to hit heavier than AKs and M4s recently.
I think it's when there's so much individual talent on the server that, you know, rounds like this just can go off script a little bit. Blue White finds the opening kill here once again. Takes all this space towards Banana, and with this buy looking, I mean, Boris got a Glock. Just got a Glock, purchased utility, probably relying on his teammates finding a kill so he can retrieve a weapon, but Celta does get tagged down, but will get fined. Topper and Kavem gets 3 kills between them both. Okay, well, again, another
Game
round out of nowhere. 4 players towards A there, and Gun 5 still get overrun.
Yeah, it didn't feel like it, did it? I think it's the pace change that obviously the Tech-9s can kind of adopt. When you've got the AKs in play, you're wanting to play quite systematic, maybe a bit slower. Obviously, you're going to have fast plays with flashbangs, but when it's the Tech-9s, it's kind of the lack of indication for Gun 5 when there's going to be a push, when there's going to be an next. Yes, obviously, Oro did invest in utility over a weapon, but it's still that idea of, look, these guys could push at any moment, and the Tech-9s could always be so surprising. It's in fact the Deagles that found so many, and of course, Warro flying around the corner with an MP9 he can find.
Forced by War to kick things up between these two teams, and look, this is a map that, I mean, judging by your reactions, haven't actually asked you, it feels like you're reasonably confident for Gun 5.
I think I'm quietly confident for Gun 5. I think when you look at kind of how they've played on Inferno in the past, I think, yes, okay, they did lose dominantly to Nexus quite recently, but they've had a good streak of victories against teams that are pretty decent. You look at, you've got teams like Nine, like Partisan, Ecstatic. So I think there's definitely the opportunity. I think with the vetoes coming through as well, the fact that Passionue reluctant to go towards Ancient, maybe they're not feeling so confident just in themselves. I don't really know why they would be feeling that. They have just won a LAN event. But yeah, I'm unsure. I think Gun 5, they definitely have the chance to take a map. And I think as well, it's because this team, they can be so surprising and so successful. I think we do forget that Gun 5 are a great team in their own right. And obviously, it's not as though they're playing with their full roster, are they?
No, and that's the thing, is everything you take from this event, from Gun 5, isn't irrelevant or anything, but it is certainly just sort of teeing up the full introduction of Texie here. But yeah, it was the early kill found from Fineshine thanks to the boost at Harpool. He's playing here towards Pillar. How much more can he find? Doesn't quite convert the first and won't get a chance at anything more. Lackey with the 5-7 instantly taken out. So the man advantage initially for Gun 5 does get flipped, but only temporarily, as Blue White wants to get stuck in and find so much work with this MP9. 2 versus 2.
And the question whether the Force by War will continue will be answered in about 5 seconds time after all this conflict comes through. Stein drops the smoke it back to Dark. I love the idea of this. Spots out Kvem, will find Chikazma, gets the trade. AK in hand here, takes down to 11 HP. Still not able to connect the shots, and neither can, but Stein will find enough time for the defuse if he gets on it now. Struggling to find that bomb, but has enough time to punch in the digits, so we will see a continuance in this Force by War. Lovely stuff.
Somehow, it feels like, yeah, a couple of players not quite hitting their shots to the level that we're normally going to see, but it's Blue White's double again. We see Fineshine find the opening kill with a really good decision to boost a player up there at half wall, but after the inches on the bomb site, we see Stelter and Fineshine fall. It's a 4 versus 3, but Blue White's so quick up Banana, takes down Demka, finds the second on the bomb site as well, which does a bit of chip damage to Kvem. And makes Passionue just feel uncomfortable. In Kvem's positioning, you can see he doesn't feel safe backing away from the fountain spot. So he ends up just sort of remaining there and just gets taken down for free eventually.
Even with Passionue losing that round, finances are looking really strong, and that's all on the basis that not only did they save so many weapons across from that kind of force buy victory with the Deagles, but it's also the fact they get the bomb plant as well. Buys are fairly similar. There's limitations on both sides. A couple MP9s for guns. We've got a lacking in utility on a few for Passionue. There's going to be a real proving point here. It's kind of the first instance of a first full buy versus full buy. Tech-9 on top of though, so it's not everything. Going to be an A play here from Passionue. There's 50 seconds on the clock now, so they've got some time to take brackets, and it looks as though they're going to do it silently, which I think is the right approach. Smoke in Library and one in Arch. Fineshine will drop the Molotov. Flashbang comes through. The mollies are the T's, and Fineshine can't connect us to yet another Molotov. Try and keep them at bay. Kvem can find. Kvem can double, and it's all on Seltzer. Sat towards Mini Pit. But nice tap from Topa. 2v4. Round is done. And surely we'll just see... Do you think we'll see a full investment from guns? Do they have to?
Yeah, I don't think... Oh, I mean, it's going to be a tricky one. I think they are going to...
It's tough, right? Because they've got a little bit of money on players like Lackey, like Blue White, like Stein. Obviously, they can invest, and maybe Blue White could drop over this MP9, could get out of FAMAS. But it's the fact that in the 2 most recent rounds that Passion UA have won, they've kept 4 players alive in both. And in doing so, it means that even if they lose to the Force, they're going to have a very good investment in the next. So I don't really know what you do here if you're Guns. You're kind of torn between 2 minds of, look, we can continually go for these Force buys, but if it goes against us, maybe we're not going to get the rifles out at any point. But
I mean, I think with Feinstein and Seltzer, if you go for an eco, just going to have a tough time. I think the Force by Wars just got to continue between both sides. Not done yet. Seltzer has bought armor. We are seeing MP9s being purchased, weapons swapped across.
I like it from Lackey. Obviously could have invested in a FAMAS, but with Inferno being a map that is so heavily required on utility, especially towards Banana, I like the idea, and Lackey is making his way towards Banana now.
And I actually think this is probably the smarter approach from the CT. He's not directly looked to duel it out in Banana and just play your util, do retake mollies, do smokes, force these players back with your util, but
Nice
Topper does not want to respect this at all.
Yeah, Lackey's been dropped another HE grenade by Blue White as well. We know how good Lackey's utility is.
And Top Banana being cleared out again. Passion UA fully evacuated this position and setting their sights towards A.
It's going to be the same call as the last round. Smoke towards Arch, one towards Library. Thrown from Jacasmo, but Seltzer could find plenty. Stein has got 1 hit.
Nice find from Seltzer, and with it being a 5 versus 3, I think that a 5 versus 2, Jacasmo is in the 1v5. Great call, great utility usage from Gun 5, but Seltzer just causing a lot of issues towards Apartment. And Jacasmo can't even find anything. Easy weapon upgrades, and I actually think this is probably where the Force by War comes to an end. I think even with the buy that we're going to see from Gun 5, I just think the weaponry is too strong now with full util on Gun 5. This is a round I can't see letting them slip away. But, I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff today already. I don't see something a bit crazy. A tactical pause nice and early into this game from Passion UA as we are still in the depths of the Force by Wars.
But again, it's because of the round that they won. They had 4 survivors. They can opt to bring out AKs.
But it is at the cost of a lot of utility.
Yeah.
He's on 5 pieces right now.
See, this is where I'd love to see maybe a Mac 10 or kind of a Galil drop down from a player like Demka. I feel like Inferno's a map where you can see the Mac 10s have so much success. Whether you want to go for a fast pop towards Banana, whether you want to take fast apps control, the SMGs can sometimes be far favored in a lot of scenarios here on Inferno. Honestly, I'd love to see the Force by War go on for the remainder of this half. Just the whole game. Can we just see buys versus buys? I hate the eco rounds.
I mean, it certainly would lead to some interest in CS. And I definitely wouldn't mind if we got to see a ton of Force buys being bought out from both teams. But obviously, with the lack of util from Passion UA, they can't even really fight towards Banana. Blackman does actually come over and they wait for the util. They wait for the aggression before pushing. Kavem has been tagged down low, and him being the one initially up Banana does not want to push through the smoke. The nade will find.
Nice way to get that man advantage. Lackey does a lot of work in that round there with that MP9. Stein now slowly taking control of Apartments, and Feinstein dropping the smoke towards top middle. It should be this play now from Passion UA towards B. Seltzer's got so much work to do here though. AK in hand, spamming through. Seltzer finds 2, flashed in by Blue White. Jacasmo with the trade, and now Jacasmo 1v4 gone 1v3, and Blue White to just evacuate. There is no need for him to take this fight. He can even allow the bomb plant to come through if he really wants. Bit of a gap of that smoke from Jacasmo. But let the plant come through. There's no need to force any risk. 1v3, bomb on his side, but now the CTs make their way through. Jacasmo, limited ammunition. Oh, the tap comes through. He's got 4 bullets in the mag, and he's confident here. He's just going to be tapping away. Needs to hit the instant headshot onto Blue White. Look, I love the idea from Jacasmo. It seemed like he wanted to back away there towards top banana, retrieve that AK, but a nice attempt there. 1v4 down to a 1-on-1. A great attempt.
Yeah, some pretty clean shots coming through, and that would have been quite the clutch with just the taps, with the limited ammo in the mag, but not to be. Jacasmo does get found, and Gun 5 will end this Force by War in its tracks. Passionway have to take the hit. They've got to be the one to bring out the weaker weapons and concede a bit of a further lead to Gun 5 here on Inferno. A bomb plant and competitive round, definitely keeping the economy reasonably slim. And Jacasmo is still definitely feeling it.
Kvem's had a really good start as well, 11-5. Expect to see a 5-3 scoreline here. Obviously, we know both these teams do prefer the T side on Inferno, so the fact that 5-3 is the expected result of this round. I feel like this game, there is no kind of upper and lower limit when it comes to rounds of how many teams might need. I think the comeback potential for both teams is through the roof, and I think the ability that's going to be seen on the server is there as well. So I could see Gun 5 winning 9 rounds here on this ET side and still end up losing the game just because of how strong the individuals are for Passion UA. And obviously same could be said for Gun 5.
Yeah, I've had a lot of big moments already here on Inferno, but it is just these Eagles just trying to do a bit of extra damage. No kill found though since Jacasmo's opener. And it is just Waro and Kvem up towards B, and a lot of noise has been made by Kvem, so game plan given up, a player elevated up on the boost. Celta feels guaranteed to at least find one. It wants to get the second as well. They're going to allow Lucky to clean it up. Gun 5. Just the one casualty there. And I honestly think it's pretty important that they do keep a number of players alive, because obviously the other one, Jacasmo brought down to a 1 versus 1. If that's a similar one where a few kills go the way of Passion UA, it allows for the T's to very instantly get weapons out and instantly look to reset Gun 5 on the flip side.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of similar to what we said about some of the Passion UA victories with 4 survivors. Yeah, money's looking good for Guns. They can buy in the next. Even if they lose, the only limitation will be blue-white, but I'm sure it'll be fine with an MP9 in hand. Demka's having a bit of a troubling start, currently 1-6. Waro as well, a player that we have highlighted, not only the newest addition to this roster, but one of the finest pieces amongst the 5. And he's been taken down first, as it is Fine Shine's AWP to go for that early peek and early kill.
Oh, 2 players close to the half wall. Not going to be expecting this. Blue-white will dodge the flashbang, gets the dink onto Topper, but the AK superiority comes out on top and gives the first blood to Passion UA instead.
Yeah, Lackey just playing towards stop sign here. It can work so well, especially in tandem with Fine Shine's rotation. Great nade from Fine Shine, gets the kill back. Speaking of nades, one lands right on his head. Kvem systematically tapping through the smoke in the hopes to connect to Lackey. Man advantage seen now from Guns. Oh, Lackey's taking a big risk hit. He's asking to get flashed in from Fine Shine. Why? Oh, Lackey goes 1 for 1, in fact. I was going to say, why is he making that play? It's such a risk, but he does get that kill, which is important. Nice flashbang, fully blinding both Kvem and Jacasmo. There will be a flank from Celta. All Fine Shine needs to do here is just stay alive. But it looks as though we might go searching for more.
Yeah, I think realizing the risk, you're just going to remain sitting in this smoke and not push out any further. And Celta being very disciplined, Jacasmo hasn't spotted yet. And there is going to be a timing where Jacasmo just does not look back towards Banana.
Flashbang comes through. Stein finds one, and this is where Jacasmo always is going to overlook Celta. But Celta steps for some reason, and Jacasmo, another 1 versus 3, gone down to a 1-on-1. But Fine Shine, an excellent shot there. It's another 1v1 that sadly Jacasmo cannot secure, but certainly a player you want in the clutch. Celta gives it up a little bit by stepping. He doesn't need to do that. Maybe they're just pretty certain he's towards dark. Either way, though, It's a round victory for Guns. It's Passion UA devastated with the result of that one, as it gives a 6th round to Gun 5.
Another 1v3 though from Chikazma that he brings all the way down to the 1v1. And like you said, just slightly falls short in that equation. But I mean, he's looking really sharp individually right now. A couple of other players missing. It is the 2 newest additions, Demka and Waro. 3 kills between both these guys. I'm going to need to see them step up a little bit more if they are able to take things. But round number 10 going to be underway, and Gunfire just need to secure 1 more to at least get a slight lead at the half.
Obviously, with the bomb plant and 4 casualties for Guns, Passion UA, they're going to be going for the investment. Again, there's some slight limitations regarding weaponry and utility, but it's a decent enough buy. A victory here should cause some chaos to the finances of Guns, but Fineshine going for this early peek towards Banana. Spots the shoulder, goes for the early pick. Blue-White can find through the smoke now, and this surely has to be the decision from Passion UA to accelerate towards A. The orb's been seen towards Banana. They know that flashes were coming over, and there was a rifle out. They should know that there's 3 players here on that B bomb side. Whether they can put that together, though, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I've seen Passion UA look to try to test towards B on a number of occasions, but Gunfire just able to stand tall when it matters most there, and rotating 4 now towards A. Feels like Gun 5 always have very good read and always able to seemingly force Passion UA's hand in terms of where they want them to go. Like, he does get flashed in, and that goes against the momentum of this round.
Well, I've got to say, if you're going for a quad A setup, the idea is to overwhelm when Passion UA go for the execute. And if you're going to send 1 player into brackets to take that solo fight, I just don't see the point in it. The idea was Guns to be kind of overly stacked here towards A, and now Fineshine, he's having to kind of be a bit of a both on the bomb side where he's playing towards CT. Stein will get 1. Seltzer can get the trade onto Demka, and Seltzer can double down. Look at the health remaining. A combined health of 22 on the remaining 3 players. That is devastating. That's one that Passion UA are going to look back in the demos and just, it's going to be devastating for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's another close round, but Gun 5, they come out on top. We've had multiple 1v1s, multiple close pulls and close decisions, 2v2s as well, and yet still Gun 5 just feel like they just managed to have that slight edge here on map number 1 to give them the lead. And Passion UA, we're starting to get towards the end of this first half, and
great nade.
Unless we see things turn around, this is going to be a bit of a worrying sign moving it into the second half of the Tech-9s. Push fast, Blue-White with another opener, but his teammate in Lackey's caught off on the back of the bomb site. Blue-White probably just needs to keep himself alive, tries to take a duel, but not coming through. Going to retreat deeper into ruins as this bomb's still yet to get planted.
Look, Lackey's got 4 utility in that position. He doesn't look to send him, the flash that blinds the players aggressing. He had a nade as well that he could have sent that would have softened up so many players. Seems like Lackey just gets caught off massively there. The problem as well is there's no utility and just 1 retrieve weapon on Demka. Waro searching for something here, showing his position, but Selta will find Jacasmo, and now the CTs can look to overwhelm. Missed shot from Fineshine though, and it gives CT control here to Passion UA. They can retrieve the AWP as well. Topper now securing, but it's going to be a stick of the bomb here from Blue-White. And a real difficulty spamming through his Waro in the smoke with a knife in hand, but cannot connect. And that will be now an 8th round found from Gun 5.
The Tech-9s are able to breach onto that bomb site, and it looked good when Fineshine's AWP gets taken down, but as soon as the smoke lands on the bomb, Blue-White's position is actually really awkward for where he defuses that. It's not exactly where you expect to be shooting, where you expect to be finding, but 8-3, it looks like it could be a 9-3. I have been enjoying watching Blue-White here, not just in this event so far, but in particular on this map as well. Found 4 opening kills in this game for Gun 5. Found a lot of success towards Banana, and I think just how he's playing these rounds out is been really key. And when you are a stand-in for a roster, he's worth his weight in gold right now. This is all you can really ask for. 3 early kills found. Waro will get 1 back. Gun 5 look like they're having fun out here.
Yeah, exactly. Having a bit of laugh, taking early fights because they've got the confidence. Lackey caught in the reload. Can find Jacasmo though, he's low HP. No trade from Waro either. So a 1v3 from Waro. The problem is his exit strategy is will be held from Stein very shortly. Obviously, there has been enough time for Waro to have maneuvered. Spotted and found, though.
See, we've had a lot of 13-11 losses for Passion UA on this map. I don't know if we're going to see a 13-11 loss again. I feel like Gun 5, they've done enough in this first half. Don't get me wrong, a lot of these rounds have just been that sort of star factor, that X factor really, that has been Gun 5 able to convert these on a lot of occasions. Very close rounds that they've been able to just about bring things over the line. Look, on another day, I think you could play this exact same map out in the exact same way, and you could see a much closer scoreline, or even maybe one that favors Passion UA. It does feel like there's been a lot of fine margins in this one. But that being said, regardless of how it goes down, Gun 5 still find 9, and Passion UA just sitting on 3.
And I think as well, when we talk about the fine margins, it's these 1v1s, but they were obviously 1v4s, 1v3s, where Passion UA, yes, they could have won them. And it was that round that was, 3 survivors all on low HP. But I still feel like when you look at the rounds that Passion UA could have won, there were still rounds in which Guns maybe made a few too many mistakes. You think of that round where it was all those players that were low. They had a quad A setup. They send Lackey in for no reason, just a flash. Yes, he gets the information, but no players are blinded. They lose their life because of it. If they just go for a quad A setup, they win that round quite easily.
Well, second half, I mean, it goes without saying we've got to see a big turnaround from Passion UA. Otherwise, look, this is going to be Gun 5 taking map 1 in this series, and I think this can be a team that it feels like throughout this whole event has just been playing kind of off of just confidence, playing off of the here and now. And I think if Gun 5 are able to keep that up and keep going about this, look, this is a roster that is not going to be seen again in the next CCT event. This is going to be a completely different lineup. I say completely. It's going to be Texy getting added in. But I think for this event, if they can just keep on playing, maybe just play it in a bit more of a puggy fashion like they've been doing at times, by all means, if that gets you a deeper spot, some really important BRS points, then why not?
And look, a lot of people will be saying, oh, well, how are Passion UA losing to Gun 5 when they've got a standard? This is still Blue White. This is a player that not only have been kind of playing alongside this roster for quite some time now in plenty of series, but also Blue White is an exceptional player.
Well, Blue White does find topper here as the defense towards B crumbles and just nothing is quite working out for Passion UA here on map number 1. And it does feel like it is going to be a real hurdle for them to try to jump over now. I mean, I don't think we're far off talking about moving on to Dust 2 now.
Yeah, no, it's definitely in that ballpark. And obviously for a map like Dust, where we say it can be lent quite heavily based on individuals, we could be saying, well, we know that Passion UA, they look really good on the map. Statistically, they are the favorites going into this game, regardless of map pick. But surely confidence will be lacking. Individual ability not really been seen. Okay, yeah, Kven's had some good moments. Jacasmo, a lot of his kills have come from clutch opportunities, but not results. I feel like Passion UA, if they show similar signs from what they've seen on Inferno and bring that to Dust, that's where we could be saying, look, maybe there will be a 2-0 on the cards, but it could be for the team that no one expected to close it out in a 2-0 fashion. I don't think anyone would have thought Guns could be a team that could take this 2-0. And honestly, Passion UA, they can still win Inferno. It isn't finished yet.
We are getting close to that, though. It's the force buy from Passion UA. Had the force buy war in the first half. That lasted a decent amount of time. But if Gun 5 overcome this, I think they overcome Inferno and they take map number 1. Lackey sent in. Flashbangs are good, but from both sides, Blue-White gets the opening kill, supporting Lackey here towards top banana. These two have been the dynamic duo, been sort of inseparable for most of this game. And an excellent flashbang for them. It's one bullet from Def, and he finds 2. Okay, maybe more to be said in this round. Great double from Kavem. 1 bullet from being found, and still able to double up.
Yeah, the problem is now, though, that Gun 5, they should just go shoulder to shoulder. They can slowly creep their way out onto a bomb site. I know they've got a lot of utility on Fine Shine and Celta, but I actually don't think they want to use it. Because it means that someone's going to be throwing util. It means that, yes, so they might not get the trade. They might mess things up. They should just go in a straight line, shoulder to shoulder. Everyone with weaponry in play. Jacasmo might not even find one if they opt for that. But they are going to be raining down the utility just in case he's staying hidden towards Nubox or any shenanigans like that. Jacasmo playing an off angle here. Shoulder spotted and found. Mystique shot, so will be taken down. And Demka now, 1 versus 3.
But hey, sort of waiting on the wings, highlighted that Passion Away have never won a round outside of a force buy. That is going to continue. I mean, look, the force buy war went on for sort of half of that first half that we saw, but there still would have been like 3 full buys that Passion Away had out. They're just not able to piece it together, and a lot of them felt like when they were on these weapons, they looked towards Banana early, Passion Away forced them back, Gun 5 forced them back, and they head towards A where Guns have rotated a player over towards A as that extra man, and it ends up sort of just going into this big A stack. It felt like all of the rounds ended up finishing that way. Demka will be found by Fineshine after getting just a singular frag. And it's 11 on the board with this one.
Yeah, look,
either being a force till the end or an eco, and it looks like they're going for the force till the end route, which does just show the desperation and how desperate Inferno feels.
Look, you asked me kind of 2 rounds in how I felt about Gun 5 taking it, and I said I was quietly confident. I didn't mean this. I didn't expect Gun 5 to show this level of dominance. I expected, honestly, if Gun 5 were to win it, it might have been like a double OT type thing. Passion Away, this has been very poor from them. I don't want to take away from the Gun 5 victory. I think they have looked really good on Inferno, and I think the individuals are massively stepping up. Celtus having big moments, Fineshine as well, Blue White obviously having a big game. But I don't think it's just because Guns have looked really impressive. I think we have seen a real lack of performance in Passion Away because you've got players like Demka, like Woro, who we praised so massively in the pre-show for kind of having that instant injection of success, not only from synergy and kind of protocols, but ability as well. And we've really seen them lacking so far today.
1 for 1 in this round, though, it is do or die. It is just these weaker weapons that tried to come up close. They don't have a lot of utility, and at the 1 minute mark, Gun 5, there's no need to rush this. They are flashing it into them, and it is well timed. Blue White spams away. Second flash comes, but Blue White quite well blinded.
Yeah, devastating, and now Woro, all that remains. Lucky was lining up utility Celta as well, and Woro swings. If Fineshine doesn't get that kill, honestly, Woro could have found all 3. Again, we talk about fine margins being a consistent factor here from Passion UA and how it's ever so slightly been against them. Demka, though, he's got to take a risk. He's got to push through this now. It's the only chance of victory, but 2 Ts are holding. Lucky swinging and Lucky finding. 12 on the board now for Guns with so many opportunities to close out this first map. 12-3 scoreline. Obviously, Passion UA, we've mentioned on Inferno how most of their losses have been that 13-11. Sadly, this is one that surely won't get that way. You're looking at the investment once again. It's a perfect buy from Gun 5. MP9s and FAMASs for Passion UA. Has Woro had an AWP this game?
Honestly, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it, no. And a lot of teams do choose not to have an AWP on the T side. Sure, you can say fair enough for that, but they're not going to have a CT side to really bring out an AWP for Woro. The thing is, we spoke about some of these fine margins and how some of these rounds have felt a little bit unlucky, mainly in the first half, not so much anymore for Passion UA. One thing that is not necessarily inexcusable, but one thing that it isn't on Gun 5, it isn't on sort of luck or anything. Demka, Topper, and Woro have been very silent. They've been quite quiet individually. Chikazmo had some really nice rounds individually. Kavem's put up some consistent numbers. It's been the other 3 that just had a bit of a rough start here in this series. And with the man advantage for Gun 5, it does go back as Kavem finds Lackey, but at the cost of a lot of his health. The apartment pop comes through. Chikazmo so blinded. Everyone's blinded, but a 1 versus 1 hit. Both AWPers.
It was a 4-man A stack. It was perfect calling from Passion UA. Fineshine, oh, he's just been spotted. That's been called from his team, and Fineshine with the tap. We'll close out this first map, and 13-3. Honestly, we have Hayes as our analyst, going to be able to kind of pick apart this game. Honestly, I don't really know what he's going to have to say. It was Gun 5 looking exceptional. Passion UA seemed lifeless. Maybe there's going to be a lot of that heard, but Matt, what was that?
That was a disaster class. That's what that was from Passion UA, fellas. Off the back of the way we had started that map, the Force Wars in full effect, going back and forth between the rounds. It was Passion UA who won the first pistol, conceded to the Force. Passion UA won a Force, lost to the Force. Then they still won another Force by after that. We're 5 rounds deep on the map. We didn't have a gun round up until that point. And I'm thinking, okay, we're in one of these situations where the Force Wars are in full effect. whoever's going to be able to go on and break that force wall, break the streak, and be the first team to string consecutive rounds together is going to be the team who's going to be getting off to a good start, be able to get a bit of like a head start, if you will, before we get into the gun rounds themselves. And I thought Passion UA had done that at 3-2 going into that following force buy. But man, Guns were just always on the front foot. They were always looking to try and take the fight to Passion UA. You'll notice in a lot of these rounds, they're fighting for banana, they're holding top middle. They're never actually like conceding map control and letting Passion UA set themselves up for an execute. There's always just these micro disruptions going on from Guns, whether it's dropping a smoke grenade as Passion UA are trying to push forward. Maybe it's a swing or a peek. There's just always some sort of nagging thorn in the side of Passion UA, which just keeps them in this like uncomfortable territory the entire time on their T side. So outside of that little back and forth affair in the early stages of the map, we then get our first gun round here in the 9th round. This was the first gun round we had on the map, guys. It was crazy. Actually, you know what? There must have been one before that I'd missed, but still, took a lot longer to come to the table than what either team would have liked, and worked out for Guns. Some great clutch attempts there from Jacasmo. The 1v4 he reduces to the 1v1. There was a 1v3 he brought down to a 1v1 as well in like the following round or a couple of rounds later. Couldn't close out either of them. Maybe if he gets one of those clutches, that could have ignited Passion UA's campaign. But you can't just look at Jacasmo and say, well, mate, you cost us the game by not winning either of those clutches. Passion UA just needed so much more. Charlie highlighted it there at the end of the map from the likes of Topper, Demka, Waro as well was also having a really quiet day in the office. You know, Jacasmo did get most of his kills in failed clutch attempts. It feels like at that point, Kvem is the only guy who's kind of playing the game that we expect from him coming into this map. Passion UA not at all at the races, and we highlighted, okay, they haven't had great success on the map in terms of winning Inferno lately, but they've always been hyper competitive on the map. We didn't even get competition from being up 3-2 at one point. This team, Passion UA, have just won a LAN, have just been losing to like really good teams like Fnatic, TNL, Astrum. They just got destroyed 13-3, losing 11 rounds in a row, guys. They didn't even win a single gun round. I think they got like 4 opening picks out of the 16 rounds that were played as well. One of those coming in the pistol, a couple of them in losing causes. So, yeah, not at all the Passion UA we've come to kind of know and love in recent times. What we get in that first map, that was a write-off. That was a car crash. That was a disaster. As for Guns, I mean, to shift the focus, because this is what normally happens. You look at the favorites. That's the primary focus of a series. Okay, they get banged out. You're going to focus more on the failures of the favorite than you are going to focus on the successes of the underdog. That's just how this industry goes. But we can just kind of shift the conversation for a brief moment and say, what a performance coming through from Guns. I mean, first of all, Blue White, who's ultimately still just standing in until he does inevitably get replaced by Texi once the roster locks aren't an issue anymore. He had such a crazy pop-off game. I mean, kudos to him just showing other orgs and teams out there potentially what he could bring to the table. He had a fantastic game, did Blue White. Was really impressed by him. I thought Celt had a very solid first half as well as the IGL. He was always kind of finding himself wherever the action was going down. He was that extra man rotating between the bomb sites. I mean, sure, impact across the board. Fine Shine as well continues to impress me. He seems to be developing and growing as a player. Solid game out of him. Lackey with some important kills. Stame supportive as always. So, yeah, that was a really good showing from Guns. I'm super impressed by what we just got out of them. I mean, coming through from the Swiss stage, qualifying 3-0 for the playoffs. They're now one map away from the quarterfinals. So we're going to have a short break, guys. We will come back and we will get into the map pick of Passion UA. It's Dust 2. We should see an improvement. Not going to be hard for them to improve or for what we just witnessed from them. So with that, we're going to have a breather and then we'll jump into Dust 2. Passion UA gonna have to fight back here, fellas. They just got absolutely dumpstered on Inferno. Now, I know on paper it's not a map that they've had great wins on lately, haven't had many wins on, but they certainly have had some closely contested affairs. This was anything but that. They get destroyed 13-3. They were up 3-2 at one point, Fred. They lost 11 rounds in a row. Now we go to Dust 2. They're gonna have to reset in the break we've just had. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, look, obviously we said that Warriors had a bit of a tough time there on Inferno. I don't think he had the AWP once, or he barely had it in play. Obviously for Warrior, this is his 5th worst map on CS2 ever on HLTV, so pretty damning stat. Obviously we know that there's reasons behind it, the force buy at the start, kind of the continual investments. It never really accounted to bring the AWP out. Obviously starting on the T side doesn't really want to bring out the AWP as well. I think it's a tough one. I think Passion UA, they can bounce back. When I think of a team that do have that kind of mental fortitude and they've got the experience to do it, it's not as though it's a young squad that won't have kind of had these similar series in the past. So I think Passion UA, I'm not too worried for them on Dust 2. I think they probably should take it. But look, if Guns come out the gate swinging in the way that they did on Inferno, that's where we could be up making an argument for them to take it in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I also think the game plan from Gunfire was just really spot on. I think Blue White didn't look a sort of moment out of place there on that team. And when you consider this is only his 5th actual series playing with this roster, sure, they've had some previous time together, but it feels like he's sort of embedded into this team already, and he was such a key part of it. Found the most opening kills for Gun 5 there, ended up topping the charts of the whole server, being joint up there with 17 kills with Kavem. I mean, look, this guy had so much impact for his standing that we already know one series. This could be sort of 1 map away, 2 maps away from him sort of never playing with this 5 again. And yet he looked really spot on. I think Gun 5, yeah, whatever they've done, whatever their game plan is, I think to have Blue White feel like this instrumental to the team already, why can't they go further? Why can't they cause probably the biggest upset of this round of the 16?
It's a good question. I don't think it's implausible or impossible to fathom a world in which they could win the series. I mean, maybe I would have felt that way coming into this particular matchup, but based on what we just saw on Inferno, that has opened up the game. And yeah, I mean, if they can just keep up the momentum now going from Inferno into this next map, Dust, you know, we look at Dust 2 as a map for Guns, and I mean, it's a map they played 21 times, so it's actually their most played map in recent times alongside Ancient. They've got a hell of a lot of reps on it, Fred. Now, they beat Ruby 16-14. Outside of that, they have struggled on the map, but we've seen stats don't really mean that much coming into this matchup. So do you think this is 50-50 from here, or do you still expect Passion UA to get back on track?
Look, I don't think it's 50-50. I still think Passion UA are going to be the favourites going into Dust. I think they're going to just treat that first map as a bit of an asterisk, a bit of a blip on the resume, because I think we know we expected better things from Passion UA. Don't get me wrong, Guns can do it, and I don't want to say if it's not 50-50, it's guaranteed for Passion UA, but I'd still favour them probably 2/3 of the time. I think it was a one-off performance from kind of Blue, White, Feinstein and Celta, all 3 players having above a 1.5 rating, and combined with that Demka, Topper and Warrow all lacking massively, and that's why we did see such a kind of an outstretched scoreline and a difference of 10 rounds, which is such a rarity to see from both these teams. When do you see Gun 5 beat a roster like Passion UA by 10? When do you see Passion UA lose to a roster? So I think it was a bit of a crazy first map. Whether we'll see similar things here in number 2 is the question.
Well, we shouldn't be seeing similar things, but I'm not writing Guns off from winning this, because not only did they look better as a team, I think the individuals looked sharper as well. Never expected to say that sentence coming into this particular matchup. Either way, Dust 2 is live, pistol round underway. Can Guns really get it done in 2?
That's the hope for all the Guns fans at home, and I'm sure the 5 players in the server, and Texie probably just sat waiting, kind of either in spectator or sat alongside the coach, just hoping this team can prevail. Because think about what this would do for Guns regarding VRS if they can progress even further, make a deep run in the event. But the openers from Passion UA, prolific on this T side, and now it's Lackey to rotate in, chip down to 8 HP, great dink there seen, and the B-bomb site on Dust, notorious for its difficulties regarding retakes, and with just a smoke to do it. Passion UA, they seal their fate for finding the pistol here on the T side.
Yeah, it was a great initial opening kill from Demka, and then we see the jumping look from Warrow to double up and find the second, and that's the B defense falling. Lackey rotates in to get instantly dinked down, and it is just going to be a save from these remaining 3 players. Well, Lackey will get punished, will get found, but he was unarmored, I believe, so at least you've got these final 2 trying to keep hold of their armor. The Julies of Feinstein wants a couple of kills, in fact, will find a few. Stein makes this one costly, so not going to be any really cheap upgrades to armor apart from Demka. And with a little bit of kill reward, that can help out with a second round force buy if this is what Passion, or if this is what Gun 5 look to do. Stein can bring out full armor and a mass, something of the sort, if he likes. So it could be instantly very competitive. We saw a long old force buy war between the two teams. Map number 1, and in fact, Stein dropping over that for Master Seltzer and playing the 5-7 himself. Look, Stein wasn't even really required. I think Hayes was spot on about the individuals just looking better for Gun 5, and the fact that Stein, who has had so many key moments as of late for this roster, felt like he just had a fine game because, yeah, he really was out of the action on a lot of the equations. It was a lot of hits towards B, and Stein just did his job, and that's all you can really ask for. If these guys can step up to the same level again on Dust 2, I don't see why they can't win it, but I am with you, Fred, in terms of the fact that I still do have to favour Passion UA.
Yeah, look. I think for Passion UA, if they are to lose out in a 2-0 fashion, I think, as I'm pretty sure it was you or Hayes, it would be the upset of the playoffs, wasn't it? Great find from Blue White, though. Excellent shot there. It's going to be this acceleration from short. Kvem, smokes fade, and Zelta on his lonesome, and Zelta can get one now. That's the bomb dropped. And although they lose the opening pick onto Fine Shine, they get 2 kills back to get the advantage information of where the bomb is. And has it dropped into CT, or is it just on the lip of... Sure, well, Lackey finding Jacasmo. Topper's now going to send the smoke.
Yeah, I think that's dropped in CT. And we've got Demka making his way out towards B now. There's 30 seconds on the clock, so he is going to need to speed his way through. But Blue-White seems aware of this possibility. The smoke is fading with 25 seconds. Demka has to find some success here.
Well, he's been spotted in the middle by Stein, so that's why the molly's landed. 16 seconds remaining, still can't find Stein. And this is where Topper, they should just look to save. It's going to have to be a force in the next. 8 seconds remaining now. Celta's still in the center of the bomb site. Will go down before time. Demka, though, has just opted to keep this weapon alive.
Yeah, honestly, they could have actually looked to take him down after time there. Topper's just in the open. 4 seconds remain, but it doesn't matter if they take him down after time or not. It's another force by war we've got on our hands. Gun 5. They're able to bring it back, and that was with Fine Shine falling early. Great scout shot from Blue White. And then you see the pieces of Passion UA just slightly split off from one another. There were 2 players towards short. The massive Celtics is able to find one, and you can see Topper's not interested in going for that trade instantly. But with the bomb dropping towards CT, that makes it around 20 times harder. And again, instantly, tag force from Passion UA.
Well, again, it's these fine margins. If that bomb drops towards short, we may be seeing a different outcome.
It is madness, though, that we've got these back-to-back force buy wars. Question is, how long will these ones last for? As Passionate's buy isn't great. They do have Demka, of course, with that saved AK, pistols, and the Scout War around it.
I don't really know who this force buy war favors. I'd argue maybe Guns because they prefer the T side, but the difference is very fine. It's, you know, a difference of 5% in win rate between their T and CT side. So actually, I think a force buy war would just be quite exciting. I don't think it would give any team an advantage. I don't think it would really change the outcome. I think a 6-6 scoreline, both teams will go, well, it's not bad. It's not the best we could get, but it's also could be worse. Seemingly to be this play through middle. Them clearing, but Celta, great find. He can get 2. No more seam, but already Celta's done a lot of work. The smoke towards CT. I love this smoke. It's the mid to B smoke, but it's thrown from kind of short. This is excellent. Demka can get 1, and now Lackey is under a lot of pressure here. Jacasmo jumping out. Lackey struggling. Can find the first, though the harder of the 2 kills, and it's Jacasmo in the clutch. The bomb's been dropped, though. And Fine Shine can take him down. I've got to say, I love the idea of that smoke being thrown, the kind of the mid to B, but the A side of CT.
Yeah, gets close in a number of positions there, but it's the double towards middle from the CTs. And at least Lackey on that B-bomb side being able to find 1 before going down. Just puts final player in a bit of a tricky spot and instantly found by the Galil at range from Fineshine, I believe. Just the eco is going to be the 3-1 lead from Gun 5. But look, this is as good as it gets after losing that initial pistol. And it's a similar story where Passion Away, stringing rounds together just feels impossible for them in this series. Gun 5 always are able to bite back.
Nice find there. Fineshine getting a second of the round. Celta spotting towards lower tunnels, which Lackey will secure. And Lackey now, he knows it's an eco and he's hungry for the fight. Smoke towards top middle here to cut off sight lines from Topaz Deagle. Nice shot from Lackey, yeah.
5 survivors. And money's starting to grow, but finally we get the weapons in play. Still, an AWP eludes Warrow. Gonna have to make do with the rifle. I mean, that could be a big difference maker. Just have Warrow on his specialist weapon.
Yeah, and look, in these force buys, maybe Warrow just needs to go, look, guys, I know I'm going to have so much more impact with the AWP. I feel like I can change the game. Instead of opting for a Galil, I'm going to go for a Tech 9. I'm going to go for a P250. I'm going to go for a Deagle. Save a little bit more money in the bank so you can get the AWP in play. Because I think both of us know the clutch factor that Warrow has, especially on a map like Dust.
Yeah, 100%. I think Fineshine as well. He's a player that we've seen plenty of times more than happy just to stick with the rifle. But when the time comes to bring out the AWP, can't expect a lot of impact there. And I think as soon as Warrow gets one, that's when Fineshine will look to bring one out himself. But shot's being taken out from top up. Still mid-control into the hands of Passion Away. And we'll just throw this smoke towards the left side of mid to look to see if they can take a bit of a duel onto Fineshine. Kill is found, but Lackey's quick behind. Kavem will get taken down and traded. What can the players on the A side do? Lackey finds Kavem. That takes out a bit of the diversity of this round, but Stein just playing around these smokes to start to get spammed on through. Finally going to be peeking behind. Chopper goes down for free. And it's straight through the smoke from Jacasmo. So man advantage now from Passion Away on a round that they have to convert. Warrior's positioning is so good, but still gets found by Blue-White.
Yeah, and with Celta taking down Jacasmo, it all leans on Demka. He's trapped in the corner. Celta knows about it. And it's a disadvantage round. It's a 2 versus 3 for Guns, yet they're still victorious. Again, how many times are we going to mention these fine margins? If Warrow continues to hold that angle and checks, will find Blue-White. 4-1 though, and now surely just a half buy here from Passion UA again. And Warrow, I'm going to be staring at your finances, but he overinvests again. There's going to be no ult for Warrow again.
Does sell a few things there.
It's still not enough.
Well, he goes back and buy a few. Buys a bit more. Messing with his money a little bit here. I mean, he can glass cannon and all. I don't think that'll be the biggest of issues.
It's a fast long play, and it's a great call from Passion UA. It's solo defenses. Celta can rotate in time. We'll send HE grenade to hold them off, but Blue-White spam looks good. The molly on the bomb site as well. Flashbang coming over. Celta flanked by Tobin, no one covering middle, and that is where the bomb comes from. But Stein dropping. Stein gets a double. Jacasmo fully blinded. And it's a 3 versus 2 now for Guns. And as the dust settles, Guns surely to take this one. Jacasmo looks as though he wants to push through the smoke. The bomb's dropped on short, and the CTs have it under their control.
We're being dropped to allow this bomb to be retrieved. Fineshine. Combat AWP in here. In the thick of it, but him and Lackey will combine to find the final 2. Like you said, I think it's a really good call, but just a couple of multi-kills from a number of individuals, Stein being one of them, just keeps the advantage in favor of Gun 5. And weapons were retrieved, but they always seem to be the players that got traded out, so the final 2 just ended up with their pistols still in hand. Weren't quite able to have a rifle to fully utilize.
Finally, Warrow does have the big green, though. This is going to be a pivotal moment for Passion UA. Warrow has to come alive. We have to see that top-tier performance that we've come to expect from him. Peeking towards middle is Warrow. Fineshine.
Right now, they've even sort of lost their consistent fragger of Kvem. I mean, Demka always has been so great to watch on Dust 2. Felt like whatever roster he played on is so good at catching these timings and becoming a real difference maker in these rounds late on. But Fineshine's AWP making its way towards mid right now. No one's pushed through this portion of the map for the T's just yet. Maybe waiting for a flashbang that finally doesn't, in fact, come. The block of the smoke and Fineshine actually not realizing how deep these T's are, so just has to back away and give up some of this space. In a good angle, dodges these flashbangs and posts it for anyone maneuvering towards window.
And there it is, he finds one. Lackey taken down by Topa on the bomb side. Blue-White tucked away here, struggling to find Demka, but Blue-White can't double. 2 versus 3 now, Kvem finding Stein. Fineshine attempting with a blade in hand, but Kvem, he said we're lacking the consistent fragger that Passionue have lent upon. He gets a triple in this round.
Yeah, I'm probably actually just needed to see the save from Fineshine because money's okay. We will likely see a buy. I mean, frantic moments there from a couple of individuals, but as Hayes has just put in the chat, it is the first gun round we've seen one from Passionue. I mean, that is a bit of a damning stat for them, for a team that are coming into this event, and I think a lot of people are considering this team is one of the favourites.
Yeah, definitely.
And only to finally win their first full buy 7 rounds into map number 2.
Look, I've got to say, I don't really know what Lackey's holding. He's holding top tunnels. It's smoked off. Yes, his teammates are within the smoke, and you could get a timing. Fineshine's got all this information. There's at least 3 players going to be coming from either doors or window. It should have been fairly simple for Lackey to just hold that. But obviously, we see that player get into the bomb site and create some chaos. Still, the opening kill found from Fineshine. It is going to be this double B setup once again. Limited utility, though, for guns. They've got 3 flashbangs. There is a defuse kit on Blue-White. Stein again, though. He's so good at taking this control towards long. The problem is Passionue, the only round they have decided to go there and put kind of a lot of stock in it was the round where it was just the Tech 9s, it was just the pistols. Waro posting here towards window. Celta just holding from CT. There's a gap for that smoke. Oh, they will have heard the flash, in fact, hitting Celta. So they have a great understanding that he's here. Need dealing a lot here to Celta, and Celta could get a great timing. Ammunition, the biggest problem here. Kvem, he gets the reload in. Celta spamming through. This round is full of chaos. Blue-White now, if he finds Demka, the round is done. Surely over. Stein rotating in to find the low HP Kvem. Missed shot from Waro. Stein doubles. AK or AWP to be retrieved. And guns back to winning ways.
Yeah, I mean, it really was thanks to that initial start from Fineshine finding the opening kill, but Celta just takes the timing in mid, finds the one player with a rifle, and then somehow manages to back away into CT after doing so much damage. I mean, absolute madness here. I don't know what I'm watching. I'm loving what I'm watching, as well as hating it. It's insane.
I think this is one of those games where the hardcore Gun 5 fans will have sat. They would have known about this fixture for a few days now, worrying about the impending loss. And now, a bit of hope's been given to Gun 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot more than hope right now. This is really impressive stuff. And just a half bite out from the T's. Looking to test towards long this time. And smoke drop. Stein finds the opening kill and is able to just play around this smoke towards Car. And we'll actually back up slightly.
Yeah, the most damning thing for Passionue is they've just won a LAN event against Fnatic, a team that are going to have much more LAN experience, going to have much more kind of individual experience as well. Obviously, it was Fnatic that went and poached one of Passionue's top talents.
And yeah, gone from winning that to playing against a team that this isn't even their complete roster.
Yeah, and not only playing against them, losing to them quite heavily.
Oh yeah, getting absolutely dominated, getting humiliated if we're being honest. Look, map number 1 secured 3 rounds. Right now they've won 5 maps in this series. And it's definitely going to stay at 5 on this one, it feels like, unless Waro's scout can get given a couple of chances. But I think after this 2-man advantage, Gun5 are going to be more than happy just to play a bit more disciplined now. They found an early lead. They know bodies are out towards long. Lackey's cleared out all of tunnels, and Celta's got a deep position in mid.
I love this setup as well. 2 towards short, 1 in CT, utility raining down, Passion UA. They've got 30 seconds now. Another nade of the smoke, which time actually can't spot from. The Celta, you just have a third nade. Blow open the smoke once again. 19 seconds here. Warro can connect with a scout, but Eagle hoping and searching, finding 2. 3 versus 3 now. 12 seconds on the clock though. Blue-white, if he can find Jacasmo, could deny the plant. Well, the round surely to go the way of Gun5, but the bomb plant has come through. Will just be a bit of a bonus, as Demka did keep enough in reserve to drop an AWP over to Warro.
7-2, yeah, got a little bit worrying there when we see Warro find the first and then the D will connect onto the second. For a brief moment, you believe that Pashtue can do it, but quickly shut down, quickly silenced, as we have 3 remaining rounds of the half. And Gun5 are showing no signs of slowing down here. Warriors AWP going for an early peek in middle. I think Lackey's just caught a bit of a timing into lower tunnels and hasn't been spotted here. At least I don't believe so, but he is going to be the first player to meet any aggression. Both Kavem and Chopper coming his way. Nade comes down, Lackey will find the first. Demka not ready for the trade just yet. Molotov forcing him at bay, and Lackey, see you later, bud.
Yeah, Lackey somehow crept out of there. I actually think the molly forced Lackey out. I think Demka would have had him otherwise. Still a 4-on-4 here, but Top has taken so much damage with that altercation here from Celta. Warro slowly creeping. Ooh, has Lackey just been spotted? What information's gathered here? Missed flashbang there from the T's.
And 1 minute, and Passion don't really have a lot of control.
Yeah, and they've just forgone quite a large portion of it towards short, and that's when Gun5 will aggress. Demka still towards lower tunnels. Demka needs to find a pick here. Needs to kind of keep this second prong to the attack, because the remaining players on Passion UA are going to be making their way towards long. Demka spotting and finding Stein, such an important frag to secure. We'll send the molly towards doors just in case there's any trade coming. And Fineshine realizing, well, I've got to deal against 2 different angles, so I'll molly off one and hope to hold the other. Utility coming through now. Nade of the smoke. Fineshine gets 1. The HE grenade timed nicely onto Jacasmo. Great damage from Lackey, but in fact it's Jacasmo finding. Blue-white caught off guard. Jacasmo again. All on Fineshine now. Getting flanked. Fineshine hoping to connect. 1 bullet in the magazine. If he goes for this pot shot, he's going to have to reload. All about timing. Gets the scope going, but sadly no shot. So Passion UA, they do find another round victory here, but it's already 7-3. And as I mentioned before, both teams do in fact prefer the T side.
I mean, really big round from Jacasmo. He goes down on the bomb site, and your next player is towards a long, who has to sort of cross through CET to get the bomb, or it's going to be Demka coming up from short. I don't really know how the first player elevating themselves up doesn't get that frag. There's so much damage. Just connect 1 wall-banged bullet onto Jacasmo and just can't seem to find anything else. And then Jacasmo plays it super well from there on out. Lackey again wants to get aggressive, finds the first kill, will get traded out on this occasion, but Fineshine's AWP finds Chopper. Info towards mid, and it just baits Celta in perfectly. Oh, gets the wallbang onto Demka as well, goes for more. And Demka goes down, and Jacasmo, it's been 25 seconds. And you're in a 1v4.
Yeah, somewhat comical. The aggression towards middle from Passion UA is just shut down in mere moments.
But it is the same thing here. Map number 1 and now map number 2. We haven't been able to see Passion UA once string 2 rounds together. Every single one of their rounds have been won in isolation. And it's difficult for their economy. I mean, they're a bit fortunate that they kept a few bodies alive and the loss bonus is high in the round that they were able to win. But, I mean, Passion UA, this is a far cry from the team that we're expecting to show up in the playoff stage. definitely have a few things to talk about the veto if we do finish this one in a 2-0 map. I'm certainly going to be interested about your boys' views on it on the desk, but still potentially a long way to go before we get there, as it is this man advantage once again for Gun 5, as the CTs are actually quite heavily rotating away from B and more so towards A. Finally, I think Celta realizes there's no need to over-rotate, as there's 3 plays in tunnels and Blue-White could be in a world of hurt.
Look at Kvem, though. He's got a great timing. He could quite easily find a pick here. He's got all this control towards A. Blue-White's got a lot of work to do, though. Celta now rotating in. Blue-White will be able to get one. He doubles down. Celta just needs his weapon out, but he gives Warro the chance to get the trade. Still a 4 versus 2. They're making a 4 versus 1. And it's Warro in the 1 versus 4 to clutch out, to give them a 4th round. We saw a 9-3 scoreline, obviously, on Inferno in favor of Guns in the half. And obviously, they ended it 13-3. We can see a similar response here as Stein in the backlines from tunnels will confirm 9 found for Gun 5.
And these are sort of glimpses now of the previous Gun 5 roster. The guns that did have a lot of success, the guns that went on to have some really big results in playoffs. And somehow, I mean, this is the time to do it. Apparently against one of the highest ranked teams in the whole event. This is absolute madness. 9-3 on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, just ridiculous.
And we've seen Gun 5 struggle at this map, haven't we?
Yeah, in the past, their Dust 2's been really tough. They, out of their last 5 games, only victorious once in an OT against Ruby. They lost in OT against Marius. 13-7 lost to Nexus the other day. 13-5 to Partisan. It's been a really struggling and problematic map for them. But again, this is the problem with maps like Dust, like Inferno, like Mirage, Ancient as well, I guess you could throw in the mix. These are the kind of more puggy maps that can be dictated quite heavily by individuals, because it's not as though you're playing a map like Train that's been newly introduced and some teams might have some gimmick plays, or a map like Nuke where this kind of strategic advantage can hold so much weight based on synergies with rotations. Gun 5, they are just winning their fights, and that is solely what's giving them these rounds. We said in that last one, it seemed like Guns, they over-rotated towards the A-bomb site. Yes, Celta was there quick enough, but it's the fact that Blue-White goes 2 for 1 in that scenario. He's got to get traded. Doesn't even seem like he goes disciplined either.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like in that spot, he knows Celta's reasonably close by, and it looked like to me, he was like, I've got to at least get one. I've got to make sure I at least get one before going down, somehow gets the double. And this is the thing in particular with Dust, like you were saying. Individually, we haven't quite seen Passion Away set the world alight in this series at all. You had Kvem on map number 1, who felt the one stable piece. Here, I mean, I don't know who they have. I mean, Demka, is he the best? When sort of 9-9, is he the player to try to help dig Passion your way out of what has been an awful run of form here in this game? Whereas on the flip side of things, look, we're still having Lackey have good games. We're still having Stein. We're still having Fineshine. Celtics have monster moments towards the middle. Similar with Blue-White as the stand-in as well. And Gun 5, when the whole team feels like they're having moments and stepping up individually, I mean, Passion your way, you've got to try to go toe-to-toe with them. And somehow, Passion your way, this roster, this stacked roster, can't.
Honestly, I think the one player who could dig them out is Jacasmo. I know Demka's 9-9, but you look at some of the kills he's got, it's kind of late lurk, saving, flanks, and trades. I feel like Jacasmo, when we see those kind of moments of magic, he's so close to finding that kind of the final piece, but never can be seen. It's this playthrough short. Topper on the back of the bomb site can find one. Needs to secure a second, but Demka defending. Kvem will be rotating in. The onslaught of CTs. And surely a pistol victory. A 1v5 for Stein. No Kevlar. No chance. Getting flanked by Kvem. But Warro will be the one to take him down. Passion UA, at least they can best their result on Inferno by finding 4.
I mean, it was actually a good-looking call initially from Gun 5. From Gun 5. But the issue is they took slightly too long, and at the same time they were lining up util and waiting. Passion UA took all the space towards tunnels. So you had the player in middle, Demka, start to push through, start to get this flank going, and top with a decent hold. Demka timing his backstab perfectly. And Gun 5 kind of just fell apart a little bit on that one.
Just got word from our wonderful analyst Hayes. Passion away are 3 for 4 on pistols. They won both of the pistols here on Dust.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, not from the scoreline at least. Bit of aggression here. It is just the half bite, or the eco, sorry, from Guns. They're not messing about. Warro wants some kills. He wants some confidence.
I mean, a clean sweep on the anti-eco, maybe around they can bring a few players a bit more confidence, but we've got to see it on the full buys. That's going to be the real test here for Passion Away on the CT side of this map. But weapons in play for the T's. AKs on everyone apart from blue-white. A lot of utility, a lot of flashbangs here.
I like it. Look how fast Warrow is towards middle. Information gathered, though, the jump across. And now Stein realizes that this could be a pretty comfortable kill that they can acquire if they really think things through. And Lackey will find. We're seeing aggression from Kvem as well. Stein, he's kind of crossed paths. Kvem will find, though, such an important kill. Realizing that their mid player is kind of pushed towards top middle and taken down, you know that the B player is going to have like kind of two roles in this round, defending B and holding off on middle. So they look to accelerate towards the B bomb site. Smokes are down, blue-white finds, and it's a tough one now for Passion UA. B bomb site notorious for the difficulties retaking, as I said before. They've got no flashbangs to do it. Molly's on the bomb site. The nade's going to do a lot of damage to both Topper and Demka. What do you do here? Do you give it a go or do you go for the save?
I mean, it looks like the CTs do want to give it a go, and it feels like because they are at such a large deficit, they want to give a round like this that's going to be challenging, a bit of an attempt in it. Topper does have a defuse kit, but the setup, there's so many players, so many crossfires, so difficult to get more than one, and finally Topper starts to back away. I think Kvem in tunnels, you're looking at him, Topper finding a kill before it can really allow you to push into that bomb site, because obviously we could easily see Passion UA attempt a round like that, all three players die, one kill found, something like that, and it would just be such an issue for them financially. So definitely the smart call keeping these guns alive, but what that does mean is the T side now, the underdogs, have double digits.
Yeah, Topper's just dropped that FAMAS to Jacasmo and invested in him M4. Both Demka and Kvem could have dropped. Okay, there we go. We are going to be seeing this. I thought we would have just seen Topper look to upgrade at the cost of utility, but we haven't seen that. Guns, they have been by far the better team here. I don't think it's strategy, though. It's the individuals that have been so key.
Stein opening kill onto Topper. Lackey as well. And the long hold is falling apart. There is this fast flank here from Stein. But if Warrow goes down, it might not matter. You might not be able to find anything else. And Stein's going to need to go above and beyond. Warrow somehow dodging these bullets. Somehow still alive. A couple of pot shots down.
How has Selta got the kill?
Oh, no.
Selta, Spidey sense is tingling. He was holding for top mid, realizing that, okay, they could have pushed down behind. Warrow and Jacasmo will combine, though.
Yeah, this is actually really dangerous here. Gunfight, they've got a lot of players low HP, and they're fighting so heavily when there's no need. Lackey gonna get swarmed upon. There is a teammate holding, but this is a 5-on-2 to a 1v1 now, and Selta is reasonably chipped up. The bomb is dropped here. Where does Warrow play? He's got to start to be paranoid about the A bomb site, and Selta's just going to play disciplined.
Yeah, I think Warrow actually is going to give up the bomb and push into long doors, and I think this could be a big problem. Warrow has to realize that it makes more sense for Selta to have been from long now instead of towards the bomb site, because he would have shown something. But he's not put it together. Timing, and Selta can find. Wow. Oh, it's devastating. And again, it's a round that Gun 5 should never lose, yet it becomes possible for Passion UA, and then they still fumble.
Feels like complacency there from Gun 5, have to say. Individually, they hit all their shots going into that. We see Selta find Kvem as well. In that 5 versus 2, you know that there's someone who's flanked through. There is a good chance the CTs are all towards A. You don't need to fight that there. You can just back away. But it's these players feeling really confident and trying to fight through a smoke as well. It is never going to be convincing. But it is the full investment from Passion UA. It is do or die time once again.
Yeah, nice find from Lackey. Takes down Demka. Topper will trade. And this is where Passion UA, they've got to take some space elsewhere. They've got no control in middle. They've got no control towards tunnels. Topper will look to push down short. If Gun 5 look to accelerate towards the A-bomb site right now, Passion UA, I think best choice is to save.
I mean, you're 5-11 down. Do you even save in a situation like this? I think if the bomb site's taken cleanly, I think you still got to go for a round like this. You just need something to work.
Back towards A. Selta very isolated here with a bomb. Oh, I love the idea of this boost. Venmo missing the shot. How is the boost falling apart? Orb can now be posted up from Feinstein from long.
No defuse kit, remember.
They've got to give it a go, though. I'm right there with you. They can't opt for kind of looking the 7 in a row required. Celta in a great position to find Kvem, though, and Celta spotted the jump surely, and there it is. Topper pushing through, he will find. Great from Blue-White, though. The smoke, making things quite tough here. Warrow's going to look to push through this. Oh, Warrow, he's given up his position now. No time, no chance, no weapon for Warrow in the next, or at least no upgraded one. It is done. Guns have got 7 opportunities to close it out. The weakest weapons will be seen now from Passion UA. Hayes mentioned it, and I'm going to steal his quote away. There's been 32 rounds of CS this series. Passion UA have won 1 full buy versus full buy.
I mean, I'm speechless. This is a Passion UA that I think being mapped together, we're sort of building up how unbelievable this roster is, how we're sort of on that hype train of Passion UA, and right now in this series, they have been unbelievably disappointing.
5 MP9s, 4 smokes, 3 flashes for Passion UA to salvage success. But this is possibly the worst series I've ever seen from Passion UA.
Oh, I'd probably agree with any lineup as well.
Yeah, exactly. They really look lacking in the individuals. The decision-making's been so poor. In the clutches, they just can't seem to put the pieces together. From a side heading into this game, thought to have a guarantee to the quarterfinals. Now trailing by 7 just to keep themselves alive.
Out on A, so much space. Finds one, he's towards Gandalf. We probably would have heard these steps of Demka. Warrior's timing somehow doesn't get him a kill. And Demka just...
Oh, look at the nades!
Oh, wow. So much damage dealt, and Demka knows exactly where Lackey is. Will be able to find Celta.
Utility raining down on the bomb site. This is where Gun 5 could make a bit of a mistake here. Topper with the MP9, struggling. Feinstein with the orb. All these players on the bomb site now. Passion UA, 2 players remaining to win this one for them. They're aware that he's behind the smoke.
They know both players are here. They can try to back away, but they want to end it on kills. They want to end it on their own terms.
Yeah, it's going to be the stick of the bomb from Feinstein. Warrow will find, though. 2 HP for Warrow, but of course Feinstein connects. Gun 5, they end the series 2-0 in the least likely of outcomes heading into this game. Anyone to think that Passion UA to take the series, a ridiculous performance. And look, guys, I'm sure for the rest of this playoffs games, whenever there's a look at the bracket, whenever anyone talks about what the upset of the playoffs, the upset of the event, it's going to be today. It's going to be this moment from Gun 5.
Yeah, this is going to be basically impossible to beat. Maybe if Marius had beaten like Na'Vi Jr. or something like that. But still, I can't believe what we just witnessed. Honestly, I felt like, okay, yeah, they got destroyed on the first map. You know, once the Force Wars kind of fell apart, then they did as well. Fine, you can write that off. We're going to Dust 2 next. It's a really good map for Passion UA. Individuals aren't going to have back-to-back bad games, right? Like, that hasn't happened for Passion UA pretty much since the inception of this roster. So that was shocking. That was honestly shocking for Passion UA with the way they've just never gotten going. They won 8 rounds across both maps, fellas. Only a single gun round in and amongst those 8 rounds. They won every single pistol, even converted the second half pistol here in the second map as well. So it's really as rough as it gets. Just gun rounds nowhere to be found for Passion UA. Individuals not really on the mark. I mean, opening kills really difficult to come by. I will say, again, got to sing Guns' praises here, guys. Like, Celta, I feel like, was always, wherever the action was going down on the CT side, he's got such a good read for the game. He did the same thing on Inferno, always padding up the defense. We had a number of rounds where they had the extra man on A. He was always ready for that quick rotation onto the B bomb side as well. Here on CT side, Dust 2, he's often in towards middle, helping his teammates. Quick rotation B. Just such a good read on the game was Celta, and always really appropriately positioning himself as well. Great game from Feinstein as well. I mean, that shot there to finish off the round and the map with that. I mean, this is looking like a Guns who could go on a run from here, Fred. Like, what's stopping this team from keeping this form up going into that next quarterfinal?
Look, absolutely nothing. I think right now they are going to be on hot form. Every game they go into, they'll feel like the underdogs, and with that, it kind of breeds so much confidence. When there's a real lack of respect to your team, where there's a real lack of kind of a quality from, I guess, a standpoint of expectations. When every team that faces them is going to assume, okay, well, it's Guns, we'll beat these guys, and then we can focus on the next game. No. Gun 5, they have shown so much level of threat, not only based on the individuals, but it's the fact that they are able to do this with a standard. It's the fact they are able to take down such top teams. You look back to the most recent games from Passion UA, they very rarely lose in a 2-0 fashion. They play plenty of online CS. And the only team that have bested them better in the last 10 2-0s that they've lost was against Na'Vi Junior. And okay, yeah, that game was ridiculous. Na'Vi Junior won 13, OMAP won 13, 6 map 2. Honestly, for Passion UA, I think this is a bit of an eye-opening period. Maybe they, we talked about how they just came off winning a LAN event. Potentially they've gone, well, we've won a LAN event. We don't really need to do prep for this first game. We can kind of just walk into it and absolutely destroy them. And I'm so happy that Gun 5, the underdogs, have been able to do it. I feel like an underdog story is always nice to see.
I mean, I had a bit of a theory for that. I don't know. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm completely off the mark with this. In terms of the vetoes, to me, it kind of feels like Passion UA came into this game and were like, we can beat Gun 5 on any map. Let's work on maps we want to get more work done on rather than necessarily going on to our stronger maps. In terms of, they pick Mirage most of the time. It tends to be a map. Look, they do pick Dust 2 occasionally as well, but we all spoke about the fact that why are they not looking to pick Mirage? They've opted for Dust 2 instead. And then you look at Train as well. We also kind of said it feels like they're sort of trying to necessarily look at Gun 5's weaknesses rather than play to their strengths. What if it wasn't that? What if it was literally just like, we're not great at Train right now. Let's do some work on that. Let's play it in an official. Let's see what we can do. Regardless of what it was awful. I think that goes without saying. It was a really poor showing. Look, that's obviously going to be Gun 5 advancing to those quarterfinals where they'll be playing up against Big or Zero Tenacity. It's going to be a difficult game anyway. We would have been seeing Passion UA there in 99% of the cases, but somehow not today. Gun 5 deservedly that spot.
Yeah, got themselves a spot in the quarterfinals. And you know what sucks for Passion UA? That's the end of the season. It feels like that's such an awful way to end the season of what's been an incredible season for this team and the organization that came together some 2 months ago. I think Demka joined 2 months ago, and Waro as well. And they won a LAN event, had some great results online as well. Didn't they actually win Series 2? Am I mistaken? EU Series 2?
That was Na'Vi Junior.
Na'Vi Junior, okay, all right. But Passion UA made it to the final, I think, or they made it to the semi-finals on that occasion it was, yeah. So they had a good run then. Just kind of sucks that this is how they dot off the season, what's been a really good season for them. As for Guns, not the end of their season, fellas. They're into the quarterfinals. They'll be playing against the winner between the last game of the day, Big versus Zero Tenacity. I mean, it should be Big. Is there a world where Guns could get a win over either of those teams, Fred?
Look, if you asked me that question 2 hours ago, I would have said not a chance.
Yeah.
Now, who knows? I think Guns, the way they played, the way Blue White played as well, was just ridiculous. But the fact when you look at the difference in kills, Stein bottom fragging, which is such a rarity to see across the series, but he had 23, the most being Blue White and Fineshine with 30. A disparity of only 7 kills spanning across 2 maps is quite rare. And the fact that everyone was having good moments. Honestly, I think Gun 5 could beat anyone remaining in this playoff bracket if they play like they did today.
Charlie, do we need to get Fred's meds out again, or is he onto something here?
Hey, look, guys.
I mean, look, just because they did get this win over Passion UA, I don't think it means that they're going to make a miracle run. But I definitely do think they got the chance of it now. I do also think a lot of it is in the favor of Passion UA today were just bad themselves. It wasn't all Gun 5. It wasn't just Gun 5 lighting up the server. It goes both ways. It was definitely a great game from Gun 5 where individually they were all there. But on the flip side for Passion UA, I mean, that was one you've got to go back to the drawing board and say, what on earth were we doing? Because almost every decision they made that game felt wrong. Every round that was close, they somehow ended up losing it. There was a lot to that, but look, why not? I believe in the run. Why can't it happen?
Okay, well, I reckon if they come up against Big, it almost certainly ends. Zero Tenacity, they then do have a chance if Zero Tenacity can get the upset later. I will say we have to give Fred some credit here because he was the one who said, you guys are writing guns off too soon. These guys have actually shown some decent form and they can win a map. Well, they won the whole series and they dropped just 8 rounds in the process. But guys, that is all from myself, Fred, and Charlie. We're going to be throwing this one to a slightly extended break, about 40 minutes or so before we jump into that next matchup. It is going to be 500 against Amkel, and then Big versus Zero Tenacity to round out the day. Be sure to use the break wisely. What a way to spend your Friday afternoon going into the major tonight. I'm just saying, CCT is here all day, every day. Be sure to use that break, and we'll join you guys for that matchup a bit later.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get going and look forward to some more playoff games here at the CCT Season 3 Series 3. And I've got two friendly and familiar faces with me once again. I've got Nexus and I've got Overseer who are going to be joining me, which, you know, Over, you were saying to me, it feels like forever since the last time that we were all on the broadcast together.
It does, doesn't it? It feels like it's been ages, almost too long, we should say.
Absolutely. But how are you guys doing? Are you looking forward to this? These next two matchups, we've got some really interesting battles when we kind of get down to it.
I've got some sort of interest here and some sort of reservation about that second one, where we'll talk a lot more about that when we get to it. But I'm interested in this first one a bit more due to just the reservations on that second. 500 and Amcal, this for me. This is the real interesting one. Second, it's going to be dramatic, but I'll save that for later.
Yeah, I think when we're getting down to that one, you know, the big Zero Tenacity game, there's a clear favorite, right, in that one. But this 500 Amcal, it has an almost kind of scrappy feel to it that when we kind of get into it and down to things, you know, it is really just going to be a flip of a coin who we are going to see come out on top. And, when we're looking at these teams, we're probably talking about 500 in particular, who were invited directly into the playoffs. But these guys, I mean, have been in shocking form recently. 0 for 7 in their last best of 3s and hoping to turn it around on playoffs. Is that really realistic, Over?
I mean, look, 500, they've been a bit up and down lately. Certainly they haven't been Mr. Consistent compared to their past performances back in the day, but look, they're always a scary team. They've got the experience. They've got the individuals for it. If we go over the roster, thank you very much, production. When talking about experience, we cannot not mention Spellen. We cannot not mention Cirque. And then we have Red Star and Rainwaker as the two performers. And obviously Oxygen, I think enough has been said about him in the recent past that I don't want to touch upon that subject too much. But point is, they've got it all. And on a good day, they are definitely one of the scarier teams that come into these playoffs.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, as well, something that kind of I do be searching for in this team is just a little bit of an improvement, especially when I think about, 500. I look at the player that Cirque is, and I think since he's kind of come back into this team, he's been a little bit underwhelming in a lot of his performances. No doubt he used to be an absolute,
monster,
unbelievable player. But Cirque, for me, just hasn't really performed, to maybe the heights that a lot of people were expecting of him. And, especially when you're kind of removing ships from this roster and ships kind of takes that step back, you have to wonder, where are the kills and where are the wins going to come from?
I absolutely understand you. I do see where you're coming from. Like, who is going to be the one to step in the place of ships? Absolutely.
Anyway, we'll move forward and look at Amcal.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say, like, so far we haven't had much of that, and that is a problem. But let's talk about Amcal then, because they've also got something for today, and that is no Tommy. They've instead called a name from the past, an Iris Balance that they've brought in here, who I don't remember the last time I've seen him play. Like, it has been such a long time for me, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I haven't seen him play he was announced, and he seems like he's only played maybe like a couple of advanced games with these guys.
Yeah.
It is a bit of an interesting thing here for sure to keep it in mind as well. But so far, like the last few games that he simply has played, this series is more specifically, I mean, the numbers have been pretty good. Like 8 maps played, 1.18. Of course, like, that's not consistent over a larger number of games just yet, but in terms of, like, a legacy name, Iris Balance to me kind of is up there sort of play that I've, for a long time, just held to in decently high regard. Then he had, like, 9 Pandas and K23. Things just didn't look, like, amazing or anything. It just slowly wore down. And it's been harder to kind of get that now reminiscing of the very old 2020 era, Iris Balance and Spirit. Like, that sort of game has not really been had for a long time. But it's nice to see him at least have those sorts of numbers.
I think so. I think, it is it's good to have a player like that as well kind of come into the roster, because he does kind of bring a wealth of experience. And after Melody kind of obviously moving to Furia, in this roster they were looking for that kind of stability, that's why they kind of looked towards Art Frost to see if he would kind of work out for a little bit.
Yeah.
Of course he didn't. Then they brought in Tommy, and well, we can only imagine now that this is kind of maybe a little bit of a trial period for Idis Balance, because he's only played this event. Tommy, I believe, was locked in for Advanced for Amcal for that kind of last end of the season. So I mean, if Idis Balance plays well here, as you were saying, he's putting up some good numbers. It kind of seems like a no-brainer if Amcal make a deep run here that they would try and keep him.
I would agree with that feeling, that sentiment, absolutely. And I genuinely think this is going to be a great opportunity for him to kind of showcase himself a little bit, at least, right? Get that game going. And as we said, without ships, 500 will definitely be susceptible to mistakes, definitely susceptible to a few hiccups. And if it's not going to be their day, if they're going to have a bad show to start with, Amcal can get that ball rolling, get that momentum in their favor, and all of a sudden we've got a potential quick finisher on our hands.
Absolutely. Looks like we're going to jump into the veto, and we're going to continue going with this one. Train and Nuke banned. No surprises there. Anubis picked by 500, Mirage picked by Amcal, and that leaves an Inferno decider, as Dust2 and Ancient are going to be banned out. Nexus, start with you. Any real surprises or shocks here in this veto, or was this maybe what you were expecting?
I'm just a bit surprised that Ancient, because it's such a staple, just doesn't even make it as a decider here. But you've got Inferno instead. It's more of that, like, in Ancient, that's like the scrappy part which could have had with it, or we could have had with a decider. Instead, they've gone up a little bit. They've chosen a classy Inferno where both teams have had success and shown it recently as well. That's pretty much the only thing that kind of jumps at me at the moment. And yeah, that's about it. Like, there's no other clear thing here. Like, maybe you could have gone for Dust2 on the side of Amcal, but they've made a choice here. They've gone for Mirage instead. It kind of shows maybe that they want to go for a more puggy style. Like, they're very similar in a way, but they want a bit more of a different thing here, and that maybe kind of plays into Idis Balance as well. Maybe standing in trial. We don't still know, but maybe that plays into that part instead.
Yeah, for sure. Would you agree with that, Over? Do you think maybe that Inferno is kind of more of a safe play rather than risking it on an Ancient where both teams seem to be pretty poor recently?
I think that there's reasonable, there's reason to think that way, and I think it could be very much possible given that you want to play more of a default map pool, not trying to be too elaborate, right? Having Idis Balance, not played with this map for, or rather not played with this team a lot, maybe not in tune as much as you would expect him to be or otherwise would want him to be. And yeah, go with Inferno, why not? Everybody knows how to play it. CT's not too difficult. As long as you hit your shots and T side, you just gotta listen to the commands.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, maybe the Anubis is a little bit of surprise, but actually what the real kind of shock for this Anubis kind of pick, well, what I say is a shock, is I'm looking at the win percentage and seeing how poor 500 have actually been on it. But I mean, then you take a look down the list and you kind of go, oh well, it doesn't really get too much better anywhere else, does it? So maybe Anubis was kind of their best bet. As for Amcal, I mean, they haven't really been performing too much on it either, but when they have played against a kind of step up in caliber of teams, they've really struggled.
Yeah, like, for 500 as well, the thing is, like, they haven't or hadn't played a game in, like, 3 weeks until yesterday. If you look at the record they have, it is barely any green there. Like, they have not been having any good results.
They've been losing a ton,
Yeah, that's just an age. They played, like, less than 50 games in the last few months as well, which for, tier 2 and 3, that's not a lot. You have these teams with, probably averaging over 80 or even 100 in some cases. Maybe that's stretching it a little bit, but it is a smaller amount than, some probably would like to see. But if that's the case, and 500 having to take this sort of break, what does that mean? It means they have to have done something. They must have used that time to then really work Red Star into this team to make sure everybody's on that sort of level they want to. Like, if that's not the case, if we don't start to see some sort of improvement now, well, that's going to be a bit of an issue for them, I think.
A bit of a is understatement. I'd say a massive issue,
Yeah.
really.
I mean, do you think as well, when we're kind of talking about, obviously we're kind of coming to the end of this season, like, you know, do you think maybe that taking that kind of the couple of week break that they actually did that kind of come at the right time? Or do you think they would have been better off actually just, you know, playing out the couple of events that they were playing in, you know, actually accepting the invitations and continuing to try and, you know, try and get everything to work and everything to click in the server, rather than kind of waiting it out? Because, like, you know, we're gonna have a month off, you know, in the next couple of weeks as well. So even if it doesn't go right here, do you think there is still more time for 500 to get things right?
I mean, they've allotted a decent amount of it already in recent times, and not to speak that this roster's been around for a very long time. So it's more of a, how much more do the players want to pursue this further? You know, do they want to keep on trying at this level? Do they have aspirations for more? It's more of a question for the players themselves than perhaps me to answer it for them. But I assume, you know, right now, if you're feeling that you're not doing too well, that things are not going exactly as you'd hoped they would go, my honest opinion is that whilst there are two schools of thought to this, I will say this simply, that you have to take a break. If you're feeling exhausted, if you're feeling like you don't have an idea what you need to be doing, how to be doing it, I feel like a break from the game is exactly what the doctor orders, and without it, you're effectively giving yourself no chance to, you know, be in a mental state good enough to deal with whatever comes later down the line.
Yeah, I think definitely so. I think, you know, when you kind of have that mental fatigue, when you are kind of struggling to kind of feel things right, sometimes just taking a step back and just saying, all right, we're going to have a couple of weeks off. Everybody go relax. We'll come back into it with fresh minds. Everybody will de-stress, they'll de-tilt. And, you know, let's not forget as well that, you know, 500, after the disappointing result they did have, you know, in the RMR actually to get there, or the MRQ now as it's called, I suppose, you know, like that does take its toll on you. You know, there's a very few teams that are going to be able to bounce back, because they got absolutely battered in that event, you know, and it is, you know, very troublesome to kind of just get your mind almost fresh straight away and go back into playing online competition, especially when one of your most consistent pieces, ships, you know, has been taken out of the roster. So yeah, I know we've been harping on a lot about 500, but as for Amcal, I mean, it's kind of the same story with these guys. I mean, we don't really know what's kind of going on with them. Every game they're playing, it seems like they're playing op roulette, spin a wheel, who are we going to have today? And Idis Balance is going to be with us in the server this time out, so I hope for their sake as well, they're going to get a little bit of consistency, because I think they need something over there to steady their ship after Melody, you know, kind of moved on.
I couldn't agree more with you two, or rather with you, and yeah, crazy.
We are actually going to be jumping live into the server, so I'm going to let you guys take it away as map 1 is getting going.
So, here we are, starting the day, or our day at least, on a little bit of Anubis. Not a bad start. I do enjoy the map. It's quite the nice one. It's always entertaining, yeah, I feel like. There's so many things you can do here that make the map fun to watch, fun to play as well, and that's a rarity. Sometimes maps fun to play, not fun to watch. This one, I'd say both. At Oxygen at the moment, he is good to go at least. 3 headshots for him. Dirk will finish off 1 more. That is a very solid defense for 500 to start things off as well. No bomb plans. They don't even entertain the idea of it. Until we're going to see a force spine around 2.
Am I not surprised? Should I be surprised? No, I'm joking. I'm not surprised. That's to be expected. Yeah, I mean, nobody likes force buys. Nobody ever did like force buys, so I don't think it's really to anyone's surprise to see it, because it's become the new meta, and Amcal, they're going to give it their all with Deck 9s, a Mech 10, a Deagle, and a Scout towards B. Anubis, a ratty map. A lot of things that some teams don't know how to handle at times, especially that control towards canals, but right here, it's going to be Cirque with a double. 500 Already a triple on Cirque, with 500 looking for their second round. Relatively easy to be picked up, as Idis Balance has no chance. I mean, maybe a kill if he's lucky, but that is banking a lot on the luck. And goodbye.
MP9 one tap from that range is crazy work, though.
It's mad. It's kind of mad.
Kind of nasty.
Yeah.
But hey, there's a good round for 500 there as well.
It is. It is.
Cirque as well farmed up, 3 kills for his MP9. He's got money for the AWP if he wants to get it out immediately. If not, he can buy another MP9 here, or have another MP9, farm a bit more. AWP next round again. That sort of stuff, because they know this one is not going to be a buy for Amcal. There's no reason for it to be. No bomb plants, barely any kills. There's no reason for it to be, so play with confidence, just not cockiness. So we say that, Red Star, he is feeling the confidence of this round itself. 2 kills with the MP9 pushed up. And already any entertaining of kills even, apparently, are being taken away here. 3 rounds. In every single one of them, we've had a 3K so far.
Quite simple, quite easy. 500, their map pick, their start.
Yeah, what are these MP9s made of, by the way, on 500? They are just finding the headshots instantaneously as well. Obviously, no head armor there, of course, makes the job easy, but last round, Red Stars one tap. There's Zurich as well, the perfect pre-aim. It looks clean.
It looks good. Looks really good. Let's see if they can
Greatest
keep
gun
it
in
up,
the game, baby. Greatest gun in the game.
Technically, maybe not really, but nonetheless, the greatest gun in the game retains its position. Red Star on 6 kills. He's coming in as the replacement for Cirque today, and he's having a fun day.
Nope, not Cirque. Cirque is right there.
Sorry, not
Red Star.
Ships. Ships. Why did I think Cirque?
Yeah, Ships has been out for a while now. Red Star, I believe, has just been so-called
yeah, he's been here for quite a bit, yeah.
Although I'm unsure if they've actually officially announced anything regarding that. Yeah. I mean, apparently on HLTS, he's at least listed on it, so...
Yeah.
Or on the roster. I just maybe have missed a Twitter post or something along those lines.
Are you terminally online Twitter user?
No, thankfully not.
Thankfully not, exactly. So he didn't miss anything. And Amcal, well, right now they better not miss any headshots.
Alright. Out B, yet again. There's the utility going in toward the site. Oxygen awaits. Now, MP9 headshots had been clean, but what can we get with the M4s is the question. Oxygen doesn't even deploy the Molotov. They're just letting them swarm the site. That's going to be an issue.
That's going to be a free site for Amcal that near impossible to retake on. I mean, you've got no positional advantage here. 500. Push? Not push. What is this idea from 500? Yeah.
Oh, no.
No.
Yeah, that is...
So much for the MP9?
Wow. Yeah, that's bad on both sides. Finally, though. We are seeing the CT side wake up here, with Amcal never pressuring the site, only the bomb planted and one towards the platform itself. Those are the only ones who made a push and attempt at this, but Stinix has guarded for 2. Up to map Bay, and now it's just down to the Rainwaker. All 3 essentially low enough, and Rainwaker's the one to call quits with this one. I do not like this round.
You're not the only one.
Like, Oxygen, he has the molly, he has the smoke in front of him, never throws it, then 5 seconds later, maybe 10, somewhere in between, you have one player out from Amcal on jail, one's walking through canals, then the molly flies up, but 3 are stuck in main, the bomb gets planted. It's so weird, like, if you're saving the Molotov for that long, why not just throw it on the bomb planter? Like, I thought that was the idea there. Why are you throwing it 10 seconds to, like, into main when they've already entered site? Like, that makes very little sense to me. And in the end as well, we kind of see it doesn't work out, doesn't do anything, so...
Yeah, that retake wasn't really ever supposed to work in the first place, given how they set themselves up.
Retake. It's the push for Amcal as well being so slow about it.
Yeah, but Amcal still get it,
adds
you know?
a bit more. Yeah, true.
You know, so we can't really be as critical of that, though. Honestly, I agree to a degree. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They could have been faster about it, made it easier.
It adds to the absurdity of the round, if nothing else.
Yeah.
we gotta move on. Head to this one. Number 5 coming out here, and this time it's not going to be a B play immediately from the get-go, at least. Amcal, they do explore other options and opportunities, though barely seemingly entertaining the idea of these at the moment. They do have the time to play with, and they send S-Fade 8 out towards mid. You talk about Amcal, T-side, this man is a sacrificial pawn. He's got to be either getting you a double entry or nothing. BT side, he gets a little bit more active as well, just not having, not being sent out so freely into some of these situations. So keep an eye on him for sure. He might have a round or two where he does pop off, but he is playing a very steady entry job nonetheless. But now, here's the util on the side. Oxygen this time has the volley. There you go. That's what he wanted to see last round. That's going to buy time off the clock as well, the CT side. Can start to challenge this a little bit earlier. In terms of util, doesn't matter. It's just the firepower coming through. And it's pushed down Cal to just one. Just Thinix stuck in jail. They won't even give him the courtesy of waiting out the time. They'll run him down before that comes to it.
Wow. That was quick. Quite unexpected perhaps as well, to be said. And certainly making it look a lot easier than it should have been. 500. They get there first. And they're looking further towards number 5 too. Look at the money on Amcal, right? They've been broken. Again, they win a round and they lose right after. It's the really, how to say this? It's the curse of every CG team to win a round and then lose right after. Or T-side team even, honestly. But if a bomb plant happens, at least you have something to work with. Regardless, this is looking quite clear. Amcal, they're going to be hitting an A-split. That bomb has to be picked up. I hope they don't forget about it. It wouldn't be the first time we see something like that.
Yeah, this is a risky play to make here. With that bomb being so far away, it's almost dependent on the reaction here, or that bomb to be escorted safely as well, right? Canal's going to be a bit of a question mark for that Amcal side, but thankfully, nobody's on 500 side that's actually pushed it, so makes the job easier. But they're still turning this back to B. The reaction here was the smoke from Spell. Lets Amcal walk in mid with a bit more safety. Get themselves in the temple. Red Star will catch one. There goes the head of AW now. There's the next. S-Fade 8 walks into it. A two-man setup. And here the play toward the B side. It is all too exposed. Nicely done. 500. They maneuvered around pretty okay.
Yeah.
They've got a good reaction. 2 players in CT, right? That's pretty much what changes the outcome here for Amcal as well. Yeah. They don't get past them. And they were more than ready for it. So, very nicely done.
Very well done indeed. Great performance by the whole of the team here. 5-1. That's 500. And looking to win this. It's hard to say how they don't. At least on this first map, they're setting themselves up for a very solid first half. At the bare minimum, somewhere in the range of a 7-5. Oxygen. Great start against Nico. Not really a problem, though. We can't deny that it makes it look a little bit too easy. And that's around all we get. Refrags are there, but the Beagles not to be considered a threat at all, as Oxygen continues. 3 kills already. He's, like I said, he's definitely a point of conversation on 500 every single time we have this team playing. And there's a reason for it. He's a very good performer. He always brings the numbers when needed most. And a lot of people are mad when something like that happens.
Does have the capability to kick ass.
Exactly. He does. First
let's go.
tactical timeout. Okay.
Yeah, this is a bit of an issue. We talked about 500 potentially having issues if they don't show what they've been cooking here in the last 3 weeks of taking a break. Currently 6-1 up on the CT side of Anubis. Spellin seems like he's laughing, having a good time. And wait, smoking inside. Come on, man. I don't think I saw that wrong.
Nothing new. Nothing new.
Yeah, no, I mean that makes
perfect
it
sense.
makes a lot of perfect sense. Yeah.
Yes.
No, he's having the Balkan breakfast apparently at what 4 p.m. for him, 5 p.m. for him. I don't know what time it is.
That's normal. I
actually don't
drink
remember.
coffee usually at this time as well. I like to have my coffee a little bit later, always after lunch.
That's the one good thing about the Balkan breakfast. You can have it any time in the day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Perfect. Well, perfect is going to be this round if Amcal can win it. If they can't, well, a lot of discussions to be had as to why they lost it. Let's see if it runs well, though. 6-1 current scoreline. Not looking too great at this moment.
I'm going to start changing up the way the game is played right now. Down 6-1. If you go down 7, well, that's when hope starts to diminish quickly on their side as well.
Yeah.
Towards A. Smoke is good. Gotta give them a cover until about 30 seconds on the 500 side, unless Amcal want to speed things up as well. They've got the nades to blow up the smoke if they want to. Doesn't seem like that's going to be part of their plan at all. They'll wait it out. No, they won't. Yes, they will. There you go. Here's the util. In they go. First map, down he goes. Rotations quickly here from CT as well. You're going to have one catching the rotations in mid. Keep an eye on S-Fade 8. Aim in a circle to kill feed soon enough. Or maybe not. 500 respecting Amcal's position here towards A side. Are they just actually going to save this?
I don't know.
Surely not. Like, I'm looking at all the money they have and thinking, like, there's got to be at least an attempt on this one.
Yeah, but they're not really. Or are they really trying this?
That's such good information as well. In case Amcal thought they were saving S-Fade, sees the rotation, tells his teammates, stick around. We got this one in the bag.
Why in the world would you ever want to do that? That's... such a foolish move, unfortunately, that really costs you everything here. I'm not sure why 500 would ever want to try an A retake with 4 players, hoping that they get lucky in the last moment. Come on, that's just dumb.
Yeah, hoping that they would have abandoned site, but when S-Fade 8, of course, did it well, spots the rotation here as well. He's going to tell his teammates to stick around at main. So
yeah, that's one factor, yeah.
That's one factor to it. The second one is, it's a 4v5 and you've got all that money. You could have got a lot faster about it as well. But they were afraid of mid. It looked like Cirque never wanted to go alone there, had to take it the long way around to rotate. There's added so many variables there for Amcal to, or 500 there, to just try to play around and complicate their own lives.
Well, they get the entry though. Amcal, like I said, vital rounds to be picked up. They do. Starting to get a little bit of that number back up. Waking up.
Lurk to mid. Second smoke goes towards camera. First one in Temple's going to fade shortly as well, and S-Fade 8 is going to have himself the control, but only for a little while, right? He has to keep an eye on the timer behind him, that smoking camera. If not, there you go, has to move forward. Into red start, took a 50-50 gamble, and so far that's not really worked out for them. And do you watch Temple or CT spawn? Fought once before as well. Surf this time will catch one of the B defense. Flash at CT spawn. Rain wake up blind, now dead.
And they've already got deep CT control, which means effectively round is done. Unless they lose the C4 and the carrier. Which exactly what happens. Oxygen finds Stinix. Kalash falls. Oh, Redstone with a wide swing, quick to buy this balance as well. Never mind my words. Apparently I'll mince them, because that's a 7th. Easy for 500.
That as well. It looks like it's such a good position to be in as soon as Kalash gets himself into CT spawn there.
Yeah.
But it sticks around a little bit too much in the smoke. Tries to search way too deep, and then boom, it doesn't have anybody to cover for the cross itself. And it kind of goes back to, I think, one of the earlier rounds we had was how slow the actual commitment there was for Amcal. And since then as well, it was that round where I said for 500, their reaction to it was really bad. Like, it didn't look like they were all ready for it either. They immediately fixed that in the next one. I didn't have the time to say that. Now we can.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like they've let it slip even in this one. So, one round's mistake, not gonna be repeated here, and that's 7-2 for them.
Amcal, they better not make the same mistake again for sure. Or they'll be paying the hangman next. Oh, Kalash. Oh, what?
Oh my.
Red Star gets another as well, meanwhile, on B, and it just seems to be collapsing here for Amcal. It's hard to see that this goes anyway, but in the favor of Amcal. Oh, excuse me, 500 to be exact. As in, you know, they are seemingly doing a lot better.
I was going to try to pressure to go with your Freudian slip there, but I guess not. You're not suddenly starting to believe in Amcal just because you said it accidentally.
No, it's not going to happen.
What if I really ask you to please maybe start doing that?
No, it's not going to help.
Okay. Normally...
Amcal, like, look, I'll put it like this. I know the players, I've been watching them for a while, you know, last season, 2 seasons ago, so almost 2 years ago now. They've been around for a while, and they do have good, let's say, good basics. They do have good intuition, but I feel like it's just sometimes the skill level that they face against and that they present with is just not enough. And today, it seems like 500, not only have they arrived warmed up, but ready for blood. As I said, right, 500 on a good day, they can beat a lot of teams that are better than them.
What about a team that may not be as good?
Well, there's on paper, there can always be an upset, absolutely, but I don't think we can deny how good right now the individuals on 500 are playing. So whatever there was on paper, it matters no more.
Yeah, the track record of pretty much nothing but red on their ledger at the moment doesn't seem to matter too much to them. And
they don't
that's
take
a good
it
sign.
to heart.
Yeah, the 3-week break they took, we said, has to start showing results, and very quickly. If not, well, boo-hoo. It sucks to be you kind of thing at the end of the break here, or at the end of the season.
Ratio.
You're taking a 3-week break right before the season comes to an end.
Yeah.
That is kind of crazy.
Look,
but if they do have a good result here, not just this game, but this whole series number 3, right?
Yeah.
Finals, semifinals, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, that's a hope. That's something that we can say, yeah, they at least ended the season on a high. They got a decent result here.
Sure.
But then that player break comes again, and that's going to be interesting for sure.
I mean, it's going to be tough because after the player break, you know, every team is going to be that much better. You know, they're going to be warmed up. They're going to be ready to take this fight however well they want to. And I think that's the trick. You'll never really be able to catch up to them if you take too long of a break. You know? It's good that you're thinking about your mental health. That's always a good thing. But sometimes that might not be enough.
Let's just forget about it. But for now, we're forgetting about this round on 500. We're not getting anything from them. Rainwaker was the only one on the defense, having found one getting caught in between of multiple players. Amcal a third. Yeah, now if you were to flip the scoreline and say this was 500 getting their third round, yeah, that would be fine. CT side, you're like 3-4 rounds. Not great, but manageable. Now the T side, though. Ooh, less good.
Tough one. Yeah,
Tough cookie.
tough cookies. Or cookie.
Yeah,
For
there's
sure.
a chance for a 9-3 CT have as well here. So,
That's what I'm afraid, yeah.
to the point, yeah, 500, they are looking fantastic now. At least in terms of the first half, nobody's going to be able to take that away from them. What of mistakes they've made have been mostly fixed as soon as possible, but that mid play has now worked out twice for Amcal in a way. Previously it was just a straight up aim gameplay with a lurk in mid. This time it is through mid. They decided to split. Here, you've got a double entry coming out of Cirque and Spell in mid. So, patching up those defenses immediately as well, seemingly. Having spotted at the bomb as well makes the job quite the difficult one for Amcal to immediately challenge. Not sure if they're going to be sticking around on 500 or do they want to play the advantage. You know, with the observing eyes that 500 have decided to pull away. They play the 5-on-3, they'll let them have that bomb, but that's still taking away about 30 seconds, 40 almost from the clock there on Amcal's side. And playing with a 2-man at disadvantage. Which, I don't know if I'm actually a fan of 500's setup here. It doesn't matter if they get a bomb down here as long as you win the round, but the only commitment you're going to have is oxygen. That bomb needs to cross, there's going to be a smoke for it as well. Even now, you could also just throw it over. It's an interesting one for sure, but it gets them the first, and 8 W's off the bomb gets the second. There's a third. Eagle to the face.
Do we need to say more? Genuinely,
No.
This has been a very one-sided game. Like, and not just game, this has been a very one-sided playoffs as well. Yesterday, remember, we had 2 games going 2-0, and there was not much that anybody could have done in that instance. So, yeah. This is a bit troublesome, a little bit worrisome for sure. I think the question on everybody's mind right now is, do Amcal have what it takes to bring it back, or is it a done deal? We just don't know it yet, you know? I think that's pretty much all there is to this left.
Got very
Short
little here.
intermezzo. Yeah, I mean, there's very little to go on because there is basically nothing to work with, unfortunately. As much as I hate to say it, but you know it, I know it. What
Yeah,
do you
like-
do if you're Amcal, right? CT side now, Anubis, like T side is how much you failed on, and now CT side you're hoping to improve? I don't know, brother. Feels like a stretch.
Yeah. I mean, 500, they had a really good CT side. Like, the reactions they were making in those mid-rounds just to see what Amcal were doing,
Yeah.
and just responding to those were really nice. Right, go back to round 5, maybe. They're making that split through Temple into A. You've already got a 2-man setup in CT, 1 and 2 punching the way out of Amcal there. It becomes so much more difficult. Then you have these B plays that didn't really work out. They were met with stone walls. A side is the only place that worked for them.
Yeah.
And apparently it's going to work for 500 as well. Because Rainwaker, well, we missed the action. He just got 1, 2, 3. And the round is done. 10-3.
Quite simple. Quite easy.
He has a smoke and a kit here. Hold on. We've got some possibility. I don't think, like, Stinix is never going to recognize the fact that there's just the bomb planter on site. But if this gets given to him quickly, maybe there was a chance.
I like
But apparently,
look,
no.
Respect how you're trying to give them ways out. Respect. I love it. I love that you're trying to give them, you know, some sort of feeling of, okay, we can do something. But honestly, It feels like they just kind of are out of their depth right now. Anubis, it should have been a great T side for them. Maybe CT side not so much. Given, you know, we'll give them that. But 3 rounds T side Anubis, brother, that's not gonna be good enough. Not even close.
Jinkies. Lose the pistol as well. 4 spy comes again here from Amcal. 07 is a slowly sinking ship here. Fully committed to this one. But look at that. Oxygen's out on B.
I mean, Oxygen's in jail. He's in a bit of a weak spot. But
Kalash
speaking
is
of
dead.
weakness, CTs are even weaker as it's the weekend coming up, and they're going to have a lot to think about. This round of 16 match for Amcal, going to start off possibly with a map loss, and then we're talking about potential elimination on the second. I'm not even sure how I feel about that second map. It is Dust 2, right? Or am I completely wrong? Help me out here for a second.
If it is, I've completely just ignored it.
I know you
I
did.
saw
That's
Dust
why
2,
I think
and
it
then...
is.
No, it's Mirage.
Oh, no, it's Mirage. Well, it might as well be Dust 2. But point is,
Dust
Mirage
3,
or
yeah.
Dust, it's same shite. And, you know, right now, I feel like wherever you take 500 on, you're going to be dealing with a pretty big-ass, well, a pretty strong-ass team that seemingly is... I mean, everybody's present, let's not lie. Besides Spellon, the rest of the team is popping off crazy. Cirque doesn't even have a chance to shoot as much as the rest of the team is doing. You know, Rainwaker, Oxygen, and Red Star all together. Just mocking their opponents. And Amcal... Oh, okay. Steal 1. Fair. Okay, I'll take that. I think they'll do
Yeah, but that's
2.
all the information you need.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised they're not pushing more off the back of this. That should have been 1 and 2 more spotted, so... Just guarding for it. Now let's give it a time for Amcal to make these rotations. Get S-Faded into position.
Oh.
Pray away. Spellon's dead. That could be the way in they've been waiting for.
Oh.
Red Star takes it away. His AK rips them to shreds.
Nasty. Red Star living up to the name. And with a default AK skin, he absolutely destroys Amcal. And that's round. That's map. I think that's map 1 done. I do not see a way back for Amcal. They have yet to show us a reason to believe in them. Nobody's gone above 10 kills. Stinix is the only one even scratching that post. So I think there's a lot of question marks that need answering, or rather a lot of questions that need answering on Amcal's side. How did that molly... What is that bounce? You saw that, right? It's not just my eyes that deceived me there for a second.
I'm so sorry, I had to blink.
No, you blinked. No. Unacceptable.
I blinked and I missed it.
The molly was thrown into camera and it bounced directly at a 90-degree upwards angle and then fell back down. Yeah, crazy. I don't know how that happened, but it hit Cirque. Ah, thank you, Zerfer. I didn't notice it hitting Cirque. I didn't notice the HP damage. So for me, it was like, wait a minute, what the hell happened? But yeah, apparently it hit Cirque. So that makes more sense that it would bounce weirdly like that. I thought it missed Cirque and it must have bounced off something weird, but yeah. All in all, there we go. Round 16. Gentlemen, it is potentially our last round of the first map. I mean, honestly, there's not a lot to break down from Amcal. They've had nothing to show for. Nothing. And I mean, legitimately nothing. 3 rounds. The first half, that's all they get. It's not even enough to warm up, let alone to get something going. Rainwaker, 2 kills for free and 3 more to go to finish this abysmal first performance out of Amcal.
Yeah, you want to say it one more time for the people in the back. What have Amcal had here?
A shit performance.
I was going to say nothing, but I was totally going to say, but sure.
No, I'm messing about a little bit, obviously, having a bit of a laugh on their account, and not to take anything away from them. I said it myself. I've been watching these guys play for the better part of the last 2-3 years, and they've never been super disappointing, but I've never thought of them as a big contender for anything, really. So maybe, you know, there's a chance they could change my thoughts today. Maybe.
Bomb goes down. The final ticks of Amcal's life on Anubis. The game. Still being played slowly by Iris Balanced. There's the first. Spellin was not expecting it. Time to speed it up here. Both players are going to be towards
No
Cave.
kits.
There is no kit. The Molotov might be what makes it or breaks it, but it's Cirque that deals it. On 500's side, he'll be the one to find these final two, and that is indeed a dominating performance, and not so great one for Amcal to start off their day here in the playoffs, unfortunately. But they've at least got the support of their own map pick coming up next, and that's going to be a little bit of Mirage. That surely helps things out, because in a similar fashion to this not being a great map for Amcal, Mirage is not the greatest map for, well, 500, but Zephyr, there's not a lot to talk about here, so try to make something happen here.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Let me just conjure up something here real quick, because man, that was just an absolute blowout, to be honest. That was probably one of the most underwhelming T sides, I would say, from Amcal that I've ever seen. Dominance for the first couple of rounds, it was a pretty easy pistol to kind of kick things off, and 500 kind of really got into, you know, the swing of things over the first couple of rounds. But on their T side, Amcal decided that they were going to play extremely slow. You know, they were trying to go for that mid pressure early on and then kind of go late into the B executes, and it did kind of feel that the rounds that Amcal were actually picking up on their T side weren't really because you know, they were winning them. It was more so that 500 were kind of making the mistake. They were kind of giving them too much space and too much freedom. And then they kind of learned from that. They kind of adapted. They made it look easy, reset the money then on that 5-1 round. And from there on out, I mean, 500, they just looked absolutely dominant. It just seemed like Amcal were fresh out of ideas in that round, especially in round 8, where you get up onto the B bomb site and you don't really take that much control. You flash somebody in towards CT, you don't really find anything else. The bomb gets caught on the cross. What I will say was 500, their game plan was absolutely sublime. They weren't really standing and fighting them where they stood. They were allowing them to give them the space on the bomb site. Sometimes it went wrong, but mostly it went right. And then, I mean, T side, an excellent pistol to really kick things off and get things going for 500. And Amcal, it was just lose the pistol, forced by the next round, just get absolutely dominated, you know, double entries absolutely every single time. And it was just a case of they couldn't hang with them. And especially, you can see it here over towards mid, there was actually a Red Star triple kill that really just kind of confirmed the round for them. But Amcal, I was a little bit concerned and I was a little bit worried about what these guys were going to bring to the table on this map, because in recent history, you know, these guys, they haven't looked that good on this map. Every time they've played against, you know, a tough opponent or an opponent on 500's level, they've kind of come up short and been absolutely battered by them. Their results, their wins have only come against, I would say, and would describe them as lesser teams. And you can see that, you know, because they weren't getting entries, because their game plan of, you know, going and getting that mid control and then doing nothing off it, going back and trying to hit these executes, 500 were able to punish them. The much better team on that map, and just solely off the gunfights alone in that first map, I'm very worried for Amcal. I know Mirage is a much better map from them. 500 have been struggling on Mirage a little bit since, you know, Ships decided to part ways with the roster, as that used to be one of his best maps and he used to be one of the stars of the show. But Amcal, they really need to buck up their ideas. They really need to hope that they've come prepared for their own map pick, or they're going to be heading out of playoffs very quickly. We're going to send this into a little bit of a break. We will be right back with that Mirage, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly. Well, welcome back. I hope you're ready and refreshed in this one, and I hope the same can be said for Amcal, because they did not look prepared whatsoever for what 500 were going to throw at them there on Anubis. But we've got Mirage coming up. It is statistically a better map from them. So, Nexus, do you think they can do it?
I think there's a world where this does go to 3 maps here, yeah, absolutely. But the problem is that it's really hard to stop the sort of momentum that F500 currently do have. And that's my biggest worry for Amcal, is that we didn't see anybody above 9 kills on that first map. Not saying it doesn't happen, but it's really hard to stop that, especially on a map like Mirage, which, go back 4 months, 3 months, 500 were pretty damn good on it, but now it's just kind of been a map they've more or less faded out in recent times.
Yeah, I think so. I think, Mirage, ever since Ships has kind of took a step back, it's been, the results just haven't been there. But, I mean, the same can be said for every map. And, I mean, Anubis, it's a map that they have looked like they have prepared on. It looks like the couple of weeks break has kind of done them some good. So, you never know. Are you expecting 500 to be a little bit better on this over?
I expect them to be much better, honestly. I expect them to be at least able to take this as a head-on and, not really struggle too much. I mean, struggle. I say struggle as if they struggle a lot, but it's more like they should be better. It's Mirage. Come on. There should be no doubt in the fact that this is a map they know how to play and should have no biggie repeating the result of Anubis.
I think when we're looking at Amcal then as well, I Disbalance didn't really get in that game at all. You know, on the T side with that AWP, he only had it a handful of times to really make a difference. Didn't get a chance, obviously, on the CT side. Mirage is one that, unfortunately, if I Disbalance doesn't show up in this one, I think Amcal could really struggle. But if you were to pick maybe somebody else out of this pack each, you know, who would you guys be looking at that needs to have, you know, a massive step up on performance on the side of Amcal in order for them to perform?
You want to go first, Nexus?
Sure. I'm going to kind of go on what I mentioned a little bit during map 1 was S-Fade 8, is he's going to have those moments where he will pop off. Mirage is just going to add more to that. On Anubis, I think we didn't get to see that, mainly due to the fact how 500 played, as more specifically towards mid, which was to just let him have it. Until the last round of the entire first half, we didn't get to see 500 really challenge it. And S-Fade 8, his lurks, or so-called lurks, it was just a space being given instead for free by 500 in those situations. They were aware of it on the CT side, and so he wasn't really able to do as much. Here on Mirage, I think that's the big thing that it will change, is how he will be coming through into this game. And I think we're starting on the T side as well, so that's gonna help.
I think so, and well, we'll have to get yours in a minute over, because I believe we are going to be heading into map number 2, guys. You can take it away. Hopefully we see a little bit of a better performance from Amcal or a 500. Going to close this one out in 2.
Thank you very much for that one, Zerfer. We're going to be live on Mirage, and yeah, since you chose S-Fade 8, I have to choose on the other side AW. I feel like he's going to have to be a factor that has to show up in order to start winning here. In any case, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is all or nothing, and, well, there's a lot going on. 4-500, setting up an A play. Ooh, S-Fade 8, able to get Spellun. That's a great start, but the return, Cirque with a double almost instantaneously, so... And I feel like that's it.
Not yet. Bomb still has to be planted out, that's a big thing in Amcal. They're just waiting for that to be planted. They want to know they are officially separated here on that T side. But this is the setup that is going to catch a W. He's looking left, caught on the right. And one remains somewhere towards sight. Now Kalash is running, taking a duel, and all he's got to do is try to run away from the USP bullets, but there's a running USP. Can't get away from it.
No, that was quite clean. I can't lie. That was one of the cleanest rounds that we'd seen out of 500. And the fact that Cirque is able to find 2 in CT is massive, because it puts an end to the whole assault out of Amcal. Yeah, they get the bomb down, sure enough. That's okay-ish, I guess we can say, but it's far from success. It's far from what you need it to be. And all in all, that is going to be a great start for 500 again. Like I said, I'm feeling like, or not feeling, but I know that Mirage for them has to be a good map. They have to have improved somewhat at least. I know results have not been great, but it's bloody Mirage. There's no excuse to not be playing it well.
Yeah, that's pretty much the thing. Now, kind of going back to what was mentioned as well, right? Mirage, if you look at overall 2025 of 500, it's a really good map for them.
Yeah.
It's just, like Zoka said, it's been since the ships left that they've had these troubles. So, maybe this break, right? You look at Anubis as well, like any map in the 500's pool, you could look at and say, yeah, it's not been great since ships left. So this break they've had, maybe it is now after map 1, maybe it's a bit premature as well to say, but it's leaning towards it was a good thing for them to make sure everybody is ready, because if they want to get to that level they were at the start of the year, they gotta take a couple of risks, and that might be take a couple of weeks off from tournaments, focus on practice.
Is that really a risk even at the end of the day? Like,
just genuinely? A little bit in terms of playing the tournaments, like their VRS isn't, or the VRS points or ranking isn't the highest. So decaying points, not taking part in tournaments might be a slight problem in my eyes if they skip too much and then don't show results. Like, that's the caveat. If they don't show the results after, that's where I think trouble might be.
Yeah.
So, slight risk, but Time will tell if that is going to be a mistake or not. For now, though, it's looking good. Map 1. That's done. Dusted. Left in the past. Here we're focusing on Mirage. It's 2-0. 4 Spy. Nothing. We don't want to entertain that, thankfully.
No point. Yeah.
And to round 3 we go. An eco coming out here. CT side, they've got all 5 M4s. And they are ready to say goodbye to this one. Already. Although the Desert Eagles, though, and the... what, Ford Eagles?
Yeah.
It's given me a little bit of hope here. Just a lucky shot, an entry, and everybody barrels out towards A. You never know what could happen, but Circus taking on the first one. There's that entry. Overconfident. Felon. Cannot afford to miss here. One poor timing.
Oh.
Will
He's
survive.
not gonna miss. He's not gonna miss. And they've got enough support. That's round 3-0. Successfully so. I mean, if they lose another player, that's gonna be a bit problematic. But beyond that, I don't think anybody really cares, do they?
Okay, I'm liking the damage at least here. 2 kills. Right, essentially for what's an eco, it's not half bad, but... not great either, just middle of the road.
Yeah. Not exactly a masterful play, but better than nothing. 3-0, I'm Carl, full buy, here we go. Idas balance is on the up. We said it before, how few times we didn't really see him utilize that weapon at all. So maybe we're gonna get lucky and see it here. They'll certainly need to stop Cirque, who's picked up an op of his own.
Early part is slow build-up for Amcal. They've clearly got a plan in mind, and that is still to head toward the A side here. You are requiring S-Fade 8 and AW to move in a good tandem motion here in mid, however. 500, kind of similar to Anubis if you go back to it. That CT side, they were respecting mid. They weren't really fighting. Here as well, they're giving them that initial space. It's only if Amcal try to overstep their bounds, in which 500 will bare their fangs with this mid play. Here's a play coming through. Are they going to blow up that smoke? No, they're not. Shot or 2 taken. 30 seconds remain. That smoke in window and connector is, well, usually the sign of a B split. That's by Rainwaker as well. You can see him moving this side. There's the gunfire toward the A side, and now the defense needs to stand. Red Star somewhere in the connector smoke. He swapped places with them. And this might have been the right timing,
surprise.
maybe
The
not.
surprise.
That's at least gonna add more to it, but S-Fade 8 will still cover for one more of his own. There's the next one from the stairs. Time, none of it remains. Bomb needs to be planted instantaneously. Will be done so with a small window to spare. And Oxygen in the 1v1. He runs up connector into Ida's balance. He'll meet the AWP.
Oh, we're cutting it close, man. We're cutting these rounds close as hell. That push through Con back into it was a tough position to be in. Amcal, if they hadn't had the cognizance of their players and more the recognition of a push through the smoke, they would have lost 2, and that would have been the round there and then dusted. But now round 5 ahead of us. Side is balanced. We can see him. He's starting to get his kills in. He clutches it. He definitely gets the blood boiling. Let's see the reaction out of 500. How do they play? What do they react with? Or rather, how do they put themselves back on the firing block? Let's see. Control contested. And Rainwaker doesn't recognize there could be a player underneath underneath window, and round is done. It's over. I'm joking. It's not over. Far from it, of course, but it ain't looking too good, I'll say that much. The start is perfect for Amcal, and they should be expanding their influence towards B through short. Surely you don't run A here, right? You're not that crazy. Yeah, they're not that crazy. It's all good. They're gonna go B. Red Star hears it. The call from Oxygen made. And the support is there. Sir drops another through the smoke. The push has to happen. Oxygen, the timing here has to be absolutely perfect. He's watching the smoke. He's turning around in the right position. He turns around still. Stinix traded off. It's still a 2-on-2 through short and through apps. And it's down to Red Star to stay alive for as long as possible. What is that crouch, AW? What is that crouch position? I don't know, but it's a 1v2 for Kalash, a player that we want to see more of. Kalash, what? Oh, Spellin, what a beautiful disaster. What the hell did he just do?
A fumble picked up a weapon, it wasn't in the open, it couldn't get out.
Disaster.
And a disaster indeed.
What a disaster. I can't believe they fumble it like that. Disgusting.
God damn, that is one hell of a pickup there for Amcal. It's really forced as well, the CT side, to do nothing but pistols. So if you look back at this, in hindsight, you're probably going to say that round is a turning point here for Amcal. To get on the board, to get these back-to-back rounds, start to build up momentum. That's what they're wanting from this win. That is the building blocks now put into place.
Insane. Oh my god. What a round. And what a save coming out from Amcal. That basically puts them back in action. It was almost another 4-1 start and would have been disastrous if it worked.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Nobody's
sure,
in mid,
trade.
and that's going to be a weapon Red Star can pick up from Connector as well if he just goes for it. We still have a 2-man B set up as well here. One takes contact, maybe the second can strike. I said it too, I lied. There's actually 3. Red Star, however, he's been taken down on A. And Cirque against the Mac-10 cannot do anything. You needed that setup to do its job a little bit earlier. But now that's done.
That indeed is the case. Cirque. What do you do even? Save. That's what you do. Not exactly a very awe-inspiring round or, well, right now, position to be in, but 500. They've still got 3 rounds to work with, so it's, you know, far from being a done deal or anything like that. Not to mention, additionally, Amcal, it's thanks to the individuals that they're winning these rounds. It's thanks to insane clutches and mistakes from 500. New one and a new opportunity. It starts once again, round 7. This time we've got a few hungry hippos looking towards that mid position. Amcal looking to chase away any prying eyes. Splitting into A potentially. Red Star gets one. The trades off could still happen. AW continues pushing through the smoke. The bait and switch though costs the CTs another player, and that's a problem because you've lost A side control. Now you have to go for the retake. There's not much you can go with.
Oxygen is trying to buy himself some space as well to maneuver, while Red Star just waiting with his own duel here in window. Getting time. Rainwaker moves in, and he's going to slip right past him as well. Kalash might be ready for 1, never 2. Doesn't even matter, it doesn't trade it else either. Instead, you've given away the position of now Stinix in jungle. Out of ramp, Iris balance. Important duel that's now you have to delay. That Smoking Palace might be the biggest enemy for Amcal, but it doesn't matter where Rainwaker still gets shot right through it. And Red Star, he is off to save.
Yes, he is.
Is everybody dead on Amcal's side? Yeah, but that does very little here for 500. You're not in a position where you should be forcing this, but they can. So there is that sort of choice they have to make. And I'm happy to report it's only a half investment for them. But also means Amcal can't really make any mistakes here. Your economy just gets wiped out here, having to reinvest everything. Losing more than 2 players here is going to keep that those finances low.
Yeah.
And that's what 500 are aiming to do. Besides winning the round, you know, that's objective A. Objective B, keep that economy low, deal enough damage. That's this one. Straightforward, we're headed to B. Finish with the bomb. Do not be the one to check under pass. He will not. Red Star, all you gotta do, turn around. That's a gift. Wrapped up is 2. Make it 3.
Oh, Red Star, man. How does he always do it?
Far from a dying star. The color might make you think otherwise, but he's not there yet. He's 12 and 3 here right now. And he's giving away a 4th round here for 500. Or taking it.
Massive. Absolutely massive. And the performance is what saves the round here, absolutely. 500, 4-4 now, tied up. We're looking down the same result for these two teams. Tactical timeout does mean that Amcal is getting their nerves a little bit jittered. Hopefully not too much. Problem is, they're on an eco. They don't have a choice, right? This has to be an eco, surely.
I think so. The only thing I have to go against that is escalated 1500, but he goes down to a little next round. He can still fight. But they've been dealt a massive blow in this one.
Yeah.
Same way Kalash wins out the 1 versus 2 for Amcal against them these 4 rounds. They can now fight and contest this first half for with Red Star takes back a round by himself. R.I.P. Kalash. Out of the leg as well. Should have known that was going to be 2 players towards car, but guess what? Amcal having nobody in mid to try to make use of this space.
The fact that they're taking this much time on an eco tells you how worried they are. When you play slow ecos, you know you're gonna be in trouble eventually.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, right? This is one thing I gotta mention a fair bit in these rounds. You're gonna waste the cloak, take away CT side utility.
Yeah.
It's at least a very small victory. Any kills on top of that you'll be happy about. Red Star with 7 HP apparently as well doesn't care. He's still dueling. And now, a flawless one for 500. And again, a fantastic start for Red Star, same as on Anubis.
Yeah.
We're talking about who's going to be bringing up those numbers, and, well, he is stepping into those shoes.
He's not one of those players that I would say is going to be the saving Mary for 500, the saving grace, but he is. He really is here. Unexpected.
And you are a fool.
Well, yeah, it seems like. The fool think it would be players like Rainwaker and Cirque giving them a better fighting chance. Round 10. Half by again. Something amiss as they run out B and die. That is all there really is to it, unfortunately.
Uh-oh. AW making a run for us. With S-Fade 8 in mid, hold on. Oh, never mind. Red Stars won this round. Try to chase if he wants to. And suddenly AW in the middle of a terrible, terrible place to be. Approximately 3 CTs. Fourth one as well joined from spawn. No way out.
Yeah.
That's gotta be 6-4. Again, finances is still gotta be strugglesome on the side of Amcal. Well, well, well.
I guess we got our answer what to expect. It's the end of this series, potentially, if Amcal don't show up. Come on, boys. What do you have? Deagles again, pistols again, obviously. We know not much else is available, absolutely. But that is not going to suffice under the circumstances they find themselves here. I don't even know what the hell they can do to get a kill. As, yeah, they're being snuffed out like a flame. Like a candle.
Ooh. Never mind. Too much noise has been made by Ida's balance, but hey, confuse the enemy with information.
White noise, best noise. Oh,
I like the sound of a Desert Eagle hitting a headshot more myself.
I don't mind that. Not gonna lie, it's a great sound and all, but is it as iconic as the AK hitting a headshot? You know?
More.
Perhaps more, indeed. Regardless, this round is over. I don't know why Kalish is... Like, the one thing I don't understand is why is Amcal taking this long of a time to play these eco rounds that have absolutely no consequences. Still trying to wrap my head around that. As 7-4, last round of the first half is coming up. 7-5 or 8-4, regardless what it is. It's been a great first half for 500 again. And like I said, that's what I expect out of a map like Mirage. There's no doubt in my mind that 500 are definitely going to be ready, or were ready for it from the get-go. That's facts, you know. Those are some facts right there. "20 seconds to go, as we are effectively halfway across the finish line almost.
All right, let's get it then. End of the half coming up here. Amcal. They've been... I don't know. I don't know how to feel about what or how they've been playing so far. It's been real odd. Lack of early commitments. This time they do try to change that up. You had S-Fade 8, someone I highlighted as a difference maker here for his team, but has rarely had the chance to do that. Taken out immediately. Oxygen on the other side. The B defender gone. Right, it's balanced. Tagged up. Not dead yet.
Oh,
now he is.
you were saying...
Spoke too soon. Star continues.
The fact that they go out wide like that with confidence shows you how ballsy they are, and rather, how confident and how good they feel about this. I mean, need we say more is perhaps the better question now. This is an 8-4 halftime. Kalash again, solo, alone, no support. And honestly, with everything that's been happening, I'd say no chance even. I know that's crazy to say, but hey, them's the rules. I don't write them. Amcal, again, nobody above 10. It's the same problem as map 1. Nobody's gone above and beyond. Nobody's even tried to go above and beyond or even been close to it. There are no individuals right now that are giving them any sort of chance. If there was at least one player with, let's say, a similar or a close amount to what Circle, Red Star, or Rainwaker have, I'd say, okay, maybe Amcal have something else left in the tank. But with how this has turned out to go, it's hard to imagine that.
Yeah, this is a rough show from Amcal. But going back, right, what I said in round 2 of this one, it is looking really good. The break for 500 has done them well. And Red Star specifically, apparently like 18-3 for the first half. He had 18-5 on map 1. We played a total of 16 rounds there. Here, he's already matching those kills as well. Yeah, he might be a bit of a gamer.
He is, isn't he? Certainly feels like it.
So, round 13. When it came to Anubis, in this situation, Amcal did not win the pistol. Instead, they faded out slowly. Out of the light snuffed out, and now it's 500 started to try to do that again. Because if not, if Amcal don't fight back, well, that's that. As simple as it is. We have seen very little of this Amcal side overall. To the point that I just feel underwhelmed. Like, oh, that's a good spot. Like, there has been so little to really say. Yeah. 500 have just been like a step ahead in a lot of these situations, right? CT side of Anubis, that's why they had a 9-3, which is ridiculous. Don't lose the pistol, they win it out cleanly in the end as well. Yeah. Like the mid rounds and the reactions they had when they made a mistake, immediately pretty much fixed it in that next round as well on Anubis. Nothing was going wrong for them. Oh my god. Okay, a little bit of trouble. I don't know who's shooting who, apparently. There's some team damage, maybe. Rainwaker's fighting his own teammate, I think. If not, then who else dinked him? Maybe I got lost. Who knows? But what we do know is that his bomb is going down at a 4-on-2 here. And walking out alone, Iris Balance has given up a massive advantage now to the side of 500 with only a W remaining. He will not remain long.
No, he won't. Well, there we have it. 9-4 with the pistol loss. We're going down the same kind of land procedure that we had before, or the same kind of scenario we had before. I mean, at this point, we got to start asking ourselves, what is exactly the solution here for Amcal? You know, is it force buys? Is it gun rounds? But certainly, whatever it is, it needs to start getting set up soon. Otherwise, we'll be seeing the end of this best of 3 after a few rounds already. Speed. Okay, faded. That's fade 8, aka. Good shots, some connections, but is it enough? Bombs already planted. You're down to the last man. I think it's fair to say that we've reached the ending here.
Certainly
it's 10
feels
to
like
4.
it's... Yeah, backing away. They're just containing this 500 side. Oh, more specifically Red Star at the moment. Cirque's already leaving. Timing, there you go. Won't even catch Red Star, his AK will live. Phoenix will not, down in CT. 3 MP9s at least brought over toward that next round. I don't know. Like, I wish there was something else we can say. I really wish there was something that we could talk about Amcal having done very right here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I wish there was more to them, but there simply is not. There's literally the hope that I have for Amcal was on that first map of ours. Now on the second, like I said, it's freaking Mirage. How could you ever think that this is going to be an easy match, no matter who you think you are, right?
Yeah, here though, gotta have a bit of a restart of a round, just waiting for Kalash to make his way back. Ah. So, different question here.
Yeah.
Kind of leading into our next series just a little bit.
Yeah.
You think Big's gonna finally win a game in CCT?
Hey, man, maybe. Maybe they get lucky, and maybe they don't get absolutely destroyed, but that's such a wild call to be made. I don't know.
I mean, history's only given us one thing.
Yeah, them losing 2 O's and 2 1s, yeah. I know.
Yeah,
And that's what I'm
made it
expecting,
past.
if I'm completely honest with you.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. I was talking to a friend earlier today. I say earlier today, as in when I woke up.
Yeah.
I mentioned I kind of feel bad because they've just not won a single game.
I don't feel bad.
19 and 16, or 9 to 16s. Except, actually, for the last years, they got 5th to 8th. I completely forgot about that. They actually won a game.
I don't want to sound like a dick, but they haven't been a good team for a long time now.
Nope.
Like,
Oh, yeah,
let's
no.
be
Yeah,
realistic.
they have not done a single thing since online.
Since
online era.
2022, yeah. Like, they've been absolutely trash, actually. Like, no matter how we want to spin that. Like,
So much talent let go as well from that team. Like,
Yeah.
such good talent. Mantu, Sin, those are like the two big ones.
Yeah.
JDC, at least that's one that they've made very well
Yep.
in terms of speaking of something good. But they wasted like 6 months with Searson there as well. Benching Mantu, that just made no sense.
there's a lot of nonsensical decisions, whether or not it's on a personal level or a professional one. I don't care. Point is, they had 0 results that would give us any hope for them, and I'm expecting them to absolutely crash out today. That's what I'm expecting. Right
We'll
now,
talk, yeah, that's what we'll
talk later
leave that as
about,
the
yeah.
intro for
Yeah.
our next series, coming up in about an hour 30 minutes or so.
I genuinely want to see what Zerfer thinks, because him still playing as actively as he does, he might have had a run-in or two with Big already in the past, you know, if they practice or something like that. So maybe there's some talk to be had there, but like you said, that's going to be done after we finish this series and before we start the next one, which will be, by the looks of it, an hour and some break beforehand. Rainwaker,
Yep.
free kills, free rounds, and it's a free game.
All right, 11 being picked up, and well. The game is coming to an end.
Yeah. It's as simple as that. There's really... I know people will be expecting more, but there's really nothing to be had here, unfortunately. Disappointments after disappointments.
All right, Amcal decided to go full on mid. 500 say we go A.
We ball.
Gotta find a free bomb site. All they have to do is smoke connector, maybe Molotov, and that's the round. Or at least the bomb plant. You've set yourself up for it as well. And guess what? That's what they've done. Smoke down. CTs are gonna blow up the smoke in the jungle as well, and fighting from connector. They try. It doesn't succeed. Stinix down next. And this one, it is quite
It's just easy.
so. It is
It's
done.
easy. It's legitimately easy.
In essence, this game has been what Nami Jr. Marius was yesterday on Ancient. That was just a 13-0. There was literally nothing to talk about for Marius. Is here. You had rounds at least one on Amcal, but
We've had a few, yes.
like, you had Collage in 1v2. That was the only situation in which Amcal started winning rounds. He wins the 1v2. They get 2, 3, and 4 rounds from it. And then it's been, what, 7, 8 rounds now in a row 500?
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah. I
Poor.
think you encapsulated beautifully. It's just nothing's there.
RIP. Amcal.
R.I.P., brother.
Round of
R.I.P.
16 seems like it's going to be their grave.
Yeah. I don't think there's much else to expect, really. 12-4. It's about to be 2-0. 500. They don't have a lot of options. Just luck. Well, actually, not 500, but Amcal. Just luck that's really gonna save them, if anything.
I don't think it matters who they're praying to for luck. It's not coming.
Yeah, it could be
Prayers.
Timora. It could be anybody.
Left unanswered. The only god you'll need is 500.
It's done.
Come on.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. That is just too good to be true, I swear.
500. You gotta at least hold your heads up high. This'll break. It has served them well. For today, they have one of the easiest games we've seen in a good while.
Absolutely.
And this one, it is Red Star carrying them through map 1 and 2, and then here as well, Rainwaker shows us what he's made of as well. And we get to see what Zephyr made of as well. How you doing? How you doing? What's, are you just as lost as us?
Yeah. Yeah, I am. I was not expecting that to be as easy as it was. 500, look, I think they just played an absolute stormer, to be honest. I think Red Star had an unbelievable game. I think 500 are just better, man. I think, you know, Amcal quite clearly are not up to playing at this level. You know, they managed to get through, you know, the Swiss stage, beating a couple of teams that, you know, are nowhere near, you know, the level of an invited team according to VRS, and you're just getting that point kind of proven over and over again. 500 really just took them to school, and there was a lot of lessons handed out.
I agree. Like there were just too many mistakes that we see out of Amcal, and those mistakes weren't even. It's just simply put that nothing really went their way, not individually nor team wise. Everything collapsed.
It looked like go ahead.
No, I was slowly figuring out what I was not a fan of. And it was just the way they were playing. Like, those T-sides, they were so non-committal. They were afraid of 500 exerting any sort of pressure. We barely saw them challenge anything on the CT side. And then it was just like 40 seconds wasted of a clock bar for like 2 or 3 rounds for Amcal. Like, it was so slow. They were playing scared.
Yeah. They felt like they had no idea what to do, really, to be fair as well.
I think it is always troublesome as well when you don't get to play so many rounds on your CT side, right? Because, you know, on Anubis anyway, it was literally just, okay, we've lost the pistol, we need to force. All right, we lost that, we need to force, and then we force again. So you don't get an op-out on Idis Balance. You know, you don't even get to play with M4s, I think, on that first map. Map 2, then you go and you have a look and you see, you know, the CT side, and what, we had 1 gun round at 12-4. Like, you know, it's always tough. So I think their T sides really need to be kind of looked at, to be honest, moving forward. But like it is always a thing that when you play against a much better team and you do get humbled a little bit like that, you are going to learn, you know, okay, this doesn't work against them. You know, we need to obviously go back to the drawing board with a couple of things here and see what we can improve on. So maybe Amcal can kind of learn from that and bounce back. If Idis Balance is going to be part of the roster moving forward, who knows? But yeah, I think 500 are just going to be happy to get that one over and done with. A quick day in the office for them, and they're through to the quarters.
It's true. It was very easy, to be fair.
7 rounds.
Yeah,
in
like,
2 maps.
yeah, look, man, there's not really too much to be said about it, in all honesty. Like, as much as we can sit here and we can try and conjure up, the
Yeah.
reasons and try and break down a lot of these rounds, unfortunately, sometimes the games just play out like that. There isn't much to say and
Yeah.
dwell on.
That's exactly my feeling. Sometimes the other team is just that much better, and right here, that's exactly what happened. They were just that much better, and there's no denying it. And Amcal, like I said, young player, still a long way from where they would have to be to win, but certainly a bright future ahead in my eyes, nonetheless.
Yeah, I hope so. Any closing thoughts, Nexus, before we finish up here?
I got nothing. I'm looking at big. I'm just trying to see if they can finally give us a convincing CCT performance. Like, I was surprised. I completely forgot they even won a game in the last series they played. Like, they've just been not great. And that was kind of the prelude we had for the next series. And yeah, that's after about an hour's time or something along those lines. We'll talk more about it.
Yeah, we'll talk more about it when we get there. We are going to have a prolonged break. It's a quick series to get out of the way. We will be back on your screens in about an hour and 10 minutes time, and we should be going live or around that time with the pre-game for the next one. You've got plenty of time to go get some food, get a drink, and then come back refreshed for what is hopefully going to be a little bit more of a competitive game. We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we're looking forward to our final playoff game of the day here. Of course, I've got the friendly faces alongside me once again for the final game of the day, Nexus and Over. Lads, absolute blowout in the first game that we watched. I mean, there wasn't really much to talk about. Me trying to analyze it mid-maps was definitely one of the toughest gigs, trying to conjure up something. 500 wiped the floor with them. But something tells me about this game, Big versus Zero Tenacity, it's going to be a little bit closer.
I'm hoping for it. I'm certainly hoping for it. Z10, a lot of pressure on them, I think, to showcase what they've been building all this time. A few changes recently. We've seen Madden being added into the roster instead of Emmy. I think that's a change that we're all looking forward to, especially fans of this team. And not that, excuse me, not Emmy. Did I say Emmy? I apologize.
Yeah, I was going to correct
Simke.
you. Simke.
Yeah, sorry, I caught myself there, thankfully. But yes, instead of Simke, they needed something extra. They needed a bit more firepower. I'm happy they chose Madden. It's a perfect fit. I hope that it will work out.
Yeah, I think this is something that I was definitely excited to see, because especially when, you know, you don't usually get it in Tier 2, do you, Nexus, where like you have a team that are playing together for like, what, I think it was like 2.5 years or something like that. They played like 994 maps together or something crazy like that since the addition of AVN. And then, you know, deciding to make that change, it must have been a big step, but it was a necessary one, because these guys, they are nowhere near the level that they were last year, because they were just absolutely taking names in nearly every single event they were playing.
Yeah, it was almost closing in on 3 years, right? AVN's going to have his 3-year anniversary in 3 months with this team. Simke would have gotten close to 4 years, which is ridiculous. That's the core of Brood Shop and Amalia that are getting toward that point as well, by October. They've been playing together for a long time, and like Karate said, you needed something more, because since the form they were in last year, they haven't had that success. Teams kind of know them now. They expect how they play. They also had to swap from their beloved Anubis. They had to explore other options. They were dominating. They were playing more maps in that one than any Tier 1 team were playing in 3 months. Like, that's crazy. So, you had to change. They started stagnating, and thus the addition of Martin is now upon us here on Zero Tenacity. And Theo says he hopes it's a good one. I don't know, because to me, hot take, maybe, I don't know, Martin's just been a bit of a stale player to watch for me. I'm ready to hear the arguments here as to why not, but go ahead. He's just been a bit boring. I've never really looked at a clip and be like, yeah, that's the GOAT. Or anything even close.
Oh, they're big words. I don't know if I'm going to agree with you.
Hot take.
Definitely a hot take. It's piping hot, fresh out of the oven. I don't know if it's a cooked take or not, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it's still pretty early doors for this team. I think just Madden is an incredible player, and it was always kind of that question that where Zero Tenacity would actually go with this roster, because they'd been together so long. You know, there's not too many players coming out of that region that you could say, oh, perfect fit. Let's get him in the team, and you know it's going to be a massive improvement and a massive boost. So I think Madden probably does make the most sense, but it probably wasn't one that you were looking at straight away, and you know it was like the missing puzzle piece. That's kind of going to have to wait a couple of more months, and we're going to have to see how Zero Tenacity perform down the line. This is going to be one of their biggest tests, though. They're going to be up against a big team who you guys are saying haven't really performed in online competition in CCT. You've got some very strong opinions about these guys, so let me hear them.
They've not done jack shit in 5 years. They've not won a single thing. I don't think there's been a game where I've been impressed by them ever. Or, no, sorry, correcting myself. In a long time. The last time I was interested in Big was when they had initially added Sin and then Process to their team. Sin was someone I'd been looking at for a long time as being like, yeah, that was a great addition to German Counter-Strike. They let him go. They then picked up Mantu. Things were looking great. He was carrying half the time. They removed him for Searson, wasted 6 months. And there has been so little that has gone correctly for Big. They are the German Metasports. So much
Oh.
talent and so little results.
The last time I saw Big win something was on Rubet Cup in 2022, so I think that tells you enough. Yeah, and since then, I don't think a single CCT series went their way.
quarters.
Or I believe actually,
Twice they've got into quarters, that's it.
yeah, the quarters had been the highest kind of position they'd been able to achieve within season 3, and even season 2 was abysmal. Obviously, we said it ourselves already quite a few times how little we'd seen out of them, and honestly, I don't know why this doesn't work. I mean, this is the same idea as every other national team. They've got 5 players that are relatively damn decent. You know, we got JDC, who a few years back everybody was thinking might be the new hot thing on the market. We have Crimbo, we have QB, we have Hyped. I mean, when I name these players individually, you'd think, okay, that's a pretty damn decent team. Leading them all, Thompson. Surely that's enough. I don't know, man. It feels like something's wrong. The question is what?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're going to have to smash through this pregame because the players are nearly ready to go. Veto coming up, and it's going to be Anubis and Ancient removed. No surprises. We've got a Mirage pick, we've got a Nuke pick, and we've got a Dust too. And, you know, before, like, we can dive into it maybe a little bit later on, I'm just going to ask you guys for some predictions here. Out of those 3 maps, do you see a way that Zero Tenacity can cause what would be an upset versus Big?
No. Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry. I miss. Yes, I almost thought you
An
said
upset.
upset against Zero Tenacity. No, I think a 2-0. It's not even an upset in my eyes. Is very possible.
For me, Mirage is the only real question. Because I've seen unholy things from Brute Monster on this map. Like, if he's on his game, I think he hard carries Zero Tenacity simply all by himself. And assuming they're starting on the CT side, we're going to have that test come to him very quickly. Now, historically as well, right? Big have like a interesting thing like attached to them. They're a very tactical team. They like to get a little funky with it in Counter-Strike and the tactical side of it. Right? That's one thing that might shake Zero Tenacity up here a little bit, but I think a trial by fire and the eye test is the best thing we have to see here for Zero Tenacity. How ready and how willing are we going to be in terms of the individuals from the get-go?
Well, look, you guys have been very blunt. You've been very honest with this one. We're going to see if Big can prove you wrong. We're going to get ready, and we're going to be jumping into map number 1. It's going to be Mirage. CT side start for Zero Tenacity. Boys, take it away.
All right, Theo.
Yeah,
Let's
what's
say
up?
together. Can Zero Tenacity, or can Big secure this game? Let's say together in 3, 2, 1.
No. There we go.
All right, great.
We're
We're on the
synced up.
same side. Zerberus alone. He's gonna have to defend his point between maps. Maybe he'll look like a genius, and we will look like fools, depending how
Wouldn't
this
be the
Mirage
first time.
goes.
Yeah,
No,
like,
it would not be.
Mirage is definitely a questionable map when it comes for Zero Tenacity. They've had very few results that kind of showcase let's say their structure on this map. A lot of losses that were just absolutely founded. But Brute Monster, you said it, he needs to perform. He does start off on Crimbo, spots on B. They know this is going to be a full commitment. It's going to come down to AVN holding this for as long as he can. Maden helps from short, we said. The player from Montenegro, the previous Falcons player in the past, has been a question, has been under question for a while now. And, you know, who would pick him up? Where would he go? And I think he found his potential forever home, especially if the team is able to grind to the top levels, which is not impossible. And we've been waiting for a long time to have a full Balkan team at the highest levels.
All we need is to add Nico to this team and maybe import Monacy.
Dude, I was about to joke during pregame, like, wait a year and we'll have Nico on this roster and maybe even Hunter afterwards. Like, bro, we're bringing back the Kovac family.
No, it's got to be Nico importing Monacy as well. It's like the Shockton Smiths romance.
No, that would be mad. I mean, Monacy, I think he has a Serbian passport now, right? If I understood correctly.
Actually,
So,
I'm not sure about that one exactly. But yeah,
Maybe
you
that
might be right.
works also.
You might be right.
In any case, Big, lose the pistol. That's round 2. It's an eco. Should be easily handled. And, nice shots. And as I was saying, Zero Tenacity in general
Oh my god.
are usually pretty decent. But this is not it, Chief. What the
Don't
hell
die to
just
Glocks.
happened?
Do not die to Glocks here. That's
Bro.
That's a bit of an whoopsie they've done here on the CT side. Giving away M4 to Tabson, position in jungle. And as Zero Tenacity, they're so far back on site, they're not really able to respond to this properly. They have to respect this position. And AVN, he's searching for this, yes, but go through the murder hole, you'll find out why it's called that. Knows he has to just wait for the commitment on the site. He has to trust that Nemagia and Shuffle can do what they are meant to on the site. It's pistols, one weapon that has anything modern. That Tabson's stuck in the past, looking at the ghost. Here, however, the CT side are fighting for this one. One remains, and Tabson swings. An eco round fueled by a Desert Eagle, Glocks, and a whole lot of anger on the big side has led them to a second round. Oh, sorry, a first round.
I can't believe this works. I'm actually a little bit in disbelief that Madden goes as wide as he does on short, and that we already see, you know, the first loss in window, but that window mistake, it happens. You lose to Glocks, you lose to Deagle, sure, it happens, but why the hell would you ever want to push short there so aggressively? It feels like it's just a massive overstep, and not to mention everybody just missing their shots, and big, yeah, it's gonna be the eco victory here for the Berlin International Gaming squad that's been together now for how many years? 4, we were about to say, right? The core, no, actually more. Wait.
No, that's Zero Tenacity.
That's Zero Tenacity, yeah. Yeah.
No, Big have been shuffling everybody bar Tapson and Grimbo.
Tapson has been here for a very long time, is what
8
I was
years,
about to
5
say.
months.
Yeah, he's on
Grimbo,
par.
Just past 3 years.
Yeah, Tapson definitely on par for that big record of the longest stint in esports team.
He's going to have to contest with a little bit of phase range still for a while. That's still
Obviously,
going on.
Crims as well.
No, Grim's had his streak broken with Godsend for a little bit. Like that 3-4 month period.
Right now he's still on... Isn't he still on like 9 years currently? Even with that streak broken, he would have been 10 already, and he would have been past Rain, I believe, if that's the correct calculation.
Probably, yes.
Oh!
But for now... Nasty shots. That's 1, that's 2. The CT side, AK in their hands. They are trying to take this one into their own pocket. Suddenly, with a CZ on site, Brute Monster.
He's taking a lot of
Show
fights
us that beast. What you made of? AVN, he's trying, but JDC, the one to carry this one. The deal comes through on big.
Just like that. It's going to be Zero Tenacity losing 2 rounds in a row. They're going to be forced onto an eco, and that is a great start for Big. Better than what I'd expect. Honestly, better than what I thought Zero Tenacity is going to let them have. That is a bit disappointing. Z10 into a force buy as well. I can't say I see the logic behind it. I know the damage is high on Big, but you're going up against far superior weapons on a map that is basically made for them. I mean, any map is made for AKs, but technically Mirage is even better, because it's just straight-up duels everywhere.
Yeah, not the fact that MP9s can't even take these longer-range duels. It's pretty much these choke points where Zero Tenacity are fighting, right? You see a ladder room, they've got a crossfire, or not a crossfire, but a 2-man setup nonetheless. Now, top of connector, they've got another one. Man in window, they're just fully committing through this blade. Oh! They might have found the timing to work with. That's 3. They started off, the advantage is now in the hands of Zero Tenacity. Grimbo on a B, yes. Has heard of the rotation, cannot be all too careless about his own approach. Brute Monster, an MP9 swing confirms the whereabouts. Damage is good, but it's down to a 2-on-2.
Not sure why you would take that fight so straightforward, especially when you know that the bomb is not even down yet, and Tapson makes it onto the side, gets spotted through short is Nemanja. The flank by Stoffel, though, that's the one that could work. The molly is great. Nemanja, he's pushing the smoke. Nemanja, what in the world just happened? Crimbo doesn't get the kill, and it's Nemanja, the Flying Panther, through the smoke into short behind pillar, avoiding all bullets. Somebody call Neo, because he's being contested for that evasion. It's going to be Z10. Second round is theirs. What a recovery. And that mid-crunch with MP9s was insane.
They found a timing. I don't know how, but they managed to slip it. And nobody watches show for that split-second gap there on the big side. It lets them farm 3 there. All the noise in window. I think somebody was spamming connector at the same time as well, spamming the smoke. And big, they got turned away from it.
Yeah, they did.
And then, I just can't believe Nemanja flies right past Grimbo there. It's crazy. But big, They've chosen a straightforward A hit. We've gone for the Force by Wars, and now in round number 5, so feels like this might finally be the time to end them. Great transfers, not great.
Ooh,
The trade's
team
coming
kill.
through.
Oh, okay, that's a little bit unfortunate. Madan actually gets Nemanja in the back. And they started so well, Zero Tenacity. They had everything going for them on the defense. They had the crossfire, as you said, effectively working, but the team kill puts them down back to even levels. 2 versus 2, JDC and Dobson. And honestly, JDC, I think he's definitely individually one of the best players on the server, no doubt there. Oh, he's got the... yeah, he's got the free kill. Madden not knowing where his last opponent is, and that's round. Number 3 is Biggs.
Force
Force
by
buyback.
Wars, baby.
Yeah, we continue.
1900 loss bonus. That's the only option Zero Tenacity have, is to force right back into it. Wake time out as well. Hopefully recognizing the economy and the situation here on that Z10 side for Big. All you have to do is not run in completely blind. So, to that regard, I say run in completely blind, give hype to Mac, then send him out A. They've not gone for it. Damn. A single weapon of that sort, like a Mac, then just search, a little bit of use all around it, and some sort of a setup, like a smoke towards jungle, molly stairs, you know, just the least amount you could really commit to it and send one searching.
Yeah,
Feels like it could be a good idea, but of course they've got different ideas in mind. So we'll see how well this does go. What is their plan?
Well, I guess we'll find out. It's round 6. It's another force buy, as we said, and the plan has to be a good one if it wants to have any success. Brute Monster saving for the op already. So you know they're not fully committed behind this force buy, honestly. I mean, yeah, Brute Monster, he's always going to save for the op, but then again, he would have bought a scout if, I think, confidence would have been high. Because that's what you do in rounds like these. Scouts are absolutely glorious when properly utilized.
Useful timing is good there on JDC. Not only one shot to its Eagle. There's Tabson, softened up a little bit as well.
A split, and round done.
Join the fight onto A, and that's the only kill you'll need here to make sure you've got the A site. Rest of Z10, they're stacked all the way on B, and thus, this one seems like we're finally gonna have a bit of stability into one team's economy. Nice. Ethan as well, they're respecting this. Nobody's really pushing anywhere. I'm actually surprised that none of them are trying to find a single kill here, knowing that economy is going to be low.
I mean...
So usually we would think in this case, right, it's weird that Big wouldn't be hunting, but it's... like, for Z10 it makes almost no sense not to hunt.
They're having an eco anyway, so yeah, I'd imagine an AK or 2 could definitely help. But that's going to be number 4. It's number 5 too, as it should be. Zero Tenacity effectively, you know, losing this eco. There should be not much of a chance given to them, unless Big royally screw up. Or we have Nemanja pull a 5k with the Deagle, maybe AVN if he's feeling lucky. Simca had that magic, to be fair. I'll give him that much. Simca definitely had moments where he performed above and beyond, and certainly will be missed. But something had to be changed. Zero Tenacity was in a poor state of affairs before they switched out. Unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, what, for 4 years there was no real success.
No, last year they did have success, but unable to find that form again this year. It has just led them to break up the band. Now, you said a deagle, headshots, an ace for Nemanja, maybe AVN. How's that?
I mean, yeah, that
start.
work.
I like this as well, Martin. They know he's going to be here. AVN is dead. There goes JDC, how to dispose of 2. And there you go. Nicely done. Root Monster, of course, we know as well. We said it last round. He's saving for that AWP. Nemanja, well, not up to an ace at this point, but can deal damage, can continue. Make it tough for Big to walk out of this one for free. Wasn't spotted initially, but doesn't matter. He's got an AK in his hands now, and suddenly, chance for a second. JDC shuts that down, but damage is what you're looking for here. That was what they were looking for last round as well, Z10, and now I think they found it. JDC in and out of connector, ducking and weaving out of the fights. This time collects a 4K. You will survive on the side of Big. It's not perfect, it's not great, but you can manage. But here is Z10. The first gun round of the game. I did say, I'm looking at Brute Monster on this map specifically.
Absolutely. Not to take too much away from Z10 for sure. They had fair success last year in certain terms, but never really reaching, I think, the goals they set out originally to get to. And, well, this year it's going to be even tougher. And that is a weird push out Crimbo, just solo. And then they do catch Sjof off guard. The pop flash works. Madden gets straight in. It's back to a 3 versus 2. Another shot from Brute Monster through the smoke. We need to see him perform. He does, and that's a 1v3 now for QB. That is a near impossibility if it continues. Because he's now on site. He's locked in, and he's caught in a trap. Z10 immediately bounced back on the gun round.
Yeah, the support for Grim, or QB, the real just wasn't out there to build up any sort of a clutch.
What was that push out out A, though? I want to know, why is he alone so far into A?
It's an interesting one for sure, but the risk-reward there is going to be a very high one. Here, you don't get that reward. You're not going to have Grimbo fighting rotations. You're kind of assuming there the Zero Tenacity, you're going to be more full committing towards mid. You're maybe going to have 2 connector or whatever. Maybe nobody on site. That's the sort of idea he had there. Or the man is playing A is far back in CT and is going to miss the timing or something along those lines. The idea was there to set up Grimbo for the fight in the connector, have him be way ahead of anybody else there on Zero Tenacity rotating back towards site. But that just came out to a close immediately with Juffo on site. So, it's an outcome-oriented play where he wins that fight or there is nobody on site. We're praising that, saying, holy hell, that is fantastic. But the outcome is what it is, and Big just not able to find much from this round. And of course, Brute Monster as well, one shot through the smoke there, definitely doesn't hurt Z10 either.
Oh, for sure. Round number 9.
I'd like to play.
Take some control, get some info, love the push into pit, hope to get stairs control permanently here. I mean, this is easy to check usually by the T's, especially if you have some utility. So right now it seems like Z10 might be pulling away from that aggressive stance, especially once they lose mid. I think the refocus has to be elsewhere. You haven't committed to pit, so the timing for that push has been now missed, and it's going to be a short engagement on short. Madden, he's about to die, especially once the pop-up by JDC happens. There's the molly. Brute Monster finds hype through the smoke. That's a great start. Nobody checks Madden. Nobody checks for Madden. Mistakes made. And Madden is allowed free reign. He runs out short through the smoke. He doesn't care. And he's going to get a second. Nemanja supports. It's enough. Crimbo's alone. It's number 4. What a mistake on the side of Big not to anticipate a player on short already.
Zerfer know this down. 0 gun rounds yet for Big. Just the 4 spies that have gone that went led them to this 5. Zero Tenacity starting things off here. Even if they weren't really playing mid there by any means, the only one that they had to duel in mid was Martin on short. That was left unchecked. Despite the Molotov there, they just threw it, 4-quarter bottom, and went into connector. Nobody heard him running behind him either. Caused some issues. led him to a pretty nice 2k, because that immediately then alleviates the pressure his teammates feel on site. And, well, 4-5. Big. Suddenly it's you who've lost money. Like, JDC, 2.9. Like, I think this has to be a Felica, right? Crimbo, it sucks to be you, but $15 or $150 on him. Keep that AK alive.
Keep that AK alive, absolutely. Want to keep that weapon going. You need those headshots right now. Crimbo, can you deliver? Another player from Germany that was once considered to be an up-and-coming great one. Unfortunately, not much has happened since, really. And we said that, you know, Big has been in trouble. Tjoffel, Brute Monster, what a hold. Tjoffel for a double. He's completely shut down the push from Pit. There's not even a kill to happen. And it's down to Hyped. Perhaps make a difference. Get a kill at least. Though unlikely. 5-5, the outcome possibly here on the first half. And we have to keep in mind, Big are quite, you know, let's say consistent on CT side. It's usually the T side they have issues on. Because they tend to have that one-man mentality always somehow turned on. And it's just not working.
Yeah, remember when I said keep that AK alive? What happened?
I remember something vaguely, but I think
Yeah.
Big might have forgotten a little bit about it as well.
Oh my god. They've gone for a half fight here.
Okay. I mean, sure.
I respect it, but at the same time, I'm saying, oh no.
I mean, they're going to be quite limited when it comes to weaponry.
Well,
then
they're dead.
Up next, they get 2.9, right? So technically, yeah, they're still okay for the most part. Both QB, Crimbo, and Tapson, though, or all three, will be only allocated a few grenades, aka a smoke and a flash, or maybe an HE and a smoke if they can afford it, a Molotov potentially, and that's about it.
Yeah, forget about the money, how much they're getting. All they're getting handed is an L here.
Yeah. They kind of rush into A as well. I don't know why. You have Galils, you have some semblance of utility, perhaps utilize it differently. They try a fast round, it doesn't work. Thompson makes the call now to fast B. Maybe not running straight for it, but certainly gunning for it now. Deep Molly, though. A burn point.
Double up.
Not really heard. Nobody's been heard. Yeah, double up.
Brute Monster. He's the one as well who's pushed B. Collapse tag. I think that might be enough here. Into the site. Brute Monster still nails the first. They've gone right past him. He's still dueling on site. He's done the damage. 1 kill. 2 tags up and softened. Balls coming through here for the CT side. They need to defend. Hold on to the side a little bit longer. Around the smoke. Jumping his Grambo. Tabson will find him. 2 will tag team here. Find the next one. Spray the smoke. 6 at halftime seems to be staring us in the face. The start was perfect there. You tagged up 2. You got 1. Got out of the way, but Big very quickly scurried around the site and wrapped upon them to now leave Nemanja dead. 6-6 is what we'll have, and for the first half, we only have about 3 gun rounds, and one of them goes Big's way. Without those force buys, I kind of want to see how this game goes, how differently it gets built, because we barely see anything here.
Yeah, this first half is more of a Chaos Incarnate kind of position. Big basically play this by heart. It's lucky that Brute Monster doesn't get collat there. It was JDC on mid, I think, that got hit, but regardless, he does hit Hyped at least. And whilst he escapes to get a second shot off and even get a kill, it's the 2 players on site that kind of boggle the mind for me. What exactly was Z10 doing in the back of site with 2 players both running towards Couch instead of perhaps waiting for reinforcements? Regardless, a few mistakes that end up losing them the round. 6-6, we're tied up. Big now on the CT side. We said it before. It's where they excel at usually. It's always been a case for Big that CT side is usually better. Perhaps today is no different.
Got a fast smoke here, or sorry, not even a smoke, fast decoy lined up on Nemanja. Got fooled myself, wow. so we don't see it on the map yet. But landed somewhere toward the top connector. A little bit of noise been made. Zero Tenacity, early spread was toward the B side. They still leave the bomb on the back with shovels towards the B apartments, letting us know they are still thinking of wrapping around. Trying to add some layers to the round. Make it like an onion, you know?
So you're telling me they're Shrek?
Maybe. It's their swamp at least, that's what we do know. Nemanja, he's the man leading the charge. 10 kills, him and AVN currently. And look at this. This big. These rotations are cut off completely. They have to be so careful. The site defense needs to hold. And they have that to a degree. The rotations are the problem here because those have been removed immediately. And Shuffo left to duel against 3. Immediately shuts down Hydra will take his head off.
Round done. Not bad at all, honestly. A better ending than you'd usually expect, and for Big, this is exactly what the doctor ordered. They get their CT start off with flying colors. They'll force effectively a force buy, or rather not force, but give force buy to Zero Tenacity with the bomb plant, sure. Yet somehow, I think for Big, you're not too worried. You know, a force buy here is easier to handle than just a pure eco or some deagles. And genuinely here, if you are Big, the biggest worry you're having if this is a full eco, because you know what's coming next. And once they realize they're going to be given another round for free, I think we'll see Big really spread their wings and start taking control of this game. Let's see. Topson alone on A. This is a wild call, Big. You're putting everything on the line on Topson. Rather, he himself is putting on himself as he loses his life. Topson is out. Nemanja with an immediate headshot. And Hyped, even with the AUG, the scope in, it doesn't help. He's dealing some damage. He's trying. I don't know what. What? Nemanja jumps through the smoke. I'm not sure that was the right call. It certainly doesn't feel like it. It's a 3v4. And now Big have the upper hand.
Seems like they know about Brute Monster as well. Stuck in the sandwich. Can't even move. He tries to get too far. He will get taken down. To 1 HP. Hold on, this is more than dual trouble. 2 players down to just a single bullet, but it's JDC. Covers from above.
I gotta be honest. Big is looking a lot better in some of these moments. And even despite the call not being the right one here for Big, they expected mid-presence, they expected something towards B more than anything else. They still handle it very well. So, all in all, again, we have to point out, if it wasn't for Nemanja jumping through the smoke, maybe Avian not getting caught through the smoke as well, things possibly turn differently here, and Big might not have control of CT in an aftertake, in an afterplant rather, and the retake. But at the end of the day, that's not what happens. It's 8-6. It's Hyped now starting off strong. It's an eco here for Z10. It goes exactly as I said. A force bite that brings you nothing, and an eco next that gives you even less.
Was that 3 nades onto Delpan as well? I think it was. Did not want to let him live. And so, alright. Now, you say Big looking okay, looking good. Here come the gun rounds again. This is where things have already changed compared to the first half, where we've actually had a normal start to it. We haven't had 7 rounds being forced up in a row. We'll see the first gun round as it should be in round number 4 here. Or 3. 4, 3? I'm losing control. Well,
13th is the first of the second half, so 14th would be the second, third, and this would be the 4th, yeah.
Yeah, I just got confused. I forgot about the force by there for a second, yeah. But we have had a push into Palace. It's netted to the Big, a kill on the Shuffo. Modern's out Tetris, and will expect QB. Just patiently wait for him, his head removed. JDC moved into connector, wait for Hyped to walk around instead.
Do you take a few pot shots there? No, you don't. Madden. He's gonna surprise Krimbo instead, and still loses the duel. That's massive. Krimbo, the luck on his side today. Lady Luck certainly accompanying the man, and the timing for Brute Monster. He was engaging jungle. He was thinking there was a player there. He's about to widen up on connector, and instead of that, It's JDC to peek. Now Nemanja 1v3. He's got 50 seconds. He's got the time. The problem is he's got no bomb on him, which means the CTs have him in a bit of a sandwich. Oh, he now knows both where they are. This is going to be a tough one. Nemanja's though stuck in the position as he tries to go down ladder. I think he had the intention to quick drop, but unfortunately actually got stuck to the ladder, then had to move onto that ledge, and once he's there, he's caught in a corner. And that's round over, 10-6. Z10. Things are starting to get heated up. Mirage is not going as well as perhaps I'd expected.
Not the only one yet, but still a lot of map wanted to go here, perhaps. I'm seeing half by as well out of Z10 here, similarly as we did see from Big. Oh, was it Z10? No, Z10. Toward the end of the last half as well. No, Big. Sorry, I'm getting way too good at users. That Palace rush Big pulled out with a half buy. Similar stuff was there Tenacity in terms of the buy. So, let's see, right? You said you wanted to see Big a bit more reserved in that round instead of just bomb rush plus W.
Yeah.
Z10, they've got that utility as well. They can make a play happen. Double smokes in the mid. Molotov flashbang, a bunch used already. Modern to behind the boxes in mid. 2 through underpass, 1 is still in Palace. You know exactly what play this is going to be here from Zero Tenacity, but let's see how quick Big can figure this out.
They should know about window, and yeah, realization sets in. Nemanja quicker though. Good reaction. Spots the player in jungle, gets the kill, and now gonna force out the player under Palace. Very good intuition. The information was correct. There was a player in Palace that listened for that. Tapson still helps. Tiofo is dead, and now it's not yet done. Tech9's close range. Easy for some, hard for others, as it's going to be Martin on the kill, but it's Mr. Hyped with a double. He's bringing down the noise, or rather the roof on the top of the heads of Z10, and Monster, this is an insane corner. QB gets killed, and it leaves a 2v2 in action now. C4 on site, another problem.
2 flashbangs to try to set him up, and 1 goes, and Nemanja down as well with Hyped. Never satisfied here. Takes 4. About the damn time as well we see some from him. We talked a lot about Brute Monster, or I talked a lot about Brute Monster, expecting him to be a lot better when it comes to this map, or at least having the possibility to hard carry if he is on his A game. Rarely get to see that. It's that beginning of the game. The force buys continuously. And now the second half, Hype gets his time to spot. Light suddenly up to 12 kills. Giving us impact at a big round that they needed as well here. Leads them to 11. Keep in mind, that was still a half buy, means weapons fully out on this one with Z10 as well. The job doesn't get that much easier. Not done yet either. Hello? Somebody's toes are being seen.
Yeah. Gonna tickle him now. Tapson, I see how you're focused on your screen. There's the pop flash, and there's the tickle. Tapson and JDC each guarantee 1. The smoke up blocks any further incursions, and now Z10 has a tough choice ahead of them. Do they go back to A? Do they try to break the defense that clearly sets up, being set up by the IGL, or do they go a different route? Obviously, the latter rather than the former.
Just to note there as well, JDC the baller move, throws a flashbang, instantly turns to connector, finds a kill of his own. Impacting both the kills here that have come through in this round and so far to us, A. Or in this round, period. Tapson waits. JDC, guarding connector. They're essentially just in 1 versus 1s, bar for Palace. But it's not a perfect hold here. Yeah, go searching. They still have a smoke on Brute Monster. That might be what decides this round almost.
Rob's position by Tapson is insane. And he still gets a kill. Double nade as well, by the way. So as soon as the CTs are in position, they'll nade Brute Monster out. He needs to get away from here. Instead, he's lingering. He's been heard. They heard the scope. There's the flash. He's been spotted in the smoke, and I'm surprised there's no nades thrown yet. What is going on? There we go, finally. But they missed. Both of them don't do critical injuries. What is going on? Wide swinging though. Brute Monster now down to a 1v2. Time running out. He hits no scopes. No, he doesn't. It's 12. It's gonna be Z10 6 behind. And the second half is yet to find him on a round to win. I'm a little bit concerned, brother.
I am too. We were both saying easy 2-0 here for Z10. We were saying Zerfer might make a fool out of us and laugh at us in this between the maps if he wants to. Yo, I feel like we're about to be laughed at. I can already hear an Irish man and his
although I am maybe a little bit.
Distance.
Look, I have to support the regional team, man. I have no choice.
I mean, yeah,
but
you
I'm
got that.
surprised.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
I just thought Z10 was that much better here. And Big, yeah, I don't rate them. They've let so much talent slip through, and I've just not had a single thing excite me in ages.
Big really has been a disappointment in our tourneys, unfortunately. CCTs have been kind of a curse for them. As you said yourself,
CCTs, brother.
Obviously, let's stick to CCT since this is the tournament we're in, obviously. But for the most part, you know, it's been disastrous. So hopefully, you know, we're on a new path with the new season. Hyped is certainly proving to be the case, or trying to make a case here for Big. Because their best numbers would be quarterfinals, right? In CCT? Yeah.
Yes, last season, or last series.
Last series, so...
Still went out. But, yeah, looks like they're going to be at least leading the charge for the series itself. Avian and Nemanja are the only two remaining here. Now, it hasn't been a terrible show from anybody on Zero Tenacity individually. But the second half has not really gotten to the sort of start they wanted. Of course, that first half as well. That is quite literally down to the force buys and how those decided to go. If Big don't even win that second round full eco, it's a different sort of game, a different sort of story. But the only one we have to tell at the end of this one is that Big, they've got themselves a very clean CT side and a scrappy T side they get by. But here, not a single round was dropped. And thus, Zerfer, an Irish man to laugh at us.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that now, would I? But yeah, look, I think blown out of the water there. To be honest, I really was caught by surprise by how clean Big looked, especially when, you know, you take into account that they were just unsuccessful in a lot of their gun rounds on the T side. They only picked up one at the end. But, you know, I thought really that Big's protocols on that CT side, you could see, were just a whole lot better. Zero Tenacity just couldn't really get anything going, even though it started so well. I mean, a clean pistol can't do much more than that. But it was this round really that kind of got me believing, all right, Big could really make a go of this on the T side. Just a really awkward start to a game, which is not really what you want to get kind of dragged into when you're non-stop forcing every single round. I think it was up until like round 7 or round 8 we actually didn't have a gun round. Crazy play from Nemanja there to just push past through the smoke, but it looked like it was kind of pretty smooth sailing for a lot of it. Big had some really nice set pieces on those kind of little half buys. The same with Zero Tenacity, you know, the re-aggressions in towards middle, those kind of short pushes. Everybody was playing in kind of unison, playing off each other, everybody singing from the same sheet, which made it, you know, that much more doable. But Big kind of got a little bit of control. Then the gun rounds came, and that's where it kind of got a little bit all over the place. JDC, I think, gets pretty unlucky, you know, as he's falling for that swing to kind of come in. Brute Monster hits a ridiculous shot through the top of the stairs smoke, and this was probably one of the big mistakes from Big here, was the fact that they just didn't clear short. The molly didn't do it. Madden had a lovely double kill. If Madden doesn't find that double kill, that A-bomb site is under all kinds of pressure, which then resets the money a Big, puts them in a bad spot. But even with Brute Monster connecting on these frags, you're thinking, all right, you know, there's fast rotates here. He's already done the damage. He's already gotten a kill. It was actually, he missed a HE in towards the window. If he lands that HE, maybe Zero Tenacity actually win that round and we don't get a 6-6 half at the end of it. But once Big went over onto the CT side, man, it was just a different story. It was a different level. It was a very nice CT pistol to kind of kick things off. That Force Buy after got a little bit messy, but you could see how cool, calm, and composed, even when it kind of went down to the kind of late round, the even situations where you've got a 3 versus 3 or even a 2 versus 2, you know, they were able to hold on, especially here. Hype had such a slow start to the game, and then he just managed to kind of come into it. Himself and Tabson got 3 kills in the round that they're kind of running at them up on top of default. But I was really impressed by the way that Big kind of approached their CT side, and that, to be fair to the lads, they, even though they were given, you know, a lot of criticism to Big, they were saying that on CT side they were going to be just a whole lot better, and that's exactly what they were. Zero Tenacity back to the drawing board on their T side, and there's just unfortunately nothing that you can do sometimes when you go into those games, when you just get completely shut out on the T side. Even if you stay with them in the first half, you know, you're happy with the position you're in, sometimes you just can't get things going. And really it was all because of great protocols, a spectacular performance from JDC, a really nice comeback from Hype, who hit some pivotal shots to hold on to that A-bomb site and even over towards middle, and Big, the deserved victors of their own pick. But it does set us up very nicely for map number 2. It is going to be Zero Tenacity's pick, which is going to be Nuke. We've got a little bit of a break before then, ladies and gentlemen, so go get a drink and we will be right back in just a moment. You don't want to miss it. We'll see if the lads will be right and Zero Tenacity can bounce back in this one, or will Big prevail and go into the quarterfinals. See you in a bit. Well, we are coming back into this one, and lads, I'm just going to pose the question to you straight away because you were very vocal about Big getting, just blown out 2-0 in the series by Zero Tenacity. Have you changed your tune a little bit on this one?
I don't know what you're talking about. I never said that. I've been under the Big train since day one.
I'm a little bit disappointed we don't see Z10 with their full potential unleashed. I think they had a good start to the half. I don't know what happened after the halftime break. Everything just collapsed, and it feels like they... I don't know whether was it communication, whether was it misunderstandings, but nothing really came together in the end. And yeah, it's a clean second half for Big. I mean, I can't say I'm surprised. I was hoping Z10 would win. That's what I was saying. You know, yeah, 2-0 Z10. I'm all down for that. I would love to see them proceed. We don't get it.
We don't. And now we head over onto a Nuke where we haven't seen Big that much of it in recent history. Zero Tenacity have they've kind of adopted a Nuke in terms of in a replace for an Anubis, because a lot of teams don't want to play them on that anymore, and it hasn't been nearly as good of a map as it was for them last year. So Zero Tenacity, do you think that they have maybe a little bit of an advantage heading into Nuke, or have you seen enough from Big, knowing that they're going to start on the CT side of Nuke Nexus, that they can take this one cleanly?
I still got to retain my original thought of Zero Tenacity's got to take the series. I've seen them play Nuke well enough, right? I was kind of early on that when they were kind of starting out, swapping with that Anubis to Nuke. You could kind of see, yeah, they were putting a lot of practice into this map. It hasn't been perfect by any means, right? A lot of the games, or like the last 5 or 6, have been win-loss, 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 win-loss kind of thing. They are not really stable on it just yet, but they're putting a lot of eggs into this basket as well, and I kind of appreciate that as well from a team, right? You had them absolutely merchantiling on Anubis. They still have like 33 games, so don't get me wrong, they're not stopping playing it, but and they're putting a lot more of their eggs into another map as well now. I appreciate that, I like it. It's kind of making them just a solid thread so they can maintain some of that form on the other maps as well. But that was something we didn't see on map 1, so it is making me worried if they have that dog in them or not.
We're going to see very shortly, because we are going to be jumping into that map number 2. It is going to be Nuke, and we'll see if Zero Tenacity can bounce back, or are they going to bow out in the round of 16? Lads, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jack. And yes, it is gonna be a question, a big one. It is Nuke. Zero Tenacity do play it. They've been relatively steady on it, but given what we've seen, or rather missed, on Mirage, I'm hoping their T-side here is a lot better. It's going to be the pistol. JDC in main. It looks like an A hit. Molly onto Hut. And here we go. Topson finds the first. Doors open. It's not clean up yet, but it's hyped with a double. And it's back to a 2 versus 3. AVN through the smoke. A little bit lucky. Jumps down. Goes for the headshots. Or rather... No, goes back up. Maybe? No, goes... Yeah, goes, commits to B. Waiting for him is Scrimbo. It's over.
Oh,
He gets denied. Never mind.
Not.
He wins the duel. Oh, Crimble, what have you done?
Fumbled it. And for AVN, all you have to do is stay alive for about 10 seconds. Rotation will come soon, and it's on its way. It's dead. AVN, you get an ace now. He's looking for 4K himself at around the site. 24 HP, and AVN is trying to avoid a 2-for-1 by any means necessary, but he won't be given that option. QB, yes, down to 3 HP, but it's not good enough. You've got Big. Pistol on the board.
Well played. Good retake. I liked how Hyped approached it as well. The fact that he didn't run around, but he actually immediately ran in the same kind of angle position as his teammate towards control room. And they just played that beautifully. Good coordination.
You ready for
good
it?
reaction.
We got out of the force by. We gotta run it back from map number 1, baby.
Who's got the dice, man? Are you gonna roll? Let's see. What are we landing on? A natural 20 on a natural 1. Either way,
Give me a second.
it's gonna be a critical something.
There we go, I got my dice. That's like a 15. They're gonna partially succeed on this one. They're gonna bomb it out, apparently.
I mean, depends how much, how many bonuses we add on top of that hit. So right now,
0.
Big, they're dealing against Mac 10s and a 4-spot AK. It's a lot, but it's going to be JDC that gets caught in the back. He's turning back and forth. He's inconsistent. The timing gets him. Still trades off the C4 scene. It means right now Big have an advantage. Topson, the only thing he has to do is stay alive. QB will deal with the rest. Hyped with another. And as we said, Topson cleans it up. And that will be big on an easy anti-eco. They lose to, yes, it's more unluck for JDC, given he was turning back and forth. I'm not sure why exactly. Usually you're counting on the player on A to make sure you can't be surprised. You have the doors that are not open. And we see Thompson. He's posing for the camera. I love it. He's having a good time. He was already laughing on map 1, so it's showing that the vibes are good on Big.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say the dice did lie. There was no bomb plan, no real success there. Just the most basic you're ever going to get out of that round, which is 2 kills, the boring answer. Teams need to really start shooting above just 2 kills in these sorts of rounds. I don't know what it's all about. Yeah, though, Modern's dead next. And if a Big is to have their way, it doesn't seem like 2 kills is even going to happen because Shoff was already being flanked. I like the pressure as well. JDC's kind of keeping up as well. Lightly, slowly moving forward. Crimbo's found one.
He went left, click.
Left to left, went into Joffo's sides.
He went for the disrespect, and yeah, Zero Tenacity right now suffering a little bit of it. They're not having a great time. Map 1 certainly wasn't the case, and I mean, T-side Nuke, it's never easy to play it, especially not against a team that's well organized, and we can certainly say that's true for Big. They are prepared for any instance. They have a way to deal with any instance, and full buy. This has to work. Zero Tenacity, unless you want to stare down a barrel of a 5-0, you gotta do something.
Smoke will expose one, but the shot's not going to connect on Hyped and the Orb. Instead, they're headed towards Absent. Spotted, still takes the first. MP9 Propaganda working fine with that one. Map Bay, Martin playing the most basic role you're gonna see in a round like this. The lurk and squeaky to catch rotations. Everybody knows, everybody expects it. It's just basic greetings at this point. Tabson, however, I do like his own play as well here.
Oh,
in the smoke
spot.
Just throws away the nade. He's not going to hide in it. Instead, back away eventually. But for Z10, they still got to decide how they want to approach this. Modern backing away from it inside and running back around and catching up with the rest of his teammates will tell us it is a B play coming through. Bent and up to A might be the only other escape here if Z10 want to complicate their own lives, but that's just the death trap waiting. So, to B, to JDC, Tabson, they will go. Feasting on the first one already.
Mistakes made. Control through ramp is going to be contested. Big is in trouble. They need the first kill ASAP. Nemanya's already looking to move out of short. And Brute Monsters, he's about to widen the angle. Nobody's expecting him, apparently. He goes in for doubles. QB doesn't even get a kill. It's enough. Z10, they get there first. Crimbo has to save. It's the best he can do. And honestly, if you're Z10 here, I send 1 player to hunt. Guaranteed 1 player.
Well, there's the 1 player. Dead and gone.
Yep.
You sent him out, and he came back real rough looking.
Yeah, he came back like a ghost. Big. First test, and they shatter. I don't know if it's because JDC had a horrible position in events, or just the timing wasn't his, but regardless, doesn't work out. They're gonna have to try again. They've got the money, but this will extend basically their bank to the max. They'll need an eco next if they fail, so Zero Tenacity could be looking at a potential 3 rounds here.
I dare say that it comes down to the first opening Brute Monster finds as well there. Him finding the shot immediately on Ram, but then I'm not sure who it was, but swinging out of Decon to find Tabson as well on the rafters. Immediately negated any sort of sight hold you were going to have, of course, but Brute Monster as well, if he goes down, then Tabson doesn't have to worry about anything else either. You know, you've got these very small things that coalesce, and, or in a fancier word as well, you could say, just butterfly effect turns into a different sort of story. Here, you've lost one. Hype is dead. Gapathon begins. Townsend burns. That's the double openings coming through. And look at all the controls Z10 have here.
Yeah. And they're about to get A. Neymane walks in for free.
But it's already here. Big.
And I think it's time to save.
I think this has to be a quick save, yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing you can try here is looking at it. Yeah, no. Like Crimbo throwing a flash from heaven, but he's still all the way back on ramp. No, this is not going to be any sort of attempt here. Back away.
If they save, Crimbo can drop.
True.
That's what matters. He gets 1.9. He's got enough for an M4. They can get a decent attempt out of it next round.
Here's my question. Did Hyped have an AWP? I'm seeing he kind of pushed close to Squeaky. Apparently that's what their blue X on the map is.
Yeah, it
Nobody's
was a
picked
save.
it up. Oh,
they
never mind,
saved the
Brewmonster
off.
did.
They saved the off from the previous round. So
yeah, that is what I saw. Brewmonster does pick it up on his way out. But there's not just one, but two. You've got back-to-back rounds immediately there. And of course, like I said, Crimbo saves, they can drop all is good.
Yeah, it's going to be a decent buy. I mean, QB could go for another defuse kit. They are on... Yeah, there's another defuse kit. They've got everything they need. They are situated to take this round. Z10 right now are... Oh, going to be able to get the first, though. Crimbo gets caught. That's a problem. You're a little bit too aggressive for your own good. And this is looking like it's going to be an attempt towards Secret moving forward. Tapson gets caught as well. What is happening? It's going to be a round 3 for easy here. Or for an easy way in. Z10, hello and welcome to the playtest of the T side. I love what I'm seeing. I mean, they might be getting a little bit lucky, but they're getting the job done.
Five on 3 here as well is very slow for Z10. They've decided to completely back away. Come back, hit towards A, but little do they know, Big is ready for it. JDC, burned, exposed, and now down to a crisp he goes. Hyped waits on sight, and he's got nothing to say. Well, QB is ready for a follow-up. Doesn't realize it's all coming in from one angle only for Z10. That was Squeaky. Would have been one hell of a spray transfer there, but no dice for him.
And there's the eco we talked about. Comes a little bit later than we expected, given that they survived with 3 and saved a little bit, but eventually everybody gets caught up by the taxman. And Z10 are the ones now dictating the terms of this first half. Maybe pushing it to another 6. That would be a very good showing. It would give them a way in the second half. A push into... Wait a hold up. Trades off, a push into lobby. That kind of works, but they only get the 1, and yeah, they're being picked apart. It's enough. It's a number 4 potentially. QB, quick refrag. Ooh, goes for the reload. 9 bullets. It suffices. He's still alive. It's a 2-on-2. Zero Tenacity might have dug their own grave if they make another mistake.
It is doable here for Crimbo. 5-7. Upgrade to an AK. But all the time in the world. Although he's walked away. Not a fan of what the vents might hide. I hear that there's some suspicious people in them.
I wonder who. I'm thinking of
good question.
I'm thinking of head crabs right now from Half-Life. You know which ones I speak of? The jumping ones.
Have you heard of Among Us?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Yes, yes.
I've played a little bit, but I found it to be a stale game after a while.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got my my own opinions. I don't like a lot of party games. It's stupid.
I don't mind them if they're well designed for replayability. Otherwise, it's pointless because after like 5-10 hours of playing, it's basically the same thing that leads you nowhere to nothing.
It's the same game you bought a month ago. Then it's like why? Like it's stupid. But that's a different sort of thing. This is Counter-Strike. This replayability. This is a hell of a thing here.
It's endless. That's why we're still here, bro. It's the best Counter-Strike. It's the best shooter. Let's say the first-person shooter.
Yeah, I was gonna say not the best Counter-Strike at the
moment.
No,
not that's not the case.
Not even close.
This is not even close to the best Counter-Strike of the history of Counter-Strike. But unfortunately, this is the one we got, and this is the one we have to work with. That's the worst one, I would say. But people would argue that
someone's
Source
gonna have
is
that
worse,
opinion,
but
I'm sure. Just not me. Brute Monster gets baited by Tabson to take the shot. Nice little jump peek. And look at how active he's being as well. This is a wonderful move for Tabson here.
Yeah. Love the fact that he's kind of fighting for
okay, that's not lovely.
something, but what gets me is he's shooting, let's say, at this angle that we saw him in, and then he retreats in the same angle. He retreats with the same angle. That's a bit of a weird choice, but...
Yeah, I was gonna note that, but glad that you also noticed. Shoots straight forward, turns around 180, and gets shot in the back of the head.
Yeah, it's like you're asking for it.
JDC's just barely missed that timing, by the way. Hasn't gone wide enough to see Nemanja, doesn't want to see what else is outside. Instead, it's utility only, Nemanja lurking alone. That duel will be one that kinda decides this round, because now Nemanja has been given access here. Molotov's coming through. QB. Only so many places he can be. He'll get the drop of the first one. Yes, make it a double. Now we're talking. But the CT side to have a fighting chance. He needs to survive it. That's what he's done. Pulled back and now plays with his two teammates. Everybody walking in from the same angle. One down, Brute Monster, 2 to go. Not afraid of a fight. Crimbo eventually shuts him down, but 2 more to go.
This is going to be a tough one, Crimbo.
Close. No chance. Not entertained by Z10.
JDC's position was crucial in this round. If he had not pushed up Secret, he possibly would have had a great flanking position to work with. I was expecting that to happen because Big did not have anybody in main to support JDC's challenge, nor anybody taking a fight through either Garage or Blue. They've already lost Tapson, so nobody's really replacing him in that spot, and it gave Zero Tenacity a free way in. Once JDC dies, it's effectively round over already. Unless that double from QB, could have been a triple, it was bound to go one way or another. But great performance from Brute Monster regardless. It's going to be back to a 5v3 now, and a half-buy, something in the mix, it's not really going to work. Saved weapon from Crimbo that maybe gives them something, but... No, was it even saved? There was no save, right? Yeah. He bought it.
Just to hop on the one final thing there. The only thing that makes that round at that point difficult is the fact that you have all 3 from lobby. Right, if JDC stays alive or doesn't even take that duel, you have some sort of different... Something different. Doesn't matter if he gets that kill or the information. Just add a bit more complexity to it. Here, we're adding Nemanja on a bit of a lurky style. 1, 2, maybe 3. Nope. Instead, that's the Desert Eagle. Hyped going and check. Weren't ready for a 4-man stack on A, but it doesn't matter. It's only cost him 2 plays so far. JDC, a businessman, yes, he'll be happy to negotiate for the round, but... needs to give us the art of the deal.
Let's see if he wrote the book or only read it, because right now he's going to have to have some answers, but unfortunately Nemanja's already ready. His off angle is glorious, as it usually is in that position, and it is Zero Tenacity that have sneakily taken 6 in a row. My man, where was this on Mirage? What happened? What's going on right now? We have such a return to form. It's quite unbelievable.
I'm saying that goes through the entire first half. It's the 7 rounds the 7 first rounds of the game, but that pistol, full eco win, force by force by force by force by force by. That just kind of destroys any chance of a zero tenacity game there, because you were mentioning as well, Big, they're going to have the CT side, that's what they're better at. And didn't lose a single round there. If Z10 had not lost to a full eco, I think the game is 100% different. At least double digits, and we'd be looking at it saying, yeah, that was a decent game. Instead of saying, yeah, it was a good game for Big.
I don't think you're too wrong
that's
on
how
that.
I kind of put it.
No. I think you're onto something. You're definitely, excuse me, definitely cooking here.
But if every game was that predictable of, you're not gonna lose their full eco, well, why would it even be here? Sometimes you gotta add a little bit of spice to life.
There has to be something
right now,
different, yeah.
Z10, they found spices. They're not your average British person. They're not even British. They know how to use those spices. 6-3 on the Nuke T side here. Sorry to the lovely folks in the UK catching strays, my bad. But it's real. It's true. Gotta learn how to use more than salt and pepper.
Dude,
he knows how to use an AK-47.
You know, I'd say at least use salt and pepper. But yeah, it's gonna be 6-3, and right now looking like 7-3, as you said. Oof, Thompson.
No. Oh no. Why was AVN the first to go out? Is my question there. But watching for this one, guarding, not the same person. They
doesn't know. He
realize,
doesn't know.
Oh, this shot! What? Molly will burn him, consumed by the flames.
Why did I see right now Tiofo dying in the molly and Tapson having a 1v1 against Brute Monster? Somehow that was what I was seeing right now. But yeah, 7-3 still. And another eco. We are on a bit of a train right now. And it ain't Big's one as well. This is looking like a speed express towards Dust 2. My friend, Zero Tenacity is looking to take 8 rounds in a row from Big after losing first 3. What in the madness is this series? And we know Big isn't great on Nuke. Yeah. Like, we know that Big isn't great on Nuke, right? We haven't seen a lot of them on it yet.
It's hard to be considered great when you've barely had any officials on it.
Yeah, like I said.
Like, this year they've had 13 games of Nuke. They've won 8 out of those, so majority, yeah, but they just haven't played it much.
I'd expect them to still have it well set up.
Well, the scoreline begs to differ, I dare say.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That's what kind of boggles the mind, should we say, and hyped. Well, that bullet is certainly going to be lodged somewhere. Tiofo regretting the outside push. And the rest of Z10 now focused towards ramp, I guess. Yeah. We're going to see a B attempt. Crimbo gets 1. No way! Crimbo gets 2! That is absurd.
MP9 to go, I'm telling you, Tapson already showed what he can do earlier. Here's Crimbo, here's QB. And there is just one lone man. Trying to find and get past this man. QB doesn't let it go. The Brute Monster, you're dead. At least 4 is what Big gets here, and it comes from Crimbo's MP9. Stops the ramp play, it forces Zero Tenacity to split up there as well, start scurrying about a little bit, make too much noise, and give an opportunity of timing a gap somewhere. And Big don't let it go. On paper, like Big is a team that we should be expecting to clean up those rounds when they get an advantage, when they have a chance to punish. So it's good to see that we can get it out of them as well here. But can we get that now on the gun round as well?
Double up. Here we go.
Costly. Risky. Especially on Nuke. Retakes as hell. It's going to be one hell of a thing as well if it comes down to it. Or could be.
Does he go aggro into Hut again? Does he try to find that first kill into lobby? It does seem like he's on top of Hut though. Or is he inside? I believe he's inside, actually. Yeah, he was inside of Hut. He's looking to take a fight, and we're going to see an A split. This could work, because JDC might be caught off guard if he dies. Yep, there it is. JDC's down. QB, the B-frag is in, but it's not enough. Hype gets caught off in a bad position. The reload, or rather, the recock of the gun, the AWP, takes almost 3 seconds. It's not enough to take another shot, and Z10 have a sight. In the last round of the half, it looks like it's an 8-4. Crimbo, I'm not seeing this one, buddy.
Brute Monster is.
Neither
He's
is
seeing the
he.
victory.
Yeah, yeah, Brute Monster does, yeah.
8-4, that's pretty good.
I'd say that's
Pretty-
freaking amazing.
Pretty freaking great, almost.
I mean, 0 rounds T-side Mirage, 8 rounds in a row T-side Nuke. There's a big discrepancy.
Not in a row, but close enough.
Yes, sure, but still, there's a big discrepancy, you know, between the two, and I wonder what it is. I wonder what's that. You know, is it either just Big's quality on Mirage, or therefore their lack of quality on Nuke? Or is just Z10 better on Nuke rather than Mirage? I mean, both can be true, and in the end of the day, we can only wonder. Well, I guess this is where we count it in, right? Z10, either it's the pistol or it's map 3. Excuse me, Z10, if it's the pistol in their hands, all of a sudden, they've got a guaranteed map 3. For Big, on the other hand, I mean, it's a long crawl to a comeback. T-side especially. Oh, okay, that's JDC to kill him, but Brute Monster, a hat trick.
He's killing all of them.
This?
Think you're going to the side? No, you didn't. Think you have an advantage? No, you don't. All you have is a bomb platter, 2 plays trying to find this one still. From the back, trying to bring it to their own contentious hands. But that is where Shuffo is going to say a good night. Welcome to the clutch. Had to pause the defuse just to say that, and he's not wrong. Not Big on that left side of the screen. That is indeed Zero Tenacity. Zero Tenacity. Or it's getting a little bit late. Stayed up last night, you know, watching the Major and all that. For whatever reason, Zero Tenacity is a tongue twister at this point in time. I hope it doesn't continue to be that way, but 9 being picked up here. Well, you said guarantee third map. I will have the note on the side there as well. You can just imagine that is only an opinion expressed by only one of the casters here, so I do not hold that opinion myself, but I don't like to over-exaggerate these things and call things very quickly. I still see a world where Big might come back here, but I do also agree Zero Tenacity are probably going to win this one. Thank you.
Everybody sees a world where a Big comeback, but the chances are smaller than everybody's willing to admit.
You said guarantee map 3 if they win this one. Or if they win that pistol. You said guarantee. You often do.
Fair, fair. Perhaps guarantee is not the right word, but it's a very likely outcome then. Let's say 90%, shall we say that much? Is that
not put
still,
numbers on it.
you know, not a guarantee? I know. Numbers suck, but right now, what sucks hard is losing this gun round, this force buy rather. Big. They've committed everything to it. Number 10's just around the corner. Especially Crimbo.
How about you do some math real quick for me? What's 2 plus 4?
6.
Hey, you know what? Not bad.
Okay.
What's 16 plus 4?
20.
That's Nemadia's kills.
Fair
You know
enough.
what? Hey, I'm just giving you easy ones. I'm seeing if you are crumbling under the pressure of live math here or not.
Never. Never shall I crumble.
Always. Half the
With
time
math.
at least.
No. Guaranteed 0% of the times.
I feel like that was something about a rule of not doing math live on stream, but hey.
Hey, you asked.
Little
You're the
do I
ones-
know.
You're the one that broke it, and you just gave me incentive to break it more. In any case, round 15, we're looking at an eco. It's round 11 already here.
Yeah, I gave you the easy ones here. And Big, they're also giving away an easy one. Nate is going to clash with JDC's head. Feel like the top of hair caught that one. Might be the case there. That's funny.
And the way he falls in between the silo.
Right as Nemanja as well starts shooting, I got confused for a split second there until I realized it was Martin from the spawn that he came to collect.
Was that a
I was waiting for
right
Nemanja
now?
to start shooting, and as soon as he does,
Yeah.
yeah, he's dead. But no. A different map. We don't have Magneto bending bullets here.
Did Madden just have a hat? Did he just pull a hat trick?
Yeah,
Was
he
it
did.
3 kills? Yeah. He just doubles his kills in a single round. That's fantastic. He's having a
Stokes
bit
going
of a
up.
tough time, though they are winning hard, so it doesn't even matter.
He's having a tough time. Nemanja's not.
No, Nemanja's enjoying this game. 3 KD, I love it.
And he's calling a good game. That is adds on top. On IGL that
Basically.
people do need to remember as well.
Or at least not forget.
IGL pulls out the big numbers. Last year he was something crazy, like half the year it felt like he was like 1.25 sort of rating.
Yeah. He had a great showing.
But kind of fell off the entire team. Changes made, Martin brought in. Well, Mirage in this game may not have gone their way. They are still going to have a chance to rectify here to get map point. It's 10 kills away. Or sorry, 5 kills away to get map point. 10 to take the map. But they've been forced into a tough situation. And now they're dead.
It's one round out of quite a few in a row required. Let's see if Big have what it takes. Their T-sides susceptible to mistakes. We certainly saw a few on Mirage, and you said it yourself. You proposed the question, you know, what kind of a different first map would it have been if Zero Tenacity don't lose that anti-eco?
Full eco.
Full eco, yeah, however you want to pull it, but point is they lose it and everything changes. Here on Nuke, we don't see such an occasion, which gives them a prime opportunity to really give us a show. I mean, Nemanja is certainly the one to coordinate, but the whole team is working well. And AVN gets caught. Madden's burning. He's not even getting a shot off. Nemanja with a double, though. Nemanja still not said his last. He wants number 12. He wants to guarantee overtime at the bare minimum. As Big is currently on site, but they're... I get the bomb down. No, denied! Denied! Hyped gets Nemanja, but it's a denied bomb plant. A 2v2 again.
He is to play. Shuffle's not going to commit off the back of that. But he will slowly start inching forward. Had he committed immediately with that flashbang, they would have noticed both players toward the same place. Now they have to look elsewhere. They're not sure if it's just one, what the play is, but where that second man is the question. We can hear that shot ring out right as you need it. Now dropping down toward the side. QB needs to go big here. Oh, it's about time we head to a home ground of a Dust 2 here. Because that is one round away suddenly. Out of nowhere, Nemanja, triple kill comes through. Gives Z10 the round.
Number 12. We continue. Big is, unfortunately, in this case, out of options. They can't afford to lose. That doesn't matter how much money they have left or what they save. They need victories, and quickly. 7 in a row to bring us to the first overtime of the day here.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening.
Doesn't look likely, yeah. I gotta agree with you. Especially with the fact that it's just a no-show from the majority of the players. I mean, they've got a few great moments. There's been a few rounds where we can see brilliance, but beyond that, it's been quiet hours, and this looks like gonna go towards B. I like the idea that they're leaving One player outside to just keep that rotations under check. Hyped gets Nemanja. That's a great start. Do they proceed towards secret? No, rather towards main. Okay, once again towards A. They left 2 in lobby as well. Oh, they're trying to get to heaven. That might be a mistake. There's 2 players anchoring the positions, and it's going to be a bit of a deadly crossfire. Tapson's going to be the hero if he pulls this one off. I mean, it's a near impossibility to get more than one. Even that is questionable. Brute Monster, though, gets caught by Hype. That's the entry you need. Now Tapson, the alligator from underneath. It's Joffo to die. And it's potentially enough. Maden and Avian still reply. They're losing players, but it's not going to suffice. Big get the round. It's number 6. And 6 more to go. So much on Tapson there. He has to stay alive long enough to dismantle the coordination between Z10, because they didn't realize he was behind them, or at least below them. Or actually, in the case of, who was it? Siof or AVN, who got caught above him. But yeah. 12-6. Second timeout.
A reason to start believing? Not yet.
No.
But the Z10's actually,
forced up.
interestingly enough, forced up here. I mean, they had no loss bonus. I could see that.
Yeah. Fair.
But it's still a risky play to make here, I'll say. Alright, you'll lose this one. You'll give it away 7, 8. Then it's another gun around 9. Probably a half by maybe 10. You know, it's that sort of situation where it is a slippery slide. But on Nuke, it is these buys that will have a lot of impact. Will have a lot of moments to shine. Especially if you have just one player take away the attention. Any sort of advantage you can find here, whether it be a first kill, a good initial defense where somebody pulls away the aggression, another man suddenly slips in through the edge of a smoke and gets one more. Like, it's these small things that very quickly get built up into something a bit more extreme on Nuke. But here, Crimbo's already saying no. He's denied that first opening kill I possibly talked about. AVN, exposed, top of hot, still finds one. There's a second, they show that wrap they've got sprung. Ready to go. Hype will nail his next test as well. Zero Tenacity, I respect the hustle they're going with in this round. But it has given Big the advantage. But at this point, if you are on the German side, you will not lose these. Should not lose these in any situation. I say that, and I look at 2 players, both on the lower side with those rifles, I get scared.
You're not the only one, especially if JDC gets caught first.
Waiting.
Surely he gets checked. JDC, yeah, he's checking that beautifully. Gets caught by Xiaofo. Still a 2 versus 3.
Made him out. Made him out. 1 more to go. You don't lose these. That's what I said. You're not supposed to. And it gets to QB and 20 HP. 1 bullet that'll make the difference. And Big will come out victorious. Not gonna lose this one. Not here, not yet. They want more from Nuke. A terribly slow start. They had those first 3, and then it still goes to an 8-4 half in favor of Zero Tenacity. They gotta be feeling upset about that one.
I'd imagine they are. It's been a bit of a...
The mentality just has to be, if they can do it, so can we. Hype gets a collat there as well. That's gotta be 8. Now comes the next gun round, like I said. Here goes 9. If they win this one, it's gonna be probably a half by on to 10, and suddenly Zero Tenacity sweating. A slippery slope, I tell you.
A slippery snake. Yes. It's definitely a slippery slope because it's about to get a bit of a tumble on it. They lose this gun round, it's 10, and then it's 1 last chance. They won't have many buys in between, and look, they're smart about it. They don't want to, you know, put everything on the line. They go for MP9s. I like
That's
the
safe.
idea. And they snap the first. And the second, potentially, Crimbo in trouble. Taps in with the refrag. Still a 3-on-3. They do control the C4, so Big is safe for the moment. As Nemanja gets caught peeking out of that smoke. Out towards Secret. The mistakes made might be enough. Joffo, surely, yeah, he's going to be spotted. QB expects it. Surely, you've lost lobby. You know they're going to be using the ladder to get onto the rooftop. And it's Brute Monster that's patiently waiting on B. But if you ask me, if you're Big, you go A, guarantee here. No way you go B.
No way you go B. They'll go big, not B. JDC coming up the stairs, but they are headed into Brute Monster. He's got an AWP here, right? So, only in the craziest of worlds where he gets a collat no-scope on the first two and then decides to find one more quick scope on whoever comes last, is he going to win this round? Have I manifested it? They are not splitting up, so I don't think so. Brute Monster, that Molotov, his bell rings. And in the corner with an AWP, nowhere to move. That is his demise.
I don't want to... Yeah, I don't want to be a dick about this, but why the hell isn't he in the corner on B with an AWP? You know, if he
was ready to save, but like, why are you saving on
Why
B?
are
He's
you
gonna have to
saving
make
it?
noise.
What?
The
Yeah.
bomb's gonna explode above him. It's weird.
It's just
Right?
a weird choice. Like, why don't you at least go for an AK then, right? If you're deciding to stick it to B, drop the AWP, take the AK. It's a 1v3. You gotta somehow roll with the times. And yeah, it doesn't go their way. It's still a close round. It's a bit painful for Big, but it's 9-12 scoreline. That half buy gave them a buy here on the round.
There's
That
the
could be
openings.
decisive. JDC only one. It's not enough. Another for Brute Monster.
Oh!
Crimbo with a double. That's insane. Kalat on AVN hiding behind the vents, and it's thin enough to give him a free kill. Back to a 2v2. These rounds have been insane.
It's so fast still from a Big that Zetan are gonna have a little util to make this play happen. Flashing in, Brute Monster first one and hype. Do a clutch. He has performed so damn well in this map already. Needs to get him off it, and that's what he does. Into the flames, he is reborn a winner of the clutch.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal in the re-peak. The fact that he hits that shot so quickly, you could barely spot the scope coming out. And you could see in a 1v1, even the CT was ready to take that fight. He let go of the bomb. He knew it was coming. The Molotov hadn't even fully deployed, and I believe it was an incendiary. So Hype takes the chance. It's a low-quality Molotov, basically, and it's not going to burn you as badly. If you get the first shot in, you will survive, and you will get the kill. And that's what happens. Big on 10. 10-12. 2 rounds to go in overtimes here. Tjofo and the crew is, well, Nemanja and the crew, rather, are in trouble. Half buy again.
All right, let's get it here. Time for Big. Well, time for Z10. Oh, I talked about these rounds. That is where things will somehow get way too close for comfort.
Yeah.
Big has already managed to get themselves into this position. Now, neither of us expected them to pick up map number 1. We don't expect a comeback here, but they are making it happen either way. Giving us a show. It's led to the loss of Crimbo, Avian on the other side. 2 tagged up as well.
2 more.
There goes Towson and QB deleting 2 more.
It's coming down to the last round, brother. Tjofo and Madden. I mean, they're gonna maybe get a kill, maybe 2 if they're lucky, but the HP really doesn't look great, and any bullets they take their way, they're gonna be gone. Madden, yeah, no chance. JDC for the second, and we've done it. It's a full comeback, almost confirmed. 1 more round, and we're gonna go to overtime, where Big is looking at a potential 2-0 to eliminate Zero Tenacity here from Series 3 of Season 3. As CCT continues before the end of the player break, or rather the start.
6 rounds in a row, potential 7 here. For Big. It's been hyped a lead of the charge, that clutch as well. 21 kills in total for him. Nemanja, his output has slowed. It was 21 and 7 at some point. I think he then picked up another triple kill, putting him on 24, and since then, quiet.
0 kills. Oof, what is this? Outside, no smokes.
Oh,
What is
no.
happening? What? Big, what the hell did you just do? How did you fumble this so badly? The C4's lost. Okay, what in the world was that call? Oh my god. Hyped will find Brute Monster, but it's 3 versus 4. C4 still lost. Nemanja finds another. They'd already doubled up with Mad, and it looks like map might be done. The mistake from Big is enormous. They fail on the comeback, and it is going to be 13-11. I can't believe my eyes, but that was the worst round I've seen in a long time.
What the hell is that? Just dry into outside. Damn! There goes Big. The comeback is stopped at the very last round, and Zerfa. We go to Dust 2, but before that, of course, give us your thoughts, buddy. What happened?
What happened indeed, man. That's an incredible way to kind of finish off. I'm a bit baffled by that call towards, the last round of the half. It started really good. I mean, from the likes of Big, they managed to clutch up in the pistol. It was actually ridiculous that AVM manages to get down and get a bomb plant, and even after that, Big, they did look solid. They looked like they were in complete control. They managed to, shut down a lot of the pressure that was going on towards outside, and that really was the name of the game for Zero Tenacity. The way that they do like to play on Nuke is they like to get Nemanja, either having him set up or have him solo go outside and find just a lot of timings, a lot of opening duels. He will play quite aggressive. He's usually that guy that will kind of late split in through main a lot, and that's what we did see from Zero Tenacity. And what I seen from Big was simply they couldn't handle it, especially Tabson. Tabson had a really poor performance as the outside rifle and just could not deal with the amount of pressure that Z10 were putting at them. Brute Monster, I must say, in a lot of those positions kind of later on in the round, he had some really important kills in the clutch. But what I was just so baffled with was that Big just did not know how to counteract Nemanja towards outside, because if they were able to stop him, they would have been really able to maybe get a grip on that CT side. And in all honesty, they just did leave themselves with too much to do going into that second half. But you can see it here. Even him going 1-for-1 was more than enough, because they were just having to put so many bodies outside to deal with it. Whereas if, you had your outside rifler performing, if you had Tabson, finding at least a little bit of success towards outside, it would have been maybe a different story. But it really just wasn't to be, unfortunately. And yeah, they got a couple of rounds towards the end of it. You're thinking, all right, Zero Tenacity are going to close this one out. 8-4, really good scoreline on the T side. And they were maybe going to be able to get it done. Over on the CT as well, started really strong. Big then did actually, kind of surprise me a little bit with some of the calls that they were going for. I was expecting them to get just completely shut out and blown out. But they made some really good calls. They knew how to approach those kind of aggressive rounds in towards the lobby, even though they weren't really, they weren't clean. But they were able to get it done in terms of, they get the trades. There always seemed to be a refrag. Nemanja was doing pretty much all he could to try and keep Zero Tenacity, alive and closing it out quite quickly. But once it kind of got on to 12-6, that's where things kind of slowed down a little bit for the CTs. Big, put under pressure by those low buys, still managed to pass a lot of the tests with flying colors. But even this round here was absolutely ridiculous. QB falling, managing to find that kill. Big were just getting fortunate in a lot of those situations that, this game should have probably have been ended quite quicker. And on another day, they probably would have too, especially, with those lobby crunches. All it takes is just one kill to go wrong. You don't get a trade in a position, you don't get a refrag, and all of a sudden things fall apart. But some big time recoveries, especially this one, hyped with a ridiculous clutch. And Big were just about doing enough to win those close rounds that I'm thinking, all right, they'll close this one out, they'll get it on, and then all of a sudden you see a round like this, going for an outside swing like that, no smokes, up there, very little pressure over towards A. It just seemed like a little bit of a silly call at the time, but Tabson seemed to have been making all the right moves on the T side up until that point, and unfortunately that is the most important round of them all. So we do need map number 3. We do need a decider for our final game of the day, but we do need a little bit of a break before we do head over to a Dust 2. We'll see if Big can take it, or can Z10 perform and pull off the reverse sweep. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back. We apologise. There's been a little bit of a break in between map 2 and 3, and that is because some of the players have been experiencing some technical issues, and I believe Zero Tenacity are going to be moving forward into map number 3 with a stand-in. I believe Simka is going to be coming back in, and he is going to be playing in place of Nemanja, who was, vital to Zero Tenacity's success on map 2. And I think that's going to be a big miss if your IGL is not going to be there for the third and final map.
It's gonna hurt. The kills he brought them victory on Nuke. There's no denying it. He ended with 6 kills, I think. I don't know, man. This is such an unfortunate turn of events. Already Mirage was so unlucky, and then now this.
Look, they're going to have to make do with what they have, and I believe we are going to be jumping straight away into the game. It is going to be map number 3 getting underway. Dust 2. We'll see if they can do it with the old guard of Simka. Take it away, lads.
Let's run away with this one. Let's steal this one. Let's not let Jacket touch this game again. Let him go bed, It's 8 p.m. It's getting old. Or getting late.
We're getting not
old.
younger. Yeah, we're getting definitely a lot older. The round is towards B, though. We've got Zero Tenacity T side pushing B side, getting 3 kills now. AVN, very successful, and it could be another on the spot as QB pushes in, though, and Brute Monster is gone. AVN a 1v2. He's got no Kevlar, which means 1 bullet kills him. I mean, 1 bullet disrupts his aim, the second kills him, and Hyped is ready to take the challenge on. Zero Tenacity having to play with Simka now. The player they replaced for Maden. Unfortunately, Nemanja, no IGL, no firepower. Immediately kind of brings down the whole vibe of Z10, I think. And yeah, Simka's, he's used to the game, but not the same.
No, when we talk about Nemanja, it's not just numbers, but it is the leadership that he has. It is the IGL. Yeah. Right, of course, you can still vibe your way through a map like Dust 2, because this is boring. It's boring. It goes 3 ways, and that's fast B, a mid default, or go long. Like, that's all you got here. So in terms of just plugging your way through this one, easy. It's not going to be a problem. Especially when you have someone who's been on this team already and has, been away for like a month only. Easy enough. He's not going to forget how to play the map or the game with these players. I don't think that's going to hurt him all too much. It's just still something that you might have to come back to when you're looking at the end. The leadership of maybe CT side rotations, not leadership in that regard, but CT side rotations, and where you slot in some of these players. I say some of these players, as in Simka and how well he's going to be playing in Nemanja's roles.
Well, the biggest question is who is taking the leadership position for this moment, right? Is it Sjofa? Is it Maden? Maybe it's AVN. Whoever it will be, whoever it is right now, they'll have to make some tough calls. And this force buy is one of those. Towards B possibly going to be the choice. They've got the smoke for CT. We've got even an incendiary, or rather a Molotov. They still got a player outside of double doors on long. And they will focus short instead. Okay. Let's see if they break the curse here. Can they win the force by themselves instead of just lose it? Good nade. Counter utility's decent. No hype. Not a single kill. That's not going to be good enough. Thompson now has to go big. He's going to have to find multi-frags, at least 2 or 3 bare minimum. He's going to get 1, he's going to get 2. Pulls out the USB, but it's Sjofa from long range. A deagle to the head of Thompson, and it immediately finishes the job. The A defense shatters as Z10 steals around for their own. The short push combined with the long timing works wonders. And that is going to be round done.
Easy enough. Just, well, not really easy enough, but walking toward the A side and everybody does their job there. Utility was good. You mentioned it as well. There was flashbangs, the counter utility were big there in terms of deploying a good defense. It was all there. Just didn't get it actually anywhere, and that's gonna be a problem, right? CT side of Just 2, as soon as you lose your money, that always becomes an issue. And until they either fix this map, which we've seen over the last 20 years they will not, or replace it, more likely, I'm gonna keep talking about it. Because now Zero Tenacity, they get themselves the perfect chance, the stepping stones to a good start of Just 2. Take this round. Big decided to force buy. Unless they take this one, I'm gonna say it's gonna be like 4-1 at the beginning already. It ain't gonna be easy here for the German side, for sure. And that's the force buy, a risk, but no other choice, really.
I think you want to make sure you have a decent buy. That op is going to be crucial, especially how well hyped played on Nuke. You know, how close he got them. A few clutches that he pulled that were absolutely absurd, and Zero Tenacity, everything in their power to try and stop that. Starting off round 3, it's Z10 looking to once again potentially look for a split towards B, but this time actually committing to it instead of faking utility and then getting themselves on a board towards A. Good timing on the counter molly, 2 players burn. That's a lot of information that you get as the T side. The question is, do you play on top of it? Grimbot. Oh, the timing is horrible. Actually drops down to stop the smoke. I couldn't have thought of a worse position. JDC steals 2, though. It's a 3 versus 2. JDC for 3. What? He still got the banana. 5-7. Launching missiles instead of bullets. It's a nade on JDC. Yes, but it's a 2v2. Look at the HP. 1 on Simke and 26 on Brute Monster. The bomb plant high and difficult.
Oh, that's a good one. Suddenly Brute Monster as well. So low on HP. Can't afford a miss, but that's what he'll get. We are going to be seeing a bit of a back-to-back here. Let's just not repeat Mirage. That's all I'm asking here. No. Let's not manifest it.
Force buys.
Let's not get that freaky here.
I think it's coming because it's.
I don't need to see it. We already saw it on Mirage, and
you're seeing it again. Whether you keep shutting your old eyes, old man. We keep on seeing it.
7 years younger than you, buddy.
You're still old.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm 42. You're what? 49. 50 coming up next year.
Damn. Silver linings. Well, silver linings will be the fact that right now Z10 have a opportunity to at least steal this one back for themselves. But as always, that's all going to be a problem.
Over the space, though, that's easy to get here. It's just the early boost for big. Early fight they were going for. Now they've given up this whole control. Tabson, utility does get deployed from him. Zero Tenacity, though, with Modern so much. So much ahead of everybody else. That's caused some issues now on this push. Because they gotta straight this one somehow together, and they are getting a couple of kills here, but now it's 3 players in mid, out of the smoke, and into a fight they are not ready for.
Done deal. Big steal away another one. The force buy this time doesn't succeed. Zero Tenacity burned themselves with a bit of a mistake they play here. And that is going to be effectively all she wrote. 3-1. Full eco now. Unfortunately, this is not the start you're looking to see or looking to have. Dimke, 4 kills already though. Love to see it. Happy to have him on decent numbers opening this up. Good entry.
lot of noise been made by Tabson. A lot
It
more
is a
to be made.
Yeah. I was about to say, it is a full eco, so you can be a little bit careless in some scenarios, but... At the end of the day, that's going to be round for big and a clean one. They keep the economy, they keep themselves posted, and we're starting to look down potentially a bit of a return on investment. Big might be punching through this defense, or rather offense, that Zero Tenacity is putting up. No AWP for Brute Monster. They're going to try and get themselves in place and start getting these numbers rolling.
Is QB gonna get flashed through the smoke? Yes, he is.
Boy.
Time to mop up a quick multi. And mop up the round.
Masterful. Absolutely masterful performance right there. That pretty much showcases what exactly Big is capable of. Well played. That was a fantastic opener. Gives them a fighting chance now. Moving into the next step of the game. Next pace of the game. Phase, rather, perhaps even better said. Maden, one-man army. Does he get lucky or not? I think that's the question on everybody's mind. Does he get 3 kills here? Does he get the clutch? 3 HP? I think the answer might be no, but perhaps a chance still to be given.
I think these are about to feed the ace here to QB. One bullet. 11 and 1. QB stats, they speak loudly here, with 5-1 at the scoreline as well. That's one hell of a round to pull out that sort of playing. The flash, perfect. It's, at this point, standard almost in terms of CT sort of reactions you're going to have. But it's still so hard to actually react to it. You're going to have somebody playing anti-flash, maybe even 2, but it doesn't guarantee you anything. There as well, you see, it's just the lineup that the QB mows through. And Big, at this point, even if they end on 5, I'm going to say it's a successful half.
I think that's a fair assessment, yeah.
This time, good flash for the tease, but good setup as well. Tabson gets called for support. And it's going to cost him a little bit. Not all that much. Though Hyped is still sticking around here. In the open. One more opportunity is all it takes. But apparently Grimbo's got this one in the bag.
Well, there we go. Round 6. In the hands of Big. Time starting to run low here for Zero Tenacity. They have to make a decision, and soon, or not even a decision, but rather they have to start going above and beyond. We're going to be having some trouble on the horizon here for the team. This third and final map of the series is coming to a close. If continuing on the path we've chosen so far, or rather they have chosen, we could be looking at a very quick finisher. I'm a bit surprised. I'm a bit saddened again. I expected more out of Z10. I'm not gonna lie, especially on that first map. This third one, you know, you can't change much now. You've already halfway lost it due to the fact that Nemanya's not here. I think he's a massive part of this game plan for them. Without him, things are gonna be a lot harder. And right here, we see exactly how much.
What is that positioning?
Yeah, I was about to say, why is he putting himself out in the open like that? They'd be on me even.
That's a round losing moment there.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's walking forward. He's got the op. Why is he the one walking? That makes no sense. Not built to be a main oppo, that's for sure. Retake coming through, both players through the cave. or tunnels. One smoke might be all there is to it, but QB will be flashed through. There it is. Piped. All or nothing. This ball comes through. Both flashbangs will be dodged. And one remains. He's taking the shots as he's escaping. And Z10, they'll crack the code for round number 2. Bit of a whoopsie there on the defense. That was risky, especially when you miss the only shot you have to hit.
Definitely a bit of a mistake that shouldn't have happened, but hey, I think you take these as they are and hope they don't repeat. It's not a big problem, especially not when you're as good as you are right now if you're big.
Got yourself mid-control, but at the cost of one brute monster. And a Hype who I do like how active he's been here. Not anymore. Now he's a little bit, well, inactive. Absent needs to defend. He's dead. A site quickly falling. This entire round has been very nicely dismantled by Zero Tenacity here. And it also comes from a couple of very quick shots they hit. All across the map. One towards B, one mid, one long, and that's kind of the end of that one.
Here we go. JDC exiting with whatever frags he can pick up. Deal as much damage as you can. But round is lost, no matter how they want to turn this one on its head. Enough damage has been dished to a big as well that now they're forced onto a very poor buy. If they even decide to fully send it. I mean, they have an op, they have enough for an M4, another one can be bought, and then deal with whatever MP9s and mixed kind of buys they can work with. I'm not saying that's going to be great, but it has to be enough. It will have to suffice. Tactical pause taken as well by Big. They seem to have taken the threat of this game right now a lot more seriously. And they certainly should. Zero Tenacity haven't said their last apparently yet.
Oh, they haven't. Instead, they're kind of rolling up halfway lost without the money. I say they roll without or with the disadvantage in every single round, more like it. But currently, CMK's not holding them back at all. Brute Monster, you know, yada yada, something about Dust 2, Oppers. Not showing that at the moment. Could be the difference maker they need if they really were to take this first half by storm to end it with a 6-6 or even beyond that as well for the second half. Hyped, however, shot through the smoke. R.I.P. Send your prayers to him. Doesn't even see who shot him. Big, they'll continue fighting for this long play. The presence is going to be maintained. There's missed shots on both counts. Everybody's whiffing a little bit here. And
everybody's having a tough day.
Have to get out over the smoke. Just barely. Why are you still giving chances away? They are playing such a risky game here on Big.
Yeah, they're putting a lot on the line.
Big fight.
Not a big fan.
No lurk toward the B side. Zero Tenacity pretty much locked in towards A, especially if JDC decide to take this toward a short as well. But it's absent. In the meantime, gets mollied, pushed into the Opal Brute Monster, and JDC left to close out another clutch here. As the Molotov, that's going to save him a little bit of time here as well. Forza Z10. Play this one in a poor way. Molly goes out. It's not easy to nail this one, and at this time as well, it'll fail. So will the nade. Business deals not his way. Instead, Brute Monster 2 to close out this round.
Z10. Well, damn. Yeah,
They're
Z10,
alive.
hello. It's looking better and better in these rounds. Trying to really put it together. A plan being shown and perhaps followed as well. Full eco. Big don't have a choice. And this is where the rounds are going to start getting tougher by the moment, by the second. Simke,
Apparently, he's
beautiful
got a
double.
back with flashbang out towards long because Martin's got an assist on every one of those kills.
Pretty much.
Nah, just pretty much he did. First
He
to
did.
Simke, and even the follow-ups as well. Pretty good. That's going to be 5 fighting and contesting 6 at the end of the half here.
Five, 6. Looking at a 6-6 halftime. I'd say that's as decent as it gets. And big, if I'm them, I'd be a little bit worried. You know, I'm certainly having a few doubts as to how did all of this not go exactly as planned. Zero Tenacity, even with a stand-in, still presenting to be quite a dangerous element in this series. Here we go.
So, yeah, I mean, hey, I said if Big even ended this half on 5, it would have been a good half. Now they've got
Yeah.
6, a chance it's still for 7. It is a good opening half here for map 3. Going around the map as well here for Z10, exploring B just a little bit. Same time, of course, right? Just to confuse the enemy, not let Big have a good read on this one. You're throwing it USL to A and B at the same time. And with the fact as well, we've seen earlier, Big make these plays into tunnels for information. That is going to deter them for a little bit, so... This is a round that's built upon every single one of you've seen so far out of Z10. And Big, collectively. Comes down to the wire, it seems, as well. Headed to a B split.
Down to the most important moments. As you said, another B split in play. Tenacity risking a lot with that. I don't think this is going to work as well as they think it is, but here we go. It begins. 4 players through tunnels. That's a very, very ballsy decision, especially when you know you're going to have to deal with that AWP. Krimbot from Car. Not a single kill. What? And it's a double entry that guarantees them the B site. As Stabson tries, but the damage might not be enough. Although a headshot on Simke and Brute Monster both, or at least critical injuries, could suffice. We're cutting it a little bit close. Closer than some would like. Brute Monster finds hyped. And no retake will be successful, unfortunately. There's just too much at hand here for Z10. QB, I don't think you should be trying this, but you don't have a choice. It's the last round, and in this case, you have to go for it.
Gotta go for it, gotta try, and it is, unfortunately, not done much. Six to 6. Hey,
Yeah.
It really comes down to round number 3 here, which was that big force buy. And then, of course, round number 2 in that same sort of regard for Zero Tenacity and their force buy. But a big winning round number 3, it gets them to that 5-1 scoreline. Kind of similar to a little bit of Mirage, if you want to go back about, what, 17 hours in this best of 3, at the beginning of it. A little bit of force by shenanigans, while the team gets an early lead from it, but Zero Tenacity, they still did come back when those gun rounds started hitting the deck.
Yeah.
They'll stabilize at the end here. Now, when we were in the 6-6 scoreline on Mirage, this is where Big didn't lose a single round to end the game. But it was a different story this time, surely.
I'm hard-pressed to believe that it would be anything otherwise. Here we go. Pistol towards B. They're lining up for ABN. 5 players in tunnels. They do lose QB immediately. Big has given up a bit of an advantage now. A massive one is starting to be built. How are they not taking control here? As Zero Tenacity make it look easy. A clean round. Well, I guess that's the answer that nobody expected.
Yeah, now here's a quick discussion. You can entertain this for as long as you want, but Big, they played the likes of G2, VP, Aurora, Heroic, Bait, 3D Max, and Amiga on this map. Now, there was one Mongolian as you might have named there, but out of those names, where do you kind of place Big? Like, the class of opponents they've played on this map is easily a tier or two above Zero Tenacity at the moment. Yeah. But the biggest T sides in those games have still been real stinky. In this
you're
game,
not wrong. Yeah.
What do you kind of see possibly happening in that regard?
Yeah.
What's the vibe?
I feel like they might still get it. That's what I'm thinking here. You know, I think Big have the capacity to pull this through. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a mixed bag of potatoes that really doesn't feel great, no matter how I think about it.
Well, we know Z10 isn't going to be losing to a full eco here.
Yeah.
And so, Zero Tenacity on 8. Full eco on the side of Big, of course, last round. They've got a guy or gun around coming out here now. The buy is ready. It's not perfect. You've got a Tech 9. You've got a Galil in there as well. But all you have to do is get an entry and you'll change and shake things up immediately with that. Absence as well, used as a stool at the moment.
That is certainly the expectation, isn't it?
Just an opening is all Big is looking for. Early play as well for Z10 was 4 players towards long. They've called that off, shifted to 3 short instead.
Yeah.
Big, with no presence towards long, that means Z10 have no reason to move back to it either. This one, we talk about getting that entry. Might turn into a bloodbath if they can get it. It's just one. Won't even be a full commitment. Just the information play they were looking for. There's AVN who will patch up this position now.
Here we go.
Lighting the smoke. Big, 40 seconds. Now is the time when they turn it back. Tabs is making this noise. AVN should be hearing this from short as well. It's now towards A. Brute Monster, I believe, is right behind him as well on that catwalk. They need to duel against Crimbo here and make sure you don't lose either one of these players. That defense becomes so much more difficult otherwise, but that's the first. Smoke CT blocks the push forward, but on catwalk, they still got fighters on the CT side. Just one for now. Brute Monster left to die by himself.
That's not gonna work. It's a 3-on-3. Here we go. Oh, what is that damage? How does he hit both? Look at the HP. Both QB and hyped at 1 and might be enough. 1v2 now hyped, 1 HP. And he might be hyped up, but is it enough? Oh my god, this is gonna be a close call. Hype will get it. No way. 1 HP clutch, a 1v4. And it's a masterful showing, big, saved by the man himself. And not even on the AWP. Now that tells you something that we don't get to see very often. Damn.
This is well, Modern grew wings there.
Yeah.
Routed them to fight at the first one to put it onto Hype's shoulders alone. But it doesn't matter. He's not deterred. He was the one that kept Nuke alive. In the end, it came down to one terrible call in the end for Big to lose it. But Hype was there to keep it alive for his team as well. In 21 kills he had at that map.
Damn. That's a lot of kills.
That's a lot of kills. Map 116 only behind JDC at 21 as well. Hype really has stepped up this series here. He wants Big to get these wins. He wants finally a deep run in CCT.
He might get it. He might get it if he continues the way he's set off here. It's certainly looking great enough. And we can see right here, another round that Big might be prone to taking for their own almost instantaneously here. Here we go. Madden, you gotta stay alive, buddy. This retake, this success.